think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Of Shan, RJ, and Bobby, live from Oxnard, California, the site of Cowboys training camp, brought to you by on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Peyton Russell is back home in DFW running the show. We got Aiden as well on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And of all the things that I would list that would cost me the least amount of sleep out here, partying, rudder room, staying up late, just having fun with the guys, getting ice cream after dinner, as apparently you guys did yesterday.
How special was that?
Yes, it was wonderful. I hadn't had ice cream all week.
It was really good.
Where did you go?
Just to the lobby.
Lobby has ice cream.
They have those little Haagen-Dazs bars with the nuts on them. They're just wonderful.
Yeah. Of all the things,
hardest thing about those is when you bite it, keeping the chocolate on top.
I've moved on. Of all the things that I would think would keep us up, I did not have Tsunami Watch on my list. And that's the reason that we're running on 5 hours of sleep. Oh, I thought that was a siren.
That was Chris Arnold,
man.
the next door, basically. I did too. I thought that was like
Is that
alert.
San Antonio radio?
Yeah.
San Antonio radio start off with a Chris Arnold ooh-wee. I thought it was going to be a tsunami siren. RJ Choppy first tipped us off to this. What the hell is going on?
There's an earthquake that hit eastern Russia. Okay, so it's Putin's fault.
Okay.
And that
hopefully it
created,
took Putin out.
Yeah, that created a large tsunami that spread across the Pacific Ocean.
Now, remind me what a tsunami is. Are we getting a tidal wave?
It's like another kind of word for a tidal wave. The ocean rises, and it picks up steam and speed and rises throughout the entire coast. And
Earthquake?
Yes, earthquake.
A tsunami is a series of ocean waves caused by a large and sudden displacement of the ocean, typically due to an earthquake, volcanic eruption, or landslide.
Yeah, and maybe like you get an asteroid that we're going to hit the water, creates a big giant tsunami, right? Tidal wave, right? Well, that's what happened here. Hawaii was the one that was really Japan. Japan and Hawaii were really the ones at risk.
Yeah, I was trying to connect them all, like Russia, Hawaii, Japan,
Aleutian
Oxnard.
Islands over in Alaska.
Oxnard.
But yeah, it just continues throughout the Pacific, and it was. They were wondering like how big it was going to be, what time it was going to hit. It was supposed to hit around 1:00 in the morning, and it was at the start. They said, "Oh, you're worried about a 3-meter tall tsunami, which, as it gets towards shore, grows and just displaces all the water inland." And we are right on the marina, like right on the marina.
The first time, as soon as Tim Collins comes through and puts us finally on the water, it'll lead to our death.
It'll lead to our death. And it was, I think it was low tide yesterday, which may have helped.
Sure.
At the time.
No idea.
I don't know.
There's water
I think
out there,
it was low tide. I don't know if that would have helped or not. I have no idea. But that was the concern.
This is the 6th largest earthquake on record. This thing was huge, and it kept like they initially said 8.3, and it went up.
Yeah.
It went up to 8.8, which is like, I mean, when we go 8.3 to 8.8, we feel good, but it's not like it doesn't feel like the biggest difference. This is like, I can't remember what the exact measurement is. Each time it goes up 0.1, it's like doubling or something is what it means. And so, but they said that the measurement, the seismic measurement that they use in Virginia Tech picked it up. Like that they measured it and were able to like capture the shaking all the way at Virginia Tech.
And then Bobby Belt was kind of my emotional roller coaster throughout the rest of the evening. This is after we got back from team dinner. Bobby just started going in update mode. And just as I was ready to lay down and go to bed comfortably, Bobby starts saying, okay, it's starting to kind of get in our area a little bit more. A little bit more California. It's landing. It's landed. It's coming. And I stayed up for about an hour extra. I'm sending it to my family, which is another question my brother got on me about this morning. He's like, why did you send that to Dad? And I was like,
great question.
It's a good question. I was like, it's international news. I didn't know whether people be getting alert. Like, do you send this to your wife or no? Do you send it
I
to
don't know.
your...
Kristen was mad at me last night, so I did send it to her. I wanted to kind of like emotionally lean on her a little bit. Like, I might die, just so you know. Now, you two, I don't know why you would have sent it to your dad. I don't know why you would have told Julian. Those two, I can't totally reason.
Well,
I think yours is much worse than mine.
Julian he FaceTimed me.
Because Julian didn't even know you were in California, and I was like, how does he know about a tsunami watch and alert as you texted us that he was calling you nonstop, upset and crying?
He initially FaceTimed me. Oh my God, I can't believe it. He FaceTimed me and said, Dad, do I look high? And I'm like, what? Because I went swimming in a kind of a dirty pool. My eyes are red. Do I look high? I was like, no, bud, don't. Your eyes look a little red.
He's like,
You're
damn
good.
it, I want it to be.
And he said, speaking of needing to get high, I need to get to high ground because there's a tsunami coming.
He's like, what are you doing? I was like, we're just, we're watching, we're keeping an eye on this tsunami. And I was like, oh, crap, why did I say that? And then I knew, and he's like, well, what's that? What's going to happen? And constantly saying, text me, are you going to die?
So what did you say it was? A humongous tidal wave?
I said it's just like, where the ocean rises and the water comes in. He goes, is it dangerous? I go, yeah, you could die from that. And he goes, wait, really? Like, seriously? I'm like, yeah, you could. I mean, theoretically. And then he kept calling me back and then saying, I don't want you to die. Are you going to die? Like, he starts crying. He starts crying on the phone. Yeah.
Were you surprised that he cared or got that emotional?
No. I mean, yes and no.
I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't care whether you die, but like I've heard his conversations this week.
He gets it's all
I expect him to call back and say, "Can I get the $3 Apple rental?"
Right. So it's all fun and games with him until it gets serious.
Oh,
yeah, that's what it was. So I was happy about it.
You're happy you told him?
Oh, he did this on purpose.
I was happy that he cried. Yeah. Shows how much he cares.
Oh, he needed to feel needed.
Yeah,
and so that's why he told him.
Yeah, I feel regret telling. I guess I shouldn't have told my parents, but Amanda, she did not react as much as I wanted. She's like, it doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, Sarah was like, whatever, you'll be fine.
That's what she wrote back. Yeah. I guess because I continued with Bobby's updates throughout the evening. As Bobby first, I was like, stop texting me. You're putting a little bit of worry into me. And Bobby's like, I'll set the alarms at midnight. Choppy's like, I'll set an alarm for midnight. And I'm like, I'm going to sleep. Like, here's my room number. Knock if, we're drowning. And then Bobby kind of eased the tension throughout the evening where he's like, I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, the Los Angeles County had sent out an alert on Twitter that I saw retweeted into my timeline. And it basically was just like, yeah, it's coming. We will be hit by the tsunami, but where we're at, it's going to be basically a 1 foot wave. So it'll be, they said that it was something that they're like, it's dangerous to be in the water. They want people watching out. They're like, if you're in the water, get off the water. If you're in the marina, get out of the marina. But if you're on land, you should be fine. The North Coast here in California, they got a warning. So like from, I don't know where that area is. If you go up, like it looks like it's the last maybe.
NorCal.
Yeah, is that Sacramento?
No, it's even further north.
Is that going to be our one Tolo in Sacramento? We're going to lose a meter out there?
No, that's inland. This is north of like San Fran.
This looks like it's like the last 100 miles of the California coast, basically. And so all the way up to Oregon. And that was the only thing that was under the warning. So that was where it was expected they might catch like a significant amount.
And that's the thing with me. And that's what, we see these tornado, when we get a nadir warning.
Don't call it that.
Warning. That's where you worry. A watch. That doesn't even phase you. Watches and warnings. Watches don't phase you.
We never
warnings
got a
do.
warning, and it seemed to phase you.
Well, it's because I don't know what the tsunami.
We're not used to tsunami. We don't have tsunami experience.
Yeah, I don't know.
We have tornado experience.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are. Is
tsunami. I was like, could I sit here and die from a tsunami in California?
Tsunami.
Like, think of all the freaking things. I come out here to Cowboys camp, and a tsunami takes me out.
Yeah.
Hasn't an earthquake hit out here before?
Yes, during camp. Twice.
I didn't feel it. I mean,
I didn't feel it either.
Yeah, you may have told me about it.
I knew one that happened.
And then I was asking myself stupid questions like, all right, am I good on the third floor? Like, because the only thing I was thinking about is I'm going to wake up this morning, I'm going to open the curtains, and I'm just going to see if the parking lot is flooded.
Yeah.
That's it. And then I was like, do I have enough leftovers in the fridge? I'm good there. As long as the electricity worked, which probably wouldn't happen. But if I had the TV, I was all fine with being in my room for the next 2 days. I was hoping practice got canceled, show got canceled, and we could just have fun in the hotel together because it's connected. I have enough drinks for everybody, but if there was no electricity...
We still do?
Well, based upon some of the softies here, yeah, we do. Ooh. I got a bunch of seltzers and some red wine left over.
Based on the softies here who aren't drinking my seltzer and red wine, they're going for the hard liquor. We drink all your hard liquor.
I'm out of food.
There's one bottle. One bottle. There's still a half bottle left of the 2 bottles, and you only drank one of the nights, so shut up. But I was like, am I good? No, of the bottle nights.
Yeah.
Am I good on the third floor? Is RJ more... Is he more susceptible on the second floor? If you're on the first floor, are you really freaking out?
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
And again, that's the reverse.
You're talking like you know, but you have no idea.
What? You're cooked on the first floor.
Are you? I mean, off a meter? What's a meter? I don't even know what a meter is of a wave.
Backed up to the marina, you might be though, because we're right on the water here, and so that coming in would not be great. This is reverse thinking, though, because if we were here and a tornado hit, we'd be trying to get down to the first floor. And
Right.
they'd be the ones that are good. Now we're trying to go up here. But this actually, the tsunami didn't, like, that wasn't bugging me, really. Now what's in my head and got me paranoid is, oh, yeah, there are earthquakes that could happen out here.
Yeah.
And so now I'm sitting here and, like, just in the middle of us talking, I was sitting here going, like,
Man.
if this thing started shaking, would that thing right behind you, that big-ass elevator, would that thing fall back on us?
Look,
Pretty
earthquake.
dramatic there, Nick.
Yeah. Good job, Pepe. I'm going to knock on wood here. Earthquake is the least. It's the weakest. It's. No, I haven't seen.
Man.
No, I haven't seen the Russia footage.
It's I mean,
Dude,
they
it was-
were shaking like crazy.
Yeah.
7 minutes, apparently.
I never worry about the earthquake. I'm terrified of a tornado.
It's the opening in the ground for me.
Tsunami unknown. Earthquake. I'm like, meh, whatever.
I wouldn't.
little rattle, little shake, rattle, roll. It's an Elvis song.
I would be less worried about the earthquake, except here, where we have temporary structures that we're all sitting
Yeah.
around that are collapsible.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, and then obviously when the earth opens and you fall through it, that's another problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I hadn't thought about that. And then, nice, sweet Pepe, our boy, back in studio, texted us this morning, and he goes, "Hey, I saw this alert. Are you guys good?" And Bobby has to be a jerk right off the jump and go, "No, we're dead." And I was like, "Here, he's checking on us. You know, he was worried a little bit." Peyton, take us through your tsunami watch.
Well, because I had kept up with it a little bit last night, but I mean, I guess I didn't pay attention in earthquake class, in college or whatever. But I didn't realize that the earthquake in Russia could make its way over to California coast. So I knew Hawaii was in trouble, but I was like, no way it really gets to heavily into California coast. And I woke up this morning saying tsunami hit landfall in Los Angeles, and I was like, oh my God, are these guys in serious trouble? But it seems like you guys are safe right now.
He texted us at 3:19 Pacific. The reason why I said no, we died, is because I was on the phone talking to him at 3:16. He knew we were fine.
Well, it wasn't like are y'all still alive?
That's
It was
why
like,
he
is
got the
everything...
sarcastic reply.
How are you talking to him at 3:16?
Because I called to talk through the Steven audio with him.
Peyton.
No, okay. The y'all good wasn't like, are y'all alive? It was like, is everything good out there? Like, there's no serious.
But Bobby just
precaution?
talked to you 3 minutes before. No.
Well, okay, then take Bobby out. But you guys Sean and RJ are both in the group text. So I should have said,
I would have mentioned
Sean,
if they
RJ,
were
are you guys
dead.
fine? I didn't ask if you guys were alive.
By the way,
good?
Sean's not going to make the show
It's the
today.
Bobby show today, just so you know.
Yeah, we'll let you know that at 3:48.
877-881-1053. I guess the earthquake that may have hit here rattled this bucket over. Now it's the bucket on my right that was knocked over.
Yeah, that's people screwing with us now.
That's what I thought. Ruben said no. I think that's Brian brought us knocking over the bucket after the rattlesnake or raccoon yesterday, and there's a couple of bottles on the ground. I think that's intentional, Rubes. I think it is.
I don't think so, because I was the last person out.
It could have been Steven coming over here, just like that's where Dawson was sitting. He was just like
Kicked it over.
Yeah.
Wait, so brought us into his podcast here yesterday?
No, there's no practice yesterday. So
Yeah, but that doesn't mean. I mean,
He was out there.
I know
We
Vach
recorded.
was on a plane and there wasn't practice, so I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do it.
what, Peyton?
He was out there. He was in a tent somewhere out there because Eric and Zach recorded Love of the Star.
Okay, so they recorded Love at the start. That was intentional because when they got back to the parking lot, Broadus goes, "I hope the raccoon gets you tomorrow." So he had a little reference for
Well, he's
it.
had some attitude. The very little bit I've seen him. This
He
week.
does. He does. I can't wait to. Ceasefire's over. At least I'm directing it right at Brian Broadus. I'm good with Zach and Eric, but what Broadus pulled with the team dinner last night, I will admit, when they got back to the hotel and I had heard what Broadus had said about the team dinner, I started with him. I was on the balcony and he was down there, and they were looking at me, and I said, "Can you see up here, old man?" Like, I was waving. I was like, "Can you see me, old man?" And I wanted to fire like the little first shot, and he goes, "I hope the raccoon takes you out tomorrow morning."
You know, he when I got here, the headphone volume was turned up to 3 p.m.
3
It's
p.m.
supposed to be at 6 p.m. That's 0. He had it all the way to 3. That was on purpose. Nobody puts their headphones that loud. Nobody.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We're brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Reliant AC. Let's get to the interview everyone is talking about. Gavin Dawson and the G-Bag Nation versus Stephen Jones. We're going to relive the fireworks here from Oxnard next.
Uber Eats has low with bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, for me, of course, yeah. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. Your name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
risk-free. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car director attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Shan and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And yesterday, the interview that caught fire and went pretty viral on all the socials was Stephen Jones sitting down in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat with the G-Bag Nation. And Bobby started texting us. He begged Choppy and I to listen to this before dinner last night. We both refused, and Rowdy Tellez was in my mind because I said I did not listen to the Rowdy Tellez interview, and it paid off live on the air. It gave me a top 5 moment in my time in history here at the radio station. Will this do the same? So, Bobby, you go ahead and set it up because you suggested just playing this thing from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't anticipate this will give you Rowdy Tellez feelings. This is more confrontational, intense. The other one was just blind and like, hey, Chubby. Like, that was just weird. That was very uncomfortable. This one is fully aware of the discomfort and going, well, let's keep doing this. Let's lean in. Let's see if we can get a little more here. So, this was Stephen Jones sitting down with them yesterday, and it was in the middle of a segment. And so they come and sit down, and Dawson is just like, all right, we got time. Let's go. And Gavin just basically launches in right from the jump into all the questions he has for Stephen Jones about the offseason.
It's been very busy, and there's a lot of stuff to keep track of. But, you know, what I really wanted to ask you is, have agents figured out your guys' pattern, and are they using it against you?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel comfortable. I mean, we've got Dak signed, we got CD signed, we got Jake Ferguson signed early, we got Osa signed. Every timing's different, every negotiation's different.
Well, I guess what I was...
So I don't think there's necessarily any type of thing to figure out here.
Okay, so from my
stop
perspective...
Yeah, you got him signed, but the criticism would be with Dak and Lamb, you did it late, and you cost yourself money. Osa, okay, fine, different story. People would argue Ferguson didn't even deserve that money yet, so you were going to get him signed earlier. Although, as you brought up with Jake yesterday, Bobby, Jake could have bet on himself and waited, but it's not as simple, in my opinion, of just saying, we got Dak and Lamb signed. What do you mean? Yeah, you got them signed later at the top of the market. There's still no one who makes more money in the National Football League than Dak Prescott.
And I think what he gets into more here and what they keep continuing to say, the implication or the insinuation is we would get some of these things done earlier. There are people involved who don't want to get them done early, really. Like they're not interested in doing anything other than the only way I'll sign right now is resetting the market and being way above. Yeah. That's the only deal I'll take right now.
And obviously the other thing is, they don't feel like it cost them money by waiting because of their philosophy on contracts. And if they give that away and come out and say it, they're giving away what they consider to be a trade secret.
All right, let's continue.
Okay, so from my perspective, if you want to go early and you take less than what you would get in free agency, you guys are very willing to do those deals. Mm-hmm. And it's been that way for a while.
Sure.
But if it's a really great player and they want to wait, I don't think they have any fear that you guys will actually move on.
Okay, well, I mean, that's to each his own. And certainly, like I said, we've had 2, if you will, great players, getting paid highest at their position when we did the deal, in Dak and CD, and we decided we wanted to do deals with both of them. And then, obviously, we're in the middle of another, high-profile player, but, each one of them's different in my mind.
Okay, all right, case-by-case basis, I can definitely understand that. From poker, and I'm a poker player, if the table knows your pattern, it's time to change the pattern.
Yeah, you and I'll just have to agree to disagree. I don't think there's a pattern here. How many ways do you want me to say it?
Well, I guess 3 is good enough.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so then my next question just...
Nice. Dawson's right. I think they do, and we've talked about this. It doesn't seem like Jerry wants to ever they're scared to walk away from great players.
Well, yeah, I think the suggestion is like right now, sitting here, I feel like the Cowboys will cave if it comes. They're not going to play a game without Micah Parsons. They'll cave to that.
Yeah, and I don't think that was.
And they weren't going to start the season without their quarterback either.
I don't think Dawson's point was the one you're making, though, of just like, hey, you shouldn't be afraid to walk away from a great player. Just like what I think Dawson was just like. It's a pointless standoff to wait because they don't think they think your bluffs aren't serious.
Yeah, you're not going to do another Emmitt Smith season.
Yeah, I don't think Dawson's arguing against letting any of these guys go. I think he's just saying like just get it done instead of like standing off.
You're not going to win.
Yeah,
but Dawson is kind of preaching to him. I feel like I know the fans love this, and I know Steven is the bad guy, and Dawson, as you said, Bobby, maybe with the tsunami line of the night, as he said, Dawson doesn't have to worry about drowning because he'll be carried on the Tolo's shoulders from this interview. But I can see why Steven's starting to get a little bit defensive because Dawson kind of lecturing him a little bit. This is how you need to do it. This is how you should be doing it.
I'm a poker player. I'm a poker player. I got these underground rooms in Sunnyvale.
Have you been invited to poker night in Sunnyvale yet?
Does Dawson invite?
I don't know.
Those two things don't go in the same sentence.
Dawson invited me to Habit Burger out here one year.
He did?
Yeah. He was like, I'm going to lunch. You want to go? I was like, yeah, let's go.
Oh.
That was the only time.
He's like, show me how to set up a podcast, Bobby. All right, let's continue. Stephen Jones with the G-Back Nation.
My next question, just team building wise, is why not? I mean, with all the good players on the team, why not pick one of these years to say, let's throw another $30 million at this thing and shore up all of our weaknesses and really go for it?
Right.
I think the teams in today's NFL that are winning it don't have the holes that maybe they did in the 2000s. Like there were a bunch of wild card teams getting it done, but I don't think wild card teams are getting it done anymore, Steven.
Sure. I think, the question is, when you talk about $20 or $30 million, the question is, does it go to Jake Ferguson and any other guys that we want to sign versus what might be available out there? And we make a decision that we want to go internally versus externally. That's a decision that we have to make. And, at the end of the day, over the course of a 5-year period, every team that spends to the cap like we do is going to spend the same amount of money. Can you push more into 1 year? And leverage out and push out, of course you can. But over the course of a 5-year period, every team, there's a salary cap, and every team's going to spend to it.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think Philadelphia is really an outlier, so I wouldn't ask you to do something like that. But are you guys resistant to a yo-yo of like, we're going to spend a bunch here, we're going to clear dead money and get a good draft pick? Does that strategy not make sense?
Well, it can in the right situation. I just think I don't think there's very many teams out there that are one player away. And, I think you have to manage your team. You have to strategize on what you want to put together. And, we feel like we've checked a lot of boxes in terms of internally thinking that we have, filled the holes that we need to fill to be a great football team.
All right, stop it there for a sec, Pepe. You want to comment on the management and the funny money, on whether it goes to re-signing your own? I think Dawson's asking for a big free agent splurge. I do want to, though, take 1 second and remind myself, all of us and the listeners, I'm happy. Like I feel good about the Dallas Cowboys offseason. I feel like we need to remind people of that. We need to refresh them of this time last year with the feeling versus right now. I'm optimistic and excited. I don't think they're going to go win the Super Bowl, and I don't think they're going to be in the Super Bowl. But like I'm excited once again, and maybe it's just football coming around, or the Dallas Cowboy heroin in the bloodstream. I give them a thumbs up for the offseason, the way I feel about the squad right now, and I think we forget that just because of all the same negative storylines.
Yeah, and I think that what Dawson's getting at is, yes, you did have a better offseason. You went and got George Pickens, which is a type of move we've asked for a long time.
Yeah.
You did it coming off of what felt like a bad football team, though. Like why in these other years when you were 12-5, why didn't the George Pickens move come then? Like I think he's more just talking about in those years, why, when you've been competitive and been close, why haven't you just made that big move?
Right.
And just said, we'll deal with the financial repercussions after that.
Right. All right, let's continue. Stephen Jones, yesterday, Wild Fork Foods hot seat with G-Bag.
Okay, and I appreciate you answering these questions. I'm not trying to ambush you.
You're not.
Okay, so like during the season or around the calendar, we'll be having these conversations, and there's these questions that pop up, and I feel like to be fair to you, I should give you a chance to answer the questions here on the show.
Sure.
Because I don't want to be talking bad about you behind your back and then not. But another thing
You
I
wouldn't
had
do that, would you?
no, maybe in the name of entertainment.
I'm disappointed.
Hey, and I need to give you and Jerry your props for letting us cook.
Yes.
It's rare to find a flagship radio station that can share honest opinions as much as you guys give us the freedom to at the Fan.
Sure.
So thank you for that. Okay, so then my third question here is, I have a theory that maybe you guys drag out the deals to get engagement from the media, and it's like the best $2 million you can spend having to give Dak a few more.
Well, let's just start off. We don't agree on that. We don't drag deals out. We do deals when there's an opportunity to do a deal. And certainly no one knows what goes on internally with a particular negotiation. But, sometimes agents and players aren't ready to pull the trigger till they see other cards play. Mm-hmm. And what we're not going to do is go out and, do something that's not responsible in terms of, just in the name of getting a deal done 1 month earlier. Go do it and pay the guy another $5 million of your cap space.
Yeah.
And especially when you're dealing, in our particular case, internally with guys that are homegrown here, and we feel like they want to be here. I always felt like Dak wanted to be here. I always felt like CD wanted to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's so much information that's out there.
All right,
Adam
stop.
Schefter with...
That's good. That's really good. And I listened to this yesterday, and I think I'm going to... This is dangerous because Dawson's the hero and celebrating G-Bag right now. And I think I'm going to take the Cowboys side right now, like on this Micah deal, and maybe some of the other ones. I think they're trying to tell us that Micah is asking for like $47 million. I think that's what they're trying to tell us. And here's my suggestion to Steven and Jerry. Although this probably wouldn't help the negotiations, they should leak this if it's the case. They should leak it if Lamb did it. They should leak it if Micah is doing it, because they just get crushed and they get murdered in the court of public opinion about the negotiation. And I think he's trying to tell us this isn't 41 a year. This is not just as simple as the TJ Watt deal. We may end up at 42 and everyone would say, why'd you wait so long? I'm just convinced that they're asking for like 46, 47, or even 50.
Or a reset of the guarantees or whatever.
And if that's the case, I support Jerry and Steven in that.
Yeah, I thought that Dawson asked fair questions, and I thought Steven answered them well. Like, he's right. No team in the NFL is... Actually, he's wrong. Every team in the NFL is one player away. The player is Patrick Mahomes. They're all one player away. Other than that, there is no such thing as being one player away that isn't a quarterback, in my opinion, right? Now, you can piece units together, but that's not what we're trying to do here. There's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with their approach. Bobby's detailed the approach. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Cowboys not saying it like that because they don't want to give away their philosophies. I get that. But yeah, if Mike is asking for a complete $5 million jump, would it help them to say it? I mean, probably not, right? It's like it's one of those things where neither side wants to tip their hand, and they're both like the Cowboys really are the ones that are taking the PR.
And Steven gets into that a little bit. Like, he says, like, if we've signed guys to deals, like, we want, like, he kind of references it in the course of talking to Dawson.
We'll continue with it. Gavin Dawson of the G-Bag Nation making all the headlines, throwing the shots at Stephen Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. What happened at team dinner last night, and why can't the Rangers beat the Angels next?
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady? Basil Babes. Nutmeg Maidens? No. She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it saffron called?
By Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And it's floated out into right field. A long run for Adolis to his left. It falls for the base hit. Neto is in to score. Adolis throwing in behind the runner. The ball off the glove of Duran. Racing down the line. Sean O'Ell, he scores as well. Base knock to right for Joe Adell. Didn't hit it all that hard. Just flared it into shallow right. And two end up scoring to make it 2-0.
Excuse me. There was some craziness in this game last night. The Rangers took the lead with some craziness, but they lose again to the Angels here in California. 8-5 on the Fan.
Yeah, you had a little benches clearing. Little benches clearing last night. Now it's typical baseball benches. Hold me back.
Yeah.
We're gonna come out. Oh, you gonna talk about my guy? I'm gonna talk about your guy. Bochy leading the charge out there, going, walking out to the because after Trout gets hit on the hand, looked like on the hand. John Gray just didn't have it. That was the difference in this game. And he had been, and I went and looked, did his velocity dip at all yet? And then, no, it actually went up. His fastball was the fastest. in any game that it had been on average.
Which
this year.
sometimes can indicate a problem. It can sometimes indicate you're overthrowing. Like you're overcompensating for something. You're really trying to ratchet it up.
Could be that. You could lose movement because you're throwing it harder. The ball doesn't move as much. Or a certain pitch might not move as much because it doesn't have time to move. Any of those things could be a factor, but this was his first bad game in his 3 appearances that he's had since coming off the injured list.
The Rangers had 14 hits in this game. The Angels only had 6. Both teams committed 2 errors. They got 10 hits off Kikuchi. They beat up Kikuchi.
The Cooch, man. They beat up the Cooch, man.
Speaking of big guys.
Yes, but they still end up losing as John Gray, as RJ alluded to, gives up 4 earned.
Yeah, the Angels have been a pain this year for Texas. That's they've had a few different instances. In fact, over the last, this is now 3 of their losses this month. Like half of their losses are to the Angels, I think. And so, I mean, they just haven't been able to take advantage of things nearly as often with the Angels as they have against some of the other teams that are around them or a little bit below. They've had issues with the A's. They've had issues with the Angels at times. But, I mean, it's good. You got Higashioka back in there as I'm not going to use Gavin Dawson's nickname, although I'd really like to right now. But Higashioka getting the 2 home runs. And, it's still moving in a positive direction, but it's a little bit of water on our excitement, just kind of cooling it off.
877-881-1053. Nate Evaldi will attempt to reignite. Don't be using water analogies under Tsunami Watch, Bobby. And Nate Evaldi will be back on the mound. The trade deadline is tomorrow. That is obviously exciting. And update us on some of the names with Bednar and Helsley.
Yeah, so these are a couple different names that we've talked about. Bednar was the one you really wanted, right, Chop? The reliever from the Pirates.
One of the guys, yep.
Led the NL in saves a couple years ago. So there were 2 reports yesterday. You had one from Noah Hiles of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and he reported that Pirates GM Ben Cherington is looking to sell high on closer David Bednar. And so he is fielding inquiries from the Yankees, Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs, and then as well as the Tigers and the Rangers. So Bednar is a guy who has been a really good pitcher. The issue is just if they've got a number of suitors and he has a year of arbitration left and the Pirates are intent on we're milking every bit of this and almost hey, what's your bid? Okay, we're going over here. Who wants to beat this? Mm-hmm. That sounds like you may still get him, but you're going to have to pay the absolute premium to get Bednar because of just how many suitors there are.
Yeah, when you get to this point, so in the 23 season, they got Chapman really, really early, and sometimes you overpay to get guys really early. And there's a meaty part of the trade deadline where you might be able to get a decent deal because teams are look, I want to make sure I get top value. Mm-hmm. And then you get towards the end, and it's all right, now are we overpaying? Or are you playing the cat and mouse game where the team that's selling is well, I can't, I got to get something. So it's if you want to make sure you get the guy, do you wait till the 11th hour, or do you kind of do it at in the 10 o'clock hour, if you will, which is kind of where they are now. And now we get to tomorrow afternoon, and we will see what this team winds up doing. But there's a handful of relievers out there, and the good thing about relievers is generally they're not the most expensive pieces that you can get.
Mark Feinstein from MLB.com, he had said that the Rangers are also one of a handful of teams that are interested in on Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals, who's somebody we've talked about. Ryan Helsley, sort of a similar situation where it sounds like there are a bunch of teams that are in on him, and the team is going to try and leverage offers. The thing that'll probably make him cost a little bit less, I would assume, he's a rental. He has no more control left after this year, so you're buying essentially 2 months, which is something the Rangers have shown a willingness to do in the past. They did it with Aroldis. But, I mean, we'll see if they end up targeting one of these guys specifically, or they could do both of them. I mean, that's something that they did at the 2011 deadline. They went out and got Koji Ihara and Mike Adams at the deadline, and those were the 2 best relievers available on the market.
And a manager is warning us to be careful what rumors you hear and see. Alex Cora in Boston was on ESPN's baseball coverage, and he came out the other day and said while he was at ESPN, certain insiders and reporters over there made up rumors and trade speculation.
Yeah, it was kind of a, the green room. We always say in the green room, what do they say? They say, you take this take, I'll take this take.
Yeah.
No, this was different. This was they would just say, hey, yeah, this guy, they're interested in a trade for this player. This team is interested in moving that player. I don't know what where they're getting, like, obviously, are they, like, completely even making up these guys are on the market?
Right.
Or are these guys connected to these teams and they're just saying that to create content?
I've heard it like secondhand, so I don't want to out anything because it's unsubstantiated. So I won't say who, but there's one individual in the NFL nationally that I know the reputation is like I've just heard from people. I know he has talked about making stuff up because he needed something, and so I generally have a grain of salt with that individual takes. But again, it's nothing I know firsthand, and so I won't say it. But so this doesn't totally surprise me. And I mean, I just finished watching The Wire over again.
Oh, well.
And season 5, which features Scott, the writer at the Baltimore Sun, who he feels all of this pressure to come up with something and all of this, he's trying to advance his career. And so after a while, he just starts making up a little thing here and a little thing here. And then in the end, he's like making up whole things and getting himself into trouble. Actually, it's a sad ending that he doesn't get in as much trouble as he should have. But this doesn't surprise me, I guess, that there are people who do this.
All right, so this is what is going down on the home of the Rangers here on Shan RJ. We are live from Oxnard, California. Cowboys training camp brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They got you covered when the hits keep coming. And Tree Line by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas. We had another team dinner last night. And we went to the Italian place that we usually go to, Cafe Fiore. And
Tolo.
Yeah.
That's right. We've seen a number of Tolos.
I know.
When we went to Duke's the other night, we were at the bar, and I was standing there waiting for a beer, and he goes, Tolo? It was like the language, the language to speak. And Zach Wolchuk basically ate dinner up at the bar with this guy and his lovely wife throughout the evening. We basically watched practice the other day with I don't know how much to say about his youth baseball role.
It's my son's teammate. His teammate's dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about him on the air a couple months ago. That's the guy I ran into at Billy Bob's when I went to the Jelly Roll concert.
Yeah. So
awesome dude.
Yeah, great dude.
Great conversation. And then yesterday, a guy just comes up. He goes, "I know who you guys are," and fist pumps. And,
all around, fist bumps all around.
And then someone DM me saying, "Come outside Cafe Fiore. I'm hanging out here." So
that sounds like a fight threat.
Yeah,
it
did.
Does sound like a fight threat.
And then Ruben, when they went to the bar after dinner, apparently there was another Tolo in there. I think the one who got engaged on the beach.
Yeah, Chase. He was that last night. I saw a text from him when I woke up. He had texted, he's like, "You coming out?" I was like, I was asleep already.
Yeah.
Just a couple calls.
No, you were on Tsunami Watch.
Tsunami Watch is key.
So we went to dinner. It was me, Choppy, Bobby. The nosebleeds are just trying to eat dinner every single night. They're trying to socialize. Ruben is always in, and Carter has been putting up a very strong representation as well.
Didn't expect that from Carter. Didn't always know whether he was going to be in or out.
Yeah.
Which crew he's rolling with because he's got working around his running
putting up a
schedule
strong
too.
Resume.
Huh?
After the show, he's putting up a big, strong resume.
Yeah, he's got to work around his running schedule. I mean, he's giving Ruben cramps over here.
Yeah,
taking him out on 3-mile jogs.
So should I go into the cheap tip that I left, or Brian brought us,
or you guys not remembering your intern?
That's right.
To the point that Choppy is fighting over details about, like, how do you know this thing about me? Because I was your intern.
No.
We'll get to that one in a little bit. So this is where we had a back room a couple years ago, and one year they split the bills. We need the bills split because company expenses. And last year, or whenever we did it last, I think it was last year, they would not split them. They'd only do it like 2 or 3 ways. So Kevin Hagelin did all the individual math, and Brian Broadus paid for it, and everyone sent him back the money. Well, Broadus did not want to do that again, and apparently he bailed on dinner. This time, though, it was like 7 of us. That was like 14, 15 of us.
Yeah.
And all the appetizers you ordered that night.
It's still a very lame excuse.
Yeah. Broadus,
just go.
I always know that if I did a show full time with Bassick, I would fight Mike, and we kill each other. I'm starting to feel the same about Broadus. He likes to sharpen his knife and get these little small digs in, and I think he doesn't either expect you to say something back, or won't think you'll say anything back. And I'm always gonna have something to say back to him. And I was like, wow, like, and Zach was freaking out over this. Zach's like, how are we going to pay? Like, are they going to split the bills? And I was like, call during your commercial break. Like, I'm not your concierge, all right? I'm trying to set up a place that is affordable and we can all go to. And it's always just got to be another problem and another issue. You know what this mofo did? He called in a commercial break. He called the restaurant to ask if they would split the checks during a G-Bag commercial break. They said, no, we won't split it as much as you like. I said, we'll be fine. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. You guys Venmo me. Now,
there's another thing there. You got to get a credit card.
I mean, I have a credit card.
Oh.
How'd you think I paid?
I thought you paid with a debit card.
No, I have a credit card.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looked like it looked at the same debit card that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Bank of America has like a red debit and the red bank card.
Ah, okay.
But I do need a better credit card. I'm not getting the returns that I should based upon the money I spend.
That's
no, it's not. Amanda has the debit card. So Broadus did not come for that reason, but I thought the food was pretty good. Good atmosphere till Choppy blew it up next to a Dallas Cowboys table that wanted us to leave.
All the loudness he has reserved for the most part on the tennis courts, he was dropping in that restaurant last night.
Yes.
I'm a loud guy.
Yes. And everything was pretty good except for our initial drinks.
Holy cow.
How long you think?
I timed it, actually.
No way.
I was texting Sarah when we got there, and then I said, by the way, we still haven't got our drinks. And it was about 24 minutes by the time we ordered them to when we got them.
24 minutes for round one of the drinks. And no apologies. All I want is an acknowledgement. That's it. So I made up my mind in leaving the tip. Pepe, I'm going with the 17% tip.
Whoa.
I thought long and hard about it, like a Portnoy pizza review, like that second number. What was it going to be? I thought 15 would have been too insulting. I'm not going standard 20. I got to let you know that you didn't do a good job, and you didn't even acknowledge it. You don't even have to offer us a free round. Like, really sorry for the wait. Did not happen. Slow, dreadfully slow, record-breaking slow first drink round service. So I went with the 17%. We're always talking about tipping etiquette on this show. What do you think, Bob?
Well, here's the thing. Outside of the initial come up and talk to us, I think he came back to the table and really, did something. 2 times? Right?
What did he do?
No, I'm saying, where he came in and, he got the orders after the initial walk-up, and then I think he came back for one more every good. Anybody need any more drinks?
We got there at 6. We got there at 6:29. That's when we sat down. And then the drinks came at 6:52. And we saw him 0 times in that.
So, to me, it's it wasn't like we were really taxing his time or anything. It wasn't like he had to carry a whole bunch of ridiculous orders or keep coming back and forth. He just wasn't around. So to me, it's
was he in the weeds?
And it
was he in the weeds?
And we were probably the biggest party there.
And so we were at the Stephen Jones table.
You should get the most service.
Even a 17% tip off of our bill was probably going to be the biggest tip he got of the night, and he didn't really work with us much.
I also don't like that people Venmo me. But when you're getting Venmo'd all the money and you cover it, try to figure out a better way than I did to make people include the tip in that. Because everyone just Venmo'd me their part of the bill without the tip.
They're dumb.
So I did not like that whatsoever.
I got you tip.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were a little tight on yours.
$50 on spaghetti and one old fashioned. My bill was $36. I gave you $50. I tipped more than you did.
I gave him 94.
Yes. Good. Thank you, Choppy.
50. That sounds like
I'm
Choppy
joking. Shut up. I'm joking.
No,
It's so loud.
No.
877-881-105.
Cheat.
Adam Schefter on how the Micah deal has gone backwards. Back inside the Star from the home of the Cowboys next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Tsunami alarm. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppin, our Cowboys Insider, Bobby Bell with the Hump Day edition of the program. They're going to be back on the practice fields today here in California. And I was watching Micah the other day. And again, I was not here last week, so I can't speak to watching him in the drills and how helpful and the team camaraderie and being a cheerleader. The other day I was watching him and I was like, there ain't no damn point to being out there, man. Zip, zero, nada. He wasn't like in the drills. He was standing kind of in that middle area where Will McClay and everyone else does. Steven was up top.
The little neutral zone between the two fields.
The neutral zone. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, get out of here. You're not helping your cause. Then he goes and hops the fence with his bad back and disappears basically for the rest of practice. But I was just sitting there saying, dude, what being here on the field, this is just for the one practice, just for that one. He's not coaching up the rest of his team. He's not out there helping his teammates. And it doesn't help your leverage, I don't think, in the negotiation up top with Jerry and Steven. That's me. Now, Trey Hendrickson has shown up to Bengals camp. So we got Terry McLaurin showing up in D.C. and Trey Hendrickson as well. And Choppy, you are not a fan of it. You're not understanding.
I don't understand it at all. I don't understand it with Terry McLaurin. Although, unless if he's hurt, he wants to get in and rehab, and be able to play when he's ready. But these NFL players, man, they never follow through, and that's what Jerry and Steven are banking on. They never follow through. How do you get more money? Hold out.
Yeah, I mean, and a period ever in recent history, we saw Zeke do it, and then they blinked right up to the start, and then Le'Veon Bell held out all through the year.
Le'Veon Bell, right? Yeah, and what happened? They basically got blackballed. He had blackballed to the Jets.
Yeah, but he got the money at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean, that's. But to me, the NFL and the NBA, players. I'm sorry, the NFL players. This is what they get out of all their negotiations is just time off. That's all they do. They never get money. They never get guaranteed contracts. They get time off. And this is another example. Man, you got to hold firm on this stuff. You got to hold firm. You can't be showing up to camp if you're Trey Hendrickson.
Adam Schefter yesterday on McAfee updated the Micah negotiation, and we're going backwards.
I would say right now we're nowhere on that deal. I would say right now, Ty, we are further away from a deal in late July, early August than we were in late March, early April. The two sides have gone backwards, not forwards. I don't think they're speaking very much these days, if at all. There was communication in late March and early April when Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons were sitting down and discussing a deal and making progress and tracking towards getting that deal done. But this negotiation, when it was a negotiation, has gone sideways because it's not a negotiation right now. There's really no conversation about getting a deal done. That could change next week. It could change shortly before the season. We've seen how long Dallas sometimes waits on some of these deals. See CD Lamb and Dak Prescott last season. This sounds different to me. This sounds a little bit more personal from both sides. It sounds like Dallas is upset with the fact that it felt like it was getting closer to a deal, and then that deal went sideways. And I think Micah Parsons feels like this deal should have been done. I don't think Micah is real happy with them. I don't think they're real happy with him. I don't think anybody's real happy with anybody. And I don't think there's a deal that's being discussed right now, not to mention being close.
Yeah, okay. So not being close. That's my favorite term that was used there in that answer, which that's probably true or whatever else. Here's the thing. We can go take a look at recent history. CeeDee Lamb, 10 days before he was signed, the report, the headline is CeeDee Lamb, Cowboys, quote, not close on contract extension as holdout continues. 4 days before Dak signed, the headline was Dak Prescott, Cowboys not close, quote, to contract extension ahead of week 1. Ezekiel Elliott, 1 day before he signed. The headline was talks with Elliott continued late Sunday. The deal is still, quote, not close. That's one of their favorite words. Ultimately means nothing.
Okay.
And the not close thing doesn't bug me. And I said this yesterday on Twitter. The on the record S talk that's been going on, that doesn't concern me nearly as much as like off the record ambivalence. If I would have if you're talking to people behind the scenes and they're going, whatever, I don't care. Like, that's worse. I nothing you is way worse than I hate you, in my opinion, because we've seen that get reversed. It feels much closer like Diggs right now is I nothing you. He should have been here. That one feels like it's the spouse that maybe is checked out, like that kind of thing.
And then the other day when Steven said Micah has to want to get paid, Stephen A. Smith went on ESPN and fired some shots like he was Gavin Dawson.
I ain't knocking it, you understand? I ain't knocking it. Every parent is entitled to look out for their child. But it's important that the child recognizes you were born on third base. Don't act like you hit a triple. And that's what needs to be said here. Stephen Jones don't have any right to be saying something like that to Micah Parsons. Respectfully, sir, and I respect Stephen Jones, but that was crossing the line. You got no right to say that about him.
That was about saying Micah has to want to get paid?
Yeah. He's the vice president of the team. CEO, whatever the hell it is.
Long time.
Yes.
Not just yesterday.
He's not 24
He
years
wasn't
old.
Patrick Dumont just being given the team by mommy-in-law.
No, he's not 25 years old.
Yeah.
He's was he 60? Close to 60?
Yeah.
He's in at least 50s.
He was in those Dion meetings.
Does the vice president, could the vice president not speak? J.D. Vance not speak on things? Joe Biden couldn't speak on things, and he was Obama's vice president. Can't speak on those things? Of course you can.
Yeah, I disagree with Stephen A. Smith on that.
Yeah.
I'm just taking it for Stephen Jones today.
I disagree with a lot of things that Stephen A. Smith says. Just knowing you're about to play this, I hadn't heard the clip yet. So I just asked Grok while we were sitting here. I was like, talk about why the Cowboys are stupid not to pay Micah Parsons, but say it like Stephen A. Smith. And they said, listen up, people. I'm sitting here flabbergasted, absolutely stupefied at the Dallas Cowboys and their boneheaded decision.
Are you making this up?
No, not to lock up Micah Parsons with a contract that reflects his greatness. We're talking about Micah Parsons. The man's a game record. A quarterback's worst nightmare. They're shopping at the dollar store. It's pathetic. I puts that on all caps.
That's good. That's very good.
Well done, Grok. 877-881-1053, Franklin injury attorney text line. I had a wow moment yesterday when the Raiders were asked about the Christian Wilkins situation, the lineman who was cut for apparently kissing someone in the locker room. This is Adam Butler, fellow defensive lineman, being asked about what happened. Listen to this.
Yeah, we pretty much just kind of moved on from the situation. You know, I really don't want to comment further on it. But I will say that, you know, whatever you're going through as a person, you know, athlete, non-athlete, whoever, whatever your struggle is, if you got something going on in life, just, you know, talk to somebody. Get some therapy. You know, whatever your deal is your deal. Somebody out there in this world full of billions of people is willing to listen. They're willing to listen, hear you out, and help you work through whatever you need to work through. But don't make any hasty decisions. Get help.
Duncanville's own Adam Butler, right there. That sounds like that was the one that Christian Wilkins kissed on the head.
Well, why is he talking about mental health?
Yeah. Is
he inferring that Christian Wilkins has mental health issues? That's the only thing I can kind of take from that. Wow. I was like, where's this coming from?
This doesn't make any sense. There's a phrase, I won't say it on the radio, but that came to mind. But this doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he say this?
You know how they're talking? They are talking so far, because Pete Carroll yesterday was like, no comment. Like, none of them want to say anything. They're talking like the way people at the Cowboys talked when Jay Ratliff was gone and started puffing out his chest a little bit about, I'm going to come up there. Like, it's almost like it makes me wonder how well Christian Wilkins took that we're cutting you and we're voiding your money. And if maybe they're just like, we don't even want to stir that up anymore or make him, like, that's almost how it feels.
Oh, you think he's threatening things?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it makes me wonder if it was such a bad thing and he maybe is just really upset about it. And they're like, don't stir it up. Don't make it any worse. We've had issues like that where it's like, don't even reference that person anymore. Yeah. Like, it could be something like that.
It's just making it sound like he's saying Christian Wilkins has some issues upstairs to deal with. So we continue to try to figure out what's going to happen with that situation. I did get some. Did you ask Bobby, do you think there's any call being made here about him or no?
I don't think so.
Bet online with the odds. Patriots, Lions, Cardinals, Miami, San Fran, Chargers, Cowboys tied with the Jets all the way down at 12-1. Speaking of stirring stuff up, Colin Cowherd getting all this attention for the Cleveland Browns trying to pair up Nick Saban and Arch Manning. Did you see this?
Yes.
I was trying to leave this alone for a week, not to give Cowherd this type of attention, but Nick Saban is going on Fox talking about his coaching future, Fox News, not Fox Sports. Right. Jimmy Haslam yesterday was talking about Arch, and he was sitting here saying, what, Bobby, that this is not going to be an issue because Arch is going to stay 2 years?
Yeah, he got asked about it because he's close with the Manning family. He's a big Tennessee donor, I guess.
He's the donor.
The Tennessee donor.
Boone. He's the T-Boone.
So he had, he got asked about it. And he's like, look, I don't know Arch. He's like, so I'm not going to speak to Arch. Like, I don't know him like that. He's like, but I'm just saying, if anybody knows that family, I think he's not coming out in the draft next year. He's there for 2 years.
And then Saban was on Fox News being asked about the recent speculation about coming back to get a coaching job.
I never really ever had a thought about getting back into coaching until 2 days ago. Miss Terry said I had to run the sweeper in the entire downstairs. So while I was running the sweeper, the thought occurred to me, when you were coaching, you had a heck of a lot better job than this.
Is that a real Southern way of saying vacuum?
Unless he's got an old school carpet dirt devil sweeper.
What's the sweeper?
I think it's the carpet sweeper.
Oh.
Like the old school dirt devil, like the
Swiffer.
But
No.
this is like the motor, not even the motorized one.
Yeah.
It's like the just the one that just turns on its own.
Oh,
You
like
gotta-
he's a push mower guy.
He's a
basically,
push mower
inside.
guy. Yeah.
So is that a no? Is that a maybe in that buried under the
Sounds
sweeper?
like Miss Terry's got a whole lot of honeydew lists for him, and he has had enough. Of the dew.
Sounded like he was trying to be like, here, let's be relatable. I'll talk about my wife giving me chores. Like it sounded like that's what it sounds like. I know. We can play for Tyler Booker. We can ask him. Say Tyler, what do you think? Is this Saban? Also, I got to know if he's got an impression of Saban because they say that Saban's one of those guys that everybody has some level of impression.
If Saban did come back to coach, are you convinced it would be NFL level?
No,
I am. I don't think you. Not unless there's changes
to
NIL.
He's trying to, from a position of media right now, bully because he wants to go back.
Yeah.
He knows the NFL's the NFL. He doesn't want to mess with it. He feels like college, he can still pull back to what he wants it to be.
He wants to coach again, I think, though.
Really?
Yeah, it's just I don't think that he will go back to college under the current format.
God, the amount of people who just go back home and have to live with their spouse for like 3 months and it causes them to jump back out of the house is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like you're gone. You don't have a real marriage. Like you're gone all year. And then in the off season it's like, well, I'm home, I'm bored. He's sitting on the couch, so she's offended by that. She's nagging at him, so he's offended by that.
Yeah.
You know what I could see Saban doing, no joke? Like, I could see him absolutely latching on somewhere and just going, I'm going to coach this big high school program for the next couple of years. Because it's just that to him, I bet he would look at it like, hey, if you were to do that in a state like Texas, it's essentially like recruiting. You've got that aspect of it. But the other part of it is I think he would view that as like, this is still somewhat pure. This is still where my message resonates and I can connect with kids at this level.
Part 2 of the Stephen Jones G-Bag interview that set off fireworks here in Oxnard, California. We'll play it for you during the commercial-free expressway, and we'll chop it up as well as the Hump Day edition continues with Stephen versus G-Bag Part 2 after this.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Oh, God. We got a lot of things happening here that we need to get to in the Expressway from Oxnard, California, here on Shan and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and it's brought to you by Wild Fork Foods with the Hot Seat, Rhino Shield, and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. We got spiders being killed. My mom about the tsunami. We just have chopping it up to get to as well. She goes, "Why did you include Dad on that thread?" I said, "Well, it's international news. Like, my dad was up and awake. Wouldn't you want to hear from me if I got wiped out for the final time? Wouldn't you want to know how I went in terms of a tsunami? I don't know how to act in these situations. I've never dealt with a tsunami warning." So I texted my parents and I texted my wife. My wife did not care. My dad did care. He's like, "Why don't you just get out of there?" RJ's kid is screaming for him to drive more inland, but apparently the threat is gone and subsided.
So are you saying you wouldn't, if we got a warning and we needed the hour to get out of there or whatever, like, are you saying you wouldn't have called him in that hour?
What do you mean the hour to
like,
get out?
Generally, they give you the tsunami warning. You've got you may have 90 minutes to get further.
Yeah.
inland.
Did you see the traffic in Hawaii?
Yeah.
They said it was taking 30 to 40 minutes to move one block.
And there's claims. I've not seen it yet.
And Oprah.
That's the
Killing
claim.
Oprah.
They're claiming that Oprah wouldn't open the road like to her house, which would help cut people through. But there's some people saying like that's not actual. Like that's not an actual thing.
Oprah controls the traffic.
It's the road that
it's a
leads up
road.
to her house. So it's like technically a private drive.
Yeah. Now I guess there's an exit.
You
on
get
the
a
other
traffic
side.
jam, and you get a traffic jam.
Yeah. So apparently there's like an exit on the other side of the house, so you could just cut through. I don't know if that's true or not, but that was one of the things that was thrown out there on social media.
But you would have during the evacuation time probably called your dad in the middle of the night and been like, wake up. I gotta tell you, we're heading for dry land or whatever else. That would have been the time to inform him of it. It's like when you know it's coming.
I probably would have called after we got to wherever we were trying to get to. But I just figured this was like taking over everywhere. Russia, Japan, California. Because we were getting messages from Tolos and friends while we were at dinner. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I assume everyone knew about it.
You didn't want to tell him about the snakes before he came visiting.
Right.
So I would think the tsunami would be even more like... Because you've said many times
the snakes.
You've said before he is a big time worrier.
Yeah, but the snakes, he would have pressured me to move out of the house immediately right after going in there. Yeah. This thing comes and goes, and it's. I mean, are we officially over it? Is it done?
Yes, it's done.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. So that's done and over with. Meanwhile, we have Bobby Belt attacking spiders here in the broadcast tent.
Yeah, there was a
huge loud pop that Ruben ran over here because it was Bobby slamming his shoe against the curtain.
So I see this spider climbing up. He went full Spidey, shot up there, a little web thing, was climbing up like spiders do. And I just got, I pointed it out to Bobby, and I got the phone out, and I was trying to see, what kind of spider it was. It even had the red dot underneath.
I really am surprised that you had your phone out the entire time. Bobby comes back, he goes, did you get that? I want to confirm it was killed. And RJ wasn't recording.
No.
What the hell were you doing?
I was just zooming in.
But
Why?
you had it on the video. You could have literally just put a... You could have pushed
the video
a button.
has a larger zoom in. You could zoom in better on the video.
But why didn't you hit record?
Just didn't occur to me. I wasn't thinking of record. I don't record a lot. I don't do a lot of pictures, video. I was just looking.
Let me see your phone. Let me look at your pics. Let me look at your pics.
That'd be dangerous.
Because you were talking about something last night that you do.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, so no, I didn't video. But I don't know if he got it or not.
Because now he's freaking out.
Yeah, he is. He feels like he got bugs crawling on his
freaking
skin.
out. I'm a little like...
Tell everyone what you said in the commercial break.
I keep feeling something on my legs ever since then. And I'm just like... Is this like a crow? It's got a memory, and it's like, I'm coming to you missed, and I'm coming to get you, and it's like crawling over the other side of the tent now to come get me. I keep going like, did I kill it? And it's like, because that was a big spider, dude.
Yeah, so Ruben, that loud smash you heard, that was Bobby with the shoe slapping the curtain.
That loud smash you hear is usually me.
877-881-1053. Franklin injury attorney text line. All right, let's finish up the Stephen Jones G-Bag Nation interview. Gavin Dawson was prepping. He had his agenda. He came out firing, and it started becoming viral back home in the Metroplex. Here's the conclusion of their sit-down yesterday.
Yeah, I guess there's so much information that's out there. Adam Schefter was reporting, this morning. He was talking about maybe Micah felt like a deal was close, and maybe you guys felt like a deal was close. I think that's what Adam Schefter said this morning. And then the progress stopped, and Micah's like, well, call me, right? And I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation, but I'm just saying 90% of what you just said is inaccurate.
All right, that's fair. It's Stephen Jones here with you in the G-Bag Nation. Thank you for answering those questions.
Yes.
That was fantastic.
Yes. So that's how that one closed up. That was
I thought it was going to be uglier based upon the descriptions and everything I heard. I agree with you, Choppy. I thought Stephen, it didn't sound like he wanted to strangle Gavin.
No.
It could have been.
It looked like it.
It looked like it.
Oh yeah, this is one of those. If you listen to it, this guy does this. If you watch it, it changes the.
It was certainly a more
temperature,
more tense than normal interview, no doubt about it.
It was arms folded. It was the mirrored sunglasses on, and a lot of times just looking straight ahead.
Yeah,
and then occasionally it just glance over.
So I wrote down all the things in that in Dawson's questioning, and Steven saying 90% of that is inaccurate, and I was trying to figure out what the 90% is. So if you go back over that answer, Dawson said...
That's not what I just said.
Adam Schefter reported you guys were close. I think that part of it is the 10% that's probably true. Micah is saying, hey, call me. Like, why aren't you guys getting a hold of my agent? Then Dawson went into less than market value, like he's assuming right now it would have to be a less than market value deal. And then the free marketing thing again. The theory that the Cowboys drag this stuff out so they can get all the publicity on ESPN that would cost millions and millions of dollars to pay for. So obviously Steven has said that part is BS. There's part of the 90%. What's also probably, in my opinion, part of the BS is them trying to get Micah to take a less than market value deal. I believe that Micah and his agent are asking for $45 million or above. I'm not reporting it. It's just a guess based upon what the Joneses keep saying in their interviews. So I don't think this is TJ Watt $41 million done and over with. I think this is 45, 47, 48, hell, maybe even 50. And then the part about, Micah is waiting for you guys to contact his agent, I'm suggesting that, I'm thinking that maybe Steven is saying that part is inaccurate as well. So that is how the firing line squad of questions finised.
It almost feels like...
I don't think I used that phrase correctly.
It's almost like what they're not saying, and I'm not saying they would claim this or anything else, because Micah very clearly said something to the contrary publicly. It's almost like the Cowboys are acting like it's been communicated to us he's waiting. Like they're almost talking of a state of like he doesn't want to do something right now.
Right.
And he's saying he is, but he's told us he's not signing anything.
Now,
right now.
why wouldn't he? They keep also saying the player could be asking for $5 million more, and they don't want to do a deal right now. They're waiting. We understood it with CeeDee Lamb waiting for Justin Jefferson. We understood it when TJ Watt is there to fall as a leaf. There's only Trey Hendrickson out there who just showed up to Cincinnati camp. He's not going to affect Micah Parsons' negotiation. So what would Micah theoretically be waiting on? Just to not
another reset
or not be at camp, not practice,
maybe
another reset of what? That's my point. There's no one to reset it.
No, like he wants the next reset.
They can live with $24 million more than they can live with a $35 million franchise tag number. So I'll play the season out. You can tag me, and then you're going to get me done because you don't want $35 million on your books. You want that number to be lower. And it could be an instance where he looks at it and goes, maybe Watt didn't go high enough above Garrett. And he goes, no, not enough. I'm going to get more money by waiting until next year and going off percentage of the cap going up. So the cap going up again next year, I'll wait for that. And I'm not saying that.
So Mike
is telling everybody publicly he wants to do something right now. So, I mean, we can only go off of that. But it almost feels like the Cowboys are insinuating you don't understand just because he keeps saying, they keep referencing, sometimes people don't want to get things done even though they say they do. And Steven said Michael has to want to get paid.
Yeah. Right.
And so they're almost talking as if Mike is telling them something completely different than what he's saying out there.
Or also saying, our number right now is 45. 47. It's $47 million, or we'll go ahead and take our $24 million guaranteed, and then we'll get even more after this season.
Which, again, the best agent in football is David Mulugeta. And David is a guy who you think of every big negotiation he's gotten in recent years, he always gets something nobody has ever gotten.
Yes.
He will get money that is way above the market value. He will get fully guaranteed contracts for guys. He'll do, it's the first safety in history that's gotten this. It's the first defensive end. So
there's always a wow factor to it.
So it's not just, it almost can't be enough to just reset the market. It's almost like, no, you're going to give me something you've given no one because he's special. You're going to give him something you've never given anybody else before because we don't even compare him to the market because that's not what he is. He's not the market. He's Micah. He's different. He's a game wrecker. You got to give him unique.
All right. They're not as shy, it seems like, in talking about Trayvon Diggs. Diggs was wearing the Uggs out here the other day. Were those Uggs, Chop?
I don't know if they were Uggs or not, but they were ugly.
And he's doing the one side short tuck up that you said the kids are doing.
Yeah, this is so it's like it's not where you roll it. You can roll the shorts around the waistband. This was at the bottom of the short where you just curl it in, tuck it up. You see a lot of basketball players do this. I don't know who started it. I give credit to Angel Reese. This was the first I noticed to do this. I'm sure it happened long before. But
looks better on a woman, in my opinion.
It does. It does. But, skies out, thighs out. That's what I always say.
Okay.
So that's what Trayvon was doing. But he was rocking the shorts with those Ugg-looking boots.
And yesterday, Stephen Jones was asked about Trayvon not showing up to Frisco to do his rehab.
I think every player is different, Brian. You know, I think obviously when we sit down and we talk about paying a player, giving him a big contract, this is discussed at length with the player and the agent. And so we do have expectations. And by the way, he's the only guy I know of that wasn't here doing their rehab because they feel like it's in their best interest.
Is it discussed or disgust?
What? You say D-I-S-G-U-S-T?
Yeah, which one is it? Because they sound disgusted with it.
Well, it's disgust, and then when it doesn't happen, they're disgusted.
Yeah.
How about that?
How about that?
And I found myself siding with Steven again in the Trayvon answer. And then I also understand the player saying, look, this may not be the best staff for me. I'm not the most comfortable. I have my own people, right? Luka did that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it didn't help him get in the shape that he's in right now. But I thought Broadus asked a great question saying, does Trayvon Diggs have a problem with this staff? We've heard that him and Britt Brown don't like each other. I mean, I'm just going to put names on it. There's no reason to dance around it. You've heard that him and members of the training staff don't like each other. That's fine. Britt has, and we've gotten along, in a friendly way with Britt, but Britt has a very rough edge that you can hear about. So I could see him not getting along with certain guys. Now, he's been a legendary longtime guy around here, but Trayvon may just want to chill in Miami and do it with his own people. The Cowboys are like, no, we're paying you $20 million. We need to see that you're doing it because you should be farther ahead of where you are right now.
That's what Steven said. He said he certainly paid a price for not being here, but we're paying a price too because we felt like he might be further along had he done his rehab here. He may differ with that, but had he done his rehab here, we feel strongly that he might be further along. That's in the best interest of the team and the organization that comes with getting a big contract, which he received.
And they're also attaching leadership to this. They're like, hey, we think that you're, I'll go back to my judging by the company you keep theory. I'd love to ask the Cowboys off the record. I wonder if Micah is being judged and punished based upon his bestie relationship with Trayvon. I really do wonder that because if they had a time machine, would go back and not do the Diggs deal. They may think that Trayvon changed after getting paid. We always worry about that in sports, right? You worry about that in life. How is someone going to have the same drive and hunger and work ethic after they get paid?
Albert Hainsworth.
You going to work the same after you win the lottery? Probably not. Yeah. And I wonder, because of their bestie relationship, if they are worried at all about Micah changing for the worse the way things happen with Diggs, if they believe that.
I think some of that's maybe at play, but I think it's at play in the context of, and this. Almost like, man, we had some growing pains with him earlier where we wondered if he was a total leader that needed to be, and there were all these things along the way, and we've had these clues. And he and Diggs are so tight, and Diggs gave us this.
Yeah.
Are we going to revert back to this? Is this the kind of thing that we're going to get? Is that the same sort of mindset?
That's it. Also, there's one thing. You want Micah to be a leader. They talk about Micah being a leader. But now you're going to punish him for being tight with somebody on his own side of the football?
Again, I don't think it's...
You know what I mean?
I support it more than you do. I understand the thinking more than you do. These two think that they're taking over for Tank Lawrence in a leadership way. And it's like, is their leadership... This is going to be a great storyline to follow moving forward. Is the leadership of Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons going to be better for the Dallas Cowboys than Tank Lawrence? I don't know if I'd worry about Trayvon in that role. You would judge your son if he was running around. I don't want to smear Trayvon too much, but you would be a little bit worried on the. You're worried about the influence of whoever's around your kids, right?
Yeah, you are. But
that's what this is to me. In my theory.
Yeah, but it's not, but I think what the issue is that they want Trayvon to be a leader, right?
Yes.
He might not be. It might not be who he is.
Yeah, so, like, the two guys you want to be your leaders are hanging out with each other. I can't punish you for that. I see what you mean.
Here, think about it in this context. Like, let's take an outrageous scenario. Let's say I had once had a problem, like, getting up for the show on time. Like, let's say that was an issue, okay?
No way.
Like I said, we just got to come up with
It's like Steven told Dawson, no way you would do that.
We got to come up with hypotheticals here. Let's say in this bizarre world, I had trouble getting up on time occasionally for the show. And then I corrected it. You guys are like, we've seen it corrected. But then let's say my, like, best friend in the world was somebody who is, like, their whole energy is team no sleep, let's go hang out at midnight.
Yeah.
Like, you would go like, all right, is he going to slip back into bad habits because he's doing that person, hanging out with that person is naturally going to be a perspective that might slip back into this stuff we didn't want.
Yeah.
And it's not even a thing of like, all right, fine, if he wants to be team no sleep, that's fine, whatever, do your thing. But like, I don't want it affecting this.
Yeah.
And like, I think that's kind of how they look at it.
Do you want to knock out Jaden Blue here?
Yeah, I mean, it's really quick. This was, Brian had asked him about some of those reports out there about Jaden Blue, about like, okay, is he lazy? Are they disappointed with him? Are they not liking his work ethic? And Stephen Jones gave an interesting answer on it.
A lot of these guys come from different cultures, different environments, and then they have to adapt to what our culture is going to be. Obviously, our culture's changed with Coach Schottenheimer.
Sure.
And so he has expectations, and these guys ultimately get a feel for what it takes to be a pro, what it takes to be a Cowboy, and what we expect. And we're not going to talk about those things, but I would say there's always a couple of players, 3 or 4 players that are just figuring it out in terms of what the expectations are about being a pro, and that comes with the territory.
That's yes.
That's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I was told about Jaden Blue.
Well,
I was told there's a family interference thing as well in this. That's the way it was put to me. Family interference, just in terms of some people in the circle getting a little bit too involved, wanting to know practice schedules and lifting schedules and what are you eating, and it's like, you're not privy to that. We're not going to update you on all those things. But Stephen did not crush that report. Or
we don't even know the lifting schedules around here. We keep finding that out every morning.
Would you like to publicly apologize to Stretch Smith now?
No.
After Stephen Jones gave some credence to what he said?
No, because like I said,
is that his name, Stretch Smith?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, because like I said, even if that was like something that like I had heard explicitly on the record, I would have immediately thought, oh, well, that was a lie because he said it. And so that's how I felt out. So no, reputations precede you.
I don't think this guy...
I don't agree with that.
I do 100%. You don't believe reputations matter? Look, DNM Leasing has a great reputation. We talk about it all the time.
I go by the NCAA.
DNMleasing.com.
The NCAA says there's no such thing as precedent. And I'm a college football fan, so I can't believe it.
877-881-1053, commercial free with the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
The key to increase productivity at work is a 4-day work week.
Oh, God.
It is chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. This study has been conducted over workers from the United States of America, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and Ireland. The pilot program was implemented by a 4-day global work week. 3,000 employees switching from a 5-day to a 4-day. So 32 hours instead of 40, right? So it's not like they're working extra hours during the day. No adjustments in pay, no adjustments in benefits. They were compared to similar workers at similar jobs in a standard 40-hour, 5-day work week, okay? So, same job. This group did 32 hours. This group did 40. This group did 4 days. This group did 5. There were Sean Sharif, Bobby Roberto Bell. No decrease in productivity. No decrease in financial productivity from the company. And they did it in less time. They were more happy. They were more well-adjusted. And they had more, they were better in that 32 hours. It is happening.
This is why we got to go straight to the source. News media, they have a tendency to twist things and change things up. I read this study, Chop. I read this study a couple weeks back.
Okay.
So I've had it in there. they didn't actually address productivity. And that's the problem, is that basically all they addressed was they did address like things on the periphery of it. Like they're like, the employees were happier. They felt better about their employer. They were more satisfied with their job. They had better mental health. It's like, yeah, if you tell me I'm working 8 hours less and nothing's happening to my money and I just get to have more free time, I'm going to be thrilled. That's not the question. The question is like, does me being thrilled actually equal to this is better productivity?
It literally says they were able to maintain or increase productivity.
Who said that?
It's in the article. The researchers explained that the companies were able to maintain or increase productivity despite working 1 day less by decreasing or cutting activities with questionable value.
Right.
That's what they're saying.
That's what the article says. I'm telling you, I read the source study. And the source study doesn't, like, all they say is that
you just
they were able to maintain or improve morale. That's what they were.
You know what you need to do rather than bring this up 50,000 times a year on this show? You need to figure out the next level to take this to. Or in our big corporate company meeting, the next time, you need to stand up and give a presentation to Bob McKay, the new GM. You need to introduce this to the company and try to sell it.
Would you
do something? Do something next level.
Know what?
Get to some legislation.
I might have to do that.
You know what I mean?
Would you take? Because I don't know that you'd like this. I know Sean wouldn't. Would you take the, all right, no 4-day work week, but you get a Zoom show once a week where you stay home?
Do I get to stay home too?
No.
Oh, well. I don't care.
No, because the work for me isn't
is the night before.
It's the prep. It's not the show. It's not waking up. It's not the show. It's the day.
Yeah.
It's the day
We for 15 years, again, we're in the playground of life or whatever they call sports radio, right? We're in a dream job. But I view as for 15 years I've had a day and a half weekends.
Yes. Yeah,
I get Friday afternoon, night, Saturday, and then Sunday is back to work.
Yeah, I mean, and Sunday you can manipulate it how you want with the timing.
Yeah,
you start early and then hang out late, or start late and then hang out early. But yeah, that's about what it is. It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's see. I am thrown by this one. There are reports that Liam Neeson, you know who Liam Neeson is?
Liam Neeson's niece, son,
is dating Pam Anderson.
It's not reports; they confirmed it. They're talking about being in love with each other out loud.
The 18-year-old me cannot comprehend this. Cannot at all.
Man, I know Pam is trying to do this no makeup movement, but damn.
That documentary. you watched the documentary, didn't you?
What? I'm sorry, bro. And then she's got this weird haircut to go along with it, and I'm sitting here on the fan cam, looking like I'm rubbing myself up here with this water bottle. I spilled coffee on this gray sweatshirt, and I'm terrified I'm going to mess it up and ruin it. So I'm about to have like a big nipple stain.
I think I got a Tide pen for you.
But man, Pam Anderson looks like a different human being.
I think you did.
And they're doing this because of the
Naked Gun reboot.
Yeah, I did watch the Pam documentary.
I was like everybody else.
Are you laughing at me, Ruben?
As a young fella, I was like, she was the picture of
number one seed, Mount Rushmore.
She was the picture of like, that is what adult relations are right there. That woman right there. She is the. You uphold her for that.
Yeah.
I watched that documentary.
Yeah.
And heard her talk about everything in her life and everything like that. And I was like, I feel bad for her. I would not want to be around her.
No.
No. It seems like a very.
She seems like your L.A. what L.A. and Hollywood can do to a person. She seems sweet.
Yeah, she seems
I think
very
she has
sweet.
good intentions.
She seems very sweet, and she seems very easily manipulated by people who are nice and
Yes.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, I think I would feel awful just being around her.
Yeah,
and it would just be too easy for her to I don't know. It's just I would feel terrible.
First Playboy I ever bought. Pam Anderson, Jenny McCarthy, double issue, September 1997.
Where was the original? So she was the beer ad girl. They saw her on a
Canadian.
You look at that picture of her when she was for the Blue Zone. My gosh, it's like she was She was cute when she was younger.
She was
that's
everything.
She basically got the
She's Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
the Jen Sturger start or whatever. That's how like how Jen got seen on a big screen and then like FHM and everywhere else put her on.
Brett
Like, that
Musburger.
was her thing.
And this is for Naked Gun promotion,
Yeah,
right?
the Naked Gun promotion
Yeah.
for the reboot.
Yeah.
Just chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. I got to call out my generation.
Gen Z?
No, Gen X. Gen Z renames things. They rename vacations micro retirements. Okay, we don't do that in Gen X. Well, Gen X is renaming menopause cougar puberty. They're renamed. We don't need to do this. We don't need to come up with a nickname.
Cougar puberty?
Cougar puberty. We don't need to rename menopause to cougar puberty.
But if you were going to rename it, what would you rename it?
I don't know. Menopause to me has been, I don't really, it's a confusing word in term to me as a guy.
I don't even know when it happens.
Yeah.
When's it happen?
They're even blaming us for that. Change.
So, cougar puberty, but I don't know if I really understand what that means either.
What about cougarty?
Cougarty. Man, I like it. I like cougarty. That's good. I just don't need to rename it though. You know, like your body's changing. You're getting, you have moody. Your hormones changing.
I will say this, man, ladies, y'all. I feel bad for you. All got the short end of the God stick. You really did, because
I mean, it could
the maintenance and the body changes and transformation, man. It is so much work to be a female. It really is. Like the makeup and the shaving and just and the body going through all this, and then you're the ones who have to get pregnant. Oh my God, I feel for you. I think we got lucky being dudes.
Oh yeah, we definitely won. We could obviously.
I mean, we're not beautiful creatures, but
no, their body is much more beautiful. Or like Elaine said in Seinfeld, our body's like a Jeep.
Yep.
It's for getting around.
Yep.
Right. Their body's a work of art, but yeah, they got to do a lot more to maintain it. And we age so well, men. We age so well.
That's not what you said last
that apple.
That's not what you said last night when you saw your beard.
Well, my beard's getting gray, but girls like the gray. Sarah loves the gray in the beard.
Kristen likes the gray coming in. I was like
sophisticated.
Okay.
Sophisticated, right? Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. How would you react if this was your sibling? So a 19-year-old sibling has been not even uninvited, not invited, period, to her sister's wedding because it is a, quote, child-free wedding.
This is amazing.
And she is 19. She is 19.
Okay, so we're going with anything under 21 as a child?
That's what they're saying.
Wow.
Because she's not over 21.
Wow.
And, so the sister said, I'm 19. Hello, why am I not going? I'm an adult. And the older sister said, well, you're not 21. You're under 21. But she said, it's a dry wedding. Why does that matter?
Wow. What are we considering? I thought adulthood was less than 21.
Like 18?
18.
I thought it was 13. In a lot of cultures.
Bobby Epstein over here.
It is. No, that's I'm talking about. I'm talking about they bring you into manhood in most cultures at 13.
So to me, all these child rules are super.
You guys go the wrong direction with your
sorry.
thoughts.
Yeah.
You guys
sorry.
are awful.
Sorry.
To me, all these child rules are superseded by family. If it's your sister, if you have a wedding and your sister's 6 years old, your 6-year-old sister still goes to the wedding.
Yeah, there's
your sister.
There's bigger issues there between those
Right.
two. And then that's somebody who, if I'm that 19-year-old, I'm going, I'm never talking to you again.
Exactly.
She
I
said,
agree.
I still expect a gift.
No.
And the 19-year-old's like, not happening.
Now I'm starting to think this is fake.
Well, I mean, the only thing that would lead me to believe
Where's
it was
this?
fake,
What state? And who's reporting this?
This was on Reddit.
A great state of confusion.
This is originally posted on Reddit, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, she posted screenshots of the texts.
And I still want the gift.
I've never doctored text to try and show people proof of something.
Well, if you're going to doctor it, I don't think you're going to use green bubbles. Because nobody wants to be associated
Right,
with
exactly. So, like, you're being a little self-deprecating. You're like, look, I'm talking to an Android user. Like, that would be...
okay.
Man,
fair.
being real strict with the adult age line cutoff.
Yeah.
Nope, not going. And I'm probably not even going as the parents. either. If you're going to deny my child going at the age of 19.
Absolutely.
877, but I want to know the state. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. We are commercial free with the Expressway on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, and Choppy is worried that they're going to screw up this trade deadline because of you know what. We'll talk about it next with some Choppy Diamond Calves on 105.3 The Fan.
But first...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch. He swings and lines this one into right field. Not abysmal there. 1 run scores. Campero rounds third. He scores. 2-run single. Yohan Moncada. Ray Montgomery pressing the right button. The Angels lead 6-4.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about trying to shoehorn in a new player with about $1.5 million for the rest of the season? That's the task asked of Chris Young, it appears.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yes, it does. This was Evan Grant had a column on the Dallas Morning News on this about, Chris Young.
Ooh, that's
there we go.
2 this morning.
Yeah, I'm turning my microphone off because of the commercial reads, and I'm coming back and not putting it back on. I need to move my computer. I'm also trying to go with the feet up today in the chair.
Oh, baby.
So it's kind of throwing me off, but those are all excuses. Be better.
Wait, hold on. You're going your foot tucked up under the chair?
No, both
okay.
feet up. I'm not Nick Wright.
I was going to say, you went after that a couple weeks ago.
No. Rangers lose to the Angels again, 8-5. They're 5 back in the West. They've lost 2 in a row. They're still 7-3 in their last 10. And most importantly, they're 1 game back in the wild card. You got the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Mariners, Rangers, Tampa, 2 behind us.
So they've shaved off about 7 games of this lead that Houston has had in the division.
Awesome.
It's tremendous. And we are approaching the trade deadline, a little bit more than 24 hours to go. Of that trade deadline. But the problem that Chris Young is going to be is how aggressive can he be? Not will he be, can he be? They are bumping up very close to the competitive balance threshold. It's called the CBT, Bobby. You sick people out there.
Is that like a baseball apron?
It's like diet weed, basically.
Yes, it's the baseball apron, right? It's basically their apron. It's the competitive balance tax threshold. It's also a moving target because there's a lot of makeable performance bonuses out there for Malley and Milner and Corbin and Webb, Chris Martin that they could still earn. It's like we're talking about $1.5 million, $2 million, right? So the Rangers are about $235 to $238 million. So they've got anywhere from $3 to $6 million to work with, but they, with those performance bonuses, they don't really know. So they're saying that he has to really thread the needle here. Maybe even $2 million if he's given that green light to go for it. So in the past, they've subtracted money to do this. So last year...
And a lot of that talk was kind of about Adolis right now.
Right. So last year, they got rid of Michael Lorenzen, but they added Chafin. So they added and subtracted at the same time.
Gold Bond will fix that.
So if the team goes over it next year, if they were able to reset the tax penalties, it has a lower penalty on it. So that's part of the reason. And to me, if you want to, this is garbage. If that's the case, this is garbage. You want to reset it in the off season, and you want to be cheap in the off season. I have far less of a problem with that than you being 70% of the way through the season, recognizing that you could steal a championship, and then you decide to go cheap. You want to go cheap in the off season? You know what? Have a reset year. But we're here. We're here now.
Yeah.
It's like getting to getting to your trip and then not going to the sporting event because it's too much. Well, you're already here. You're here once. What are we doing? It's like going to the Roman Coliseum. So go to Italy and not go to the Roman Coliseum. It's like you're here. Let's go. And that's how I look at it. If you want to be cheap in the off season and reset everything, just go ahead and do that and reset. But man, you have got a golden opportunity to steal a title. Because let's be fair, Bruce Bochy's entire career has been based off of stealing championships. They never had the best team in the league with the Giants. Ever. He rode Mad Bum.
So
right?
Are they, and I'm just reading over how all this works right now. So how many years in a row have they gotten over the threshold before?
So I think it's 2.
So they're 2. Okay, so this is the 3rd year, and this would put them how far over?
Barely. I mean, they're trying to stay under it.
So yeah, because if they go a 3rd year over, it jumps. That's a big jump. That's a lot of money
for the penalty.
For the penalty.
So it's the first year. If you are between 0 and 20 million over, first-time offender pays 20% tax on that. The 2nd year offender in a row, 30% tax. The 3rd year, it's a 50% tax.
Wow.
So if you're requiring somebody, if you go add somebody, it's like, well, this now puts us 8 million over. It's 12 million you're paying for that player.
And they're 6 in payroll. Now, they're like 19. They're basically $20 million behind Toronto, who is 5th in payroll, but they got a $220 million payroll, according to USA Today.
And if they get to the point where they are 40 million over, if they like make a big deal to go get a big deal like that, the tax rate, it goes up in brackets. They end up paying 95% tax on anything they spend over $40 million. So you're talking about, it's basically
dollar
one for one.
Yeah, the Dodgers are in that situation, right? Yankees have always been in.
I gotta say, and I'm being team sellout today to management and front office. Like I get that. I understand that if you want to stay beneath a 50% penalty.
But if it's just that one I get. But like if you're talking about you go $4 million over to add a thing, like to me I would just be like, just pay $6 million then. Like that feels a little cheap in baseball terms.
Yeah, like and again, if you want to reset in the off season, when you're this far into it, it just seems like you're letting an opportunity completely go to waste, and that's something that I would have a problem with. It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. The Astros could be going for it. They could be going for it. There's talk about Dylan Cease for Houston, and Houston definitely leaning into the run prevention. But there's one trade that Buster Olney and ESPN say that the Rangers need to make, and that is to trade for Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano, who are with Baltimore. Make that. They are last in the major leagues. First base and designated hitter. They are last in the majors in OPS.
The Rangers?
The Rangers are. They're last. What did I say? Last in the Rangers?
I don't know. Your English this whole segment has been questionable.
Oh, no. That's terrible. I don't want to say that. So it's at DH. They are last in the majors in OPS. First base has also been a problem area for them. They rank in the bottom third in the American League in runs per game as a whole, but have not done, obviously, that since June 6th or 7th, where they have been tops in baseball. O'Hearn can play first or DH. Laureano can DH. He can start in the outfield, they say, especially against lefties. So David Schoenfield says that is one guy that they could go out and get. Buster talking about getting Ryan O'Hearn and Laureano.
Yeah, Laureano's been a plus in the defensive wins above replacement category. And, I mean, he's been good at the plate this year. And it's not like he's playing above where he's typically been at the plate over the last few years, but it's not like he's had a few years of like 800 plus OPS. This year it's 866. It's a career high. But I mean, you're talking about a guy who has played at a high level here at first, in the outfield this year.
All right, John Morosi stunned me the other week when he came on here and he's like, offense is fine. Marcus Semien is back. This team needs bullpen. And he proved to be kind of right. Give me your 1, 2, 3 in trade preference if the Rangers went buying. 1, 2, 3. You can simplify it and say bullpen, bat, or you can get even more specific with first base, DH, closer, middle relief. Give it to me today, because tomorrow, obviously, the deadline.
I need bullpen. I'm going to lean in a run prevention.
Bullpen 1 over a.
I'm going to lean in a run prevention. Well, 2 would be DH.
Okay.
You cannot have. I mean, who's your DH? Jock Peterson?
No.
I mean, he's not even hitting. He's not even hitting my 12-year-old's weight. All right, let alone his own.
Yeah, he's hitting like he's got some over-unders or something like that. That's the way he's hitting. It's bat, number 1. Bat's still number 1. Go get me a bat, and then number 2 would be like bat at all costs. It's like I don't care if you've got a good bat and a good reliever, and the good bat is going to cost you a lot more. Go get the good bat, then it's the good reliever, and then...
Have you changed your mind about buying? You had to now.
No, like they're better. They're clearly in a better position than they were a little bit ago. It's not like a thing where you feel like you have to sell. I wouldn't be mad if they sold, but it's like previously I would have been mad if they didn't sell. I would be mad. I wouldn't be mad if they didn't sell. It's just like if you had an opportunity and it wasn't, you weren't going to be able to add anything else, and you didn't feel like the prospects were as good for your future, then I'd have a problem with it. But bat would be one, reliever would be two, and then third would be whichever is the best deal between another bat and another reliever.
It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. There was a trade made yesterday, and this is something that only can happen in Major League Baseball. The Orioles traded Seranthony Dominguez to the Blue Jays.
Oh, he's knighted.
Okay, yeah.
Sir?
Serantohy. Okay. Seranthony. So he pitched, it was a doubleheader they played yesterday. He pitched game one for Baltimore. Got traded between the games and pitched against Baltimore in game two.
That is amazing.
Isn't that crazy?
He pitched against them in game two?
He pitched against them. He was a member of the team of Baltimore in game one. And then in game two, he comes out
That's
there.
awesome.
Isn't it great?
Yes.
That's very, very cool. You can only see this in MLB.
By the way, we didn't talk at all about Ryan Sandberg yesterday.
Well, I didn't feel that I wanted to trample.
Oh, you were going to say some negative things?
Look, man, I mean,
I was surprised when I got home from dinner and the news broke that it just took over the coverage on ESPN. I mean, big name, but I was surprised at the amount of coverage.
Look, he was one of those 80s and 90s players that everybody liked. Everybody loved. I don't believe he's a Hall of Famer. He's a 285 career hitter. His OPS plus is under 100, which means he's completely below league average. His OPS as a whole is under 800. That's not Hall of Fame. That's not Hall of Fame. He's got Jeff Kent's second base Hall of Fame spot. He's not a Hall of Famer. I mean, you can't have him in there and not have Don Mattingly in there, who's a better player, and not have Keith Hernandez in there, who's a better player. I know they play different positions. But I never thought he was a Hall of Famer. I don't know why. I thought he was in there because everybody loved the loser Cubs.
Yeah.
I mean, they did put Jeter in there, and that makes it really hard for you to then hold any baseline of leaving other guys like that out.
Well, I don't know, man. He's got like the 6th most hits ever, so that's a problem.
Yeah, I know, because he played 26 years.
Well, I mean, I'm
you and
sorry,
your
so
Art
he's
Monk and
healthy.
pinstripes. Your Art Monk and pinstripes.
Is he
Look, Sean's got Art Monk from his childhood. You got Jeter.
Is he an over 300 career hitter?
Just own it.
Is he an over 300 career hitter? So
Derek Jeter on the football field is the version of 4 catches for 45 yards. That's what Derek Jeter is.
I would disagree with that.
I imagine you would.
Hold your composure, Chop. You're doing well. You're doing well.
I would disagree with that. But I already picked a fight with Will Chambers on social media today about this.
About Sandberg?
About Sandberg. I waited a day. I figured I would like.
So this is on Twitter?
I was on Facebook. I don't usually post on Facebook, but I didn't post. I just replied to one of his comments.
Okay.
About Rhino.
I didn't think Will's people use Facebook anymore.
Where they moved over to. I see what you're doing. Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. Hey, real quick, on a final bow on the Marco Rocco story. Marco Rocco was the little leaguer.
Oh yeah.
He was allowed to play in this game, and in the Little League World Series state championship game, he did hit a home run. And in the game, now tell me if this is lame or cold. He hits a no doubter, and instead of doing, remember he was suspended for doing a bat flip. He did not bat flip. He laid the bat down in the batter's box.
I like it.
Is that lame or is that cold?
It's lame. Like, I mean, do it. But like, I mean, he's like, everybody's waiting to see what's celebration. Like, that's way too much cockiness for a 12-year-old or whatever it is. No, hell no. That's stupid.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers here with Shan RJ and Roberto. Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. We have Tyler Booker, brand new offensive lineman, coming up at 9:20 this morning. Nick Eatman, top of the hour, DallasCowboys.com. But it is a Wednesday wheel spin.
Okay. So that is stopping on I don't know. I've never done this segment. What are you sick of?
Yes!
Oh, hey,
that's one of my all-time favorites. Your chance to vent, your chance to get your bitterness off of your cell phone, off of your chest. Just what are you sick of? It can be anything in life. 877-881-1053. Text it. It can be us. We'll do What Are You Sick Of with Shan and RJ after.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And I'm so sick of people saying that love is just all a woman is fit for. I'm so sick of it.
All right, this is one of my favorite segments from back in the day. Just a way for people to unleash the bitterness and get your frustrations out on the radio. It's a good song. Bobby's getting it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Live.
This is some G-Funk right here. I like this.
Live from Oxnard, California. It is Cowboys training camp. Also on your home of the Rangers, brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding. Did you see how I had Bobby driving me around yesterday in my confessional?
I did not see your confessional, no.
He wouldn't get out of the back seat after you dropped us off. I was like, sit in the front seat. He's like, no.
That's weird. That's very broad. That's a broadest move.
No, he wanted to like sun me. He was like, au pair, go, or whatever. I don't know what he was calling me, but he basically just wanted. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
He wanted me to drive him around and be his little chauffeur. I almost thought he was going to do it on the way back. I thought he was going to get in the back seat.
No, drove me to breakfast with me sitting in the back. Like I had my own Uber Lyft.
And I'll tell you what I'm not sick of is Ruben's restaurant recommendations, because you had gone to Blackberry yesterday. That Blackberry Diner was good.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest country fried steak fan. My wife is, and I'm just like, something's telling me to get this country fried steak. I need a little Texas in my life. I can't get a brisket sando out here. I'm not going to go get the tri-tip sandwich. And I ordered this country fried steak, and it was a phenomenal breakfast. But then he said he has found an even better spot, which we may or may not go to today. So Ruben hitting the home runs in terms of the food recommendations. This is what are you sick of? Text it to us. I want to know your life issues at 877-881-1053. It can be sports, it can be life, whatever you want at the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line.
And we got plenty on the fan text to start out. 817, I'm sick of the Kardashians.
Are they still a thing, though?
I think they kind of are. 254, I'm sick of the Fire Nico S. Luka's gone, the flag was captured, and Nico's still here. These will be the same people who would be at the Mavs championship parade in 2026 if they win it all and still scream Fire Nico. And that is
Fortune favors the bold.
They just left their initials. It says it's from NH in Dallas. I don't know if that's a coincidence.
That's a great text. Just as we're getting like new arena news as a possibility.
Yeah, Rick Welts has said that they have. There was a little bit of a misreport yesterday. Bloomberg had talked to Rick Welts and was trying to ask him about future development for the Mavericks and things like that. And I guess the way he phrased it sounded to Bloomberg like he was saying they are down to 2 locations that they're considering. And it was significant because Rick Welts said they were both within the city limits of Dallas. And he had said, he came back, Dallas Morning News followed up and were like, is that totally accurate? And he's like, no. That I was saying basically like those are 2 proposals that with it, the city of Dallas have been suggested as sites. He's like, we are not down to 2. But he did say by the end of this year, early next year, they will have picked a site for their next arena.
Okay. I mean, obviously, the Irving 114-183 split where Texas Stadium is not within the Dallas city limits, although maybe Rick Welts doesn't know what's actually within the city limits of Dallas.
Yeah, that would,
transient.
That may have been Dallas County limits is what he was thinking.
Yes,
I've got a thing that I'm sick of. And it's people...
Oh, my God. Spittle said there's a Black Bear Diner right by my house in Mesquite.
Oh, they're in Dallas? I didn't even know that.
What?
I knew they were a chain.
Really? It's the same thing?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Well done, Spittle. I didn't... Oh, that's...
Spittle coming in clutch.
That might be my new breakfast spot.
214, Jerry Jones here. Bobby, I'm sick of you. Can't blame you, Mr. Jones. I would say that the thing I'm sick of is just people who don't know how to do very basic things that I would think everybody already has a handle on, like how to get a toll ticket out at the airport. We were flying out the other day, and this dude, it got me really mad to begin with because he cut us off. As you know how you're approaching those lanes and you're getting up there. We have a toll tag. For some reason, it does not read it when we pull up. To
Same with me.
So we always have to go to the ticket line. So we went to the ticket line. We're going over there. We're 15 feet from where that barricade starts, and this truck goes and just weaves in front of us. And Kristen was driving, and she was furious about it. But then as we're sitting there, he gets up there to the front of that. We're already mad at him. No joke. over 3 minutes sitting there because this guy thought the please take ticket words on the screen was a touch button, and he could not figure out to hit the round button that has the ticket on it on the actual box.
The one that's lighting up?
I was about to and I was like, I'm getting out of the car. And she's like, do not. She's like, don't get out of the car. I was like, I'm telling him he needs to do that. And she's like, you're already mad at him. Don't
Are you
get out of the
getting
car.
louder? It's like
because the sun's coming up.
Oh my
it's the
God.
day. It's coming with me.
It's the day.
You were complaining about me. You were sick of me being loud this morning.
Yeah,
He's
I
like a rooster.
I was sick of your pill must have kicked in the car. I was like, how are you so wired when we got the least amount of sleep last night, 5 hours because of Tsunami Watch, and you were just rolling in the car, and I'm like, shut the hell up. And then when the show started,
I got the most sleep I gotten.
And then the show started, you were like calm and cool and chill and regular, and now it's ratcheting.
Well, this
back
is making
up.
me angry again, thinking about this moron.
That's justified.
Because he hits the ticket finally. Kristen yelled out the window. She's like, you have to hit the button. And so when she yelled that, he hits it, and then he gets through. And as he gets through, I you know how you can see them looking in their little side mirror at you, and he's sitting there, he's like, silly me. And I was like, I want to just run into the back of this guy's car right now. He's driving soda. So I'm sick of that. I'm sick of people who don't know how to do very basic and then when we're at the airport, I'm sick of inconsistencies from airport to airport about what you need to take off or put in a case at TSA.
Okay, like what? It's only really shoes and computer.
The Smith protectors or whatever they're called. Those are the scanners at the airport. The big giant ones that say Smith on them, those ones you do not have to take your laptop out of. But at DFW, they have at the same TSA line, this scanner over here, this scanner over here, that one can't handle the laptop, this one can, and they get annoyed with you if you do not understand. You start taking the laptop, you don't need to take it out. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You go to the other one, you're not taking it out. They go, you need to take that out.
Right.
That's been a rule for years, sir.
Yeah.
And, So,
and now I
some
can keep my
consistency,
hat
please.
on? Since when?
They got on me for that. No, they got on me for that too. They were like,
I've never taken the hat off.
No, you never take a hat off, but
That's right.
But that was just some consistency, please. And if wherever there's somebody wrong, just say, oh no, that's this. That changes occur. But I'll tell you what's not changed is that button that you press at the damn ticket gate.
Choppy, what are you sick of?
I'm sick of a few things. I'm sick of people who are on a group chat with you, and then all of a sudden just take time off from the group chat without letting anybody know. They just stop answering, stop responding. They're just kind of gone.
What would you like them to tell you, and what are you qualifying as a break?
Reading and not responding.
You have to respond.
I think.
Would you think that I'm taking? You would never say I'm taking a break from ours, right? Because I probably respond the least.
No, because you're at least responding every day.
Yeah.
This is a week or two in a row where there's been radio silence.
Yeah.
And it's just you know what? I mean, that's not.
What would you like them to text?
Anything.
But to announce the break, what do you say?
Oh, hey, taking a break from my phone for a while.
Okay.
Taking a break from the group chat. But then if you're going to take away a break from this group chat, you got to take a break from all of them.
You know what you should do? You should kick them off. That's what I would do.
Oh,
kick them out of the group chat.
No, because they're
make them have FOMO.
Yeah, that's true. They're part of the family. You don't get to me. You don't get to read what's going on.
Yeah,
and not contribute.
Yeah.
To what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they going through something? You have no idea.
I don't know. We would love to know.
Have you texted and said, "Where are you? Why aren't you responding?" Or is this
no.
just passive aggressive?
I have not asked.
Ask.
It's not my place to ask. It's not my place to ask.
But you're putting them on blast on the radio.
That's fair, but they may not be listening.
Okay.
And I got I got another one.
Yeah.
All right. I'm doing this on behalf of my friend. If you agree to keep someone's dog while they go on vacation, and you're I don't know, one of their parents, own up to that and honor that, and don't make them have to rebook a flight from a different city and cost them $600 on top of now boarding a dog that's going to cost them $1,300. So now they're out almost $2,000 because you backed out from keeping their dog. Don't do that.
Backed out?
Yeah. They're supposed to keep the dog. Now they backed out from keeping the dog. And now my buddy's out money. He's had to rebook flights.
And why are they backing out?
I don't know. He didn't go into details on it. But they backed out. I got a problem with that. Honor your contracts.
That sucks.
Honor your contracts.
Yes.
Something talking like Jerry Jones. You had a contract, honor the contract.
What are you sick of? The random Wednesday wheel spin hump day edition on Shan and RJ.
I'm sick of the 901's brand new unlimited data plan that they clearly got with all the texts they just sent in. He says, "Sure, you're not reading any of these texts. I imagine they're similar to mine with my honest non-homer text." So I'll read yours 901. Honestly, it was that you were sending like essays and it broke up into a million texts that I couldn't read clearly. But he said, "I'm sick of the Cowboys always overpaying and making these guys the highest paid when they never are the best at their respective positions. It's a complete joke and a detriment to the team. It's no surprise why they can't field the winner. They can't afford any talent other than their own already overpaid guys." And that is a take that everybody said on the station before, so I think everybody's sick of it, and nobody was worried about censoring you, 901.
Pepe, what are you sick of?
All right, well, I'm going to say it. I'm sick of AI. I really am. I'm tired of the fact-checking everything. Everything I see, I have to go and fact-check. I have to get 17 different sources to make sure it's right. I know it's the future, and it's cool to use and everything, but it really is screwing up society, guys. It's painful to see and everything, and it's like I can't believe everything I see because I have to think in my head, okay, is this real or not? I have no idea. So I'm sick and tired of AI.
Hulk Hogan's family had to be like, there's a lot of AI stuff out there. It's not coming from us. Like, try to respect our privacy. And, after the Hulkster passing away. Carter, hold that hat up on the fan cam. Look at that sweet hat.
Oh, it's such a great hat.
Glizzy Texas Ranger hat. I just noticed this. I did not know this was out there.
Sick.
That's badass.
That's sick.
I am sick of the radio battle in ride shares. I can't remember the last time I've been in an Uber or a Lyft and the person has asked what we wanted to listen to. I have been listening to Sunday Service. I have been listening to Indian music. I have been listening to Dead Silence. The random things
that sounds awful.
That I've been subjected to. Yeah, Indian music. I had to grow up with it with my dad. It sucks. I'm convinced it gave me physical leg cramps listening to this.
Cramps.
Yeah, leg cramps. I just remember blaring this Indian music for parties at the house, and it was awful. And no one asks. No one asks, like, what do you want to listen to? And they have instituted this fear and this intimidation that I'm afraid to be like, can you put it on this? Can you this? Can you that? There's no more radio compromise in the ride shares. Do you believe that the driver should have total full control of the radio and what's on? Or is that my call?
I feel like that. I always feel like that's the driver's call.
What about the AC and heat?
The AC is my call.
Okay. You think the radio... Okay, so the radio is the driver's call according to you.
It's their vibe. Like, it's probably no just go like, I'm jumping from this to this. It just... If you want to offer back the aux cord back in the day, like when they would do that, fine. But like I remember we were driving to New Orleans, and you're trying to be subtle, thinking like, "This is a good song. Oh, I can barely hear it," and then like you keep going there, like, "Choppy, you turn that up front." You're like, and then he's like, "I'm not touching the man's radio." You can like turn it up.
Yeah,
yeah. Touching a man's radio is like a grill.
Yeah,
you keep your hands off.
What do you think?
It's a tough one. I don't.
You don't take them.
I don't take them very often. I drive everywhere. I don't take them that often. My thing is, all I care about, I'd never cared about the radio in a car, like in somebody else's car. All I care about is the temperature. The amount of people that ride around with not with nothing on,
and some people
still stagnant air blows me away.
And so many people don't even have air conditioning in the car.
Or
the air conditioning doesn't work, and the radios don't work.
Yeah.
These are in ride shares, too. That's what I'm sick of. So there it is, the return of what are you sick of here on The Fan.
And a couple other quick ones real quick. 817, I'm tired of the legal system allowing my daughter's trash ex to stalk and torture her every day because there's a process they have to follow.
Whoa.
This is why dads go off the rail. A bunch of people say they're also sick of the 901. And then, let's see here, what else? I'm sick of the Cowboys 2-4. So plenty of Cowboys that people are sick of.
What makes C.D. Lamb so difficult to defend? That's next in Below the Belt right here on Shan and RJ.
is that your name? No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Is there a legitimate case to be made that CeeDee Lamb is the most valuable receiver in the National Football League?
I'll bite.
Well, that seems to be the argument that The Athletic has put forward, or at least is suggesting is plausible. Okay. We're going to talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by DNM Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Before we do that, we had a text come in during last segment, what are you sick of, which blew up the fan text. A lot of folks texted in, seemed to enjoy that. 214, guys, what's your honest take on the Cowboys this year? You're seeing them practice. You know what's good and what's not. You've been out there. Playoff team, a real shot on the NFC Championship game. Your first few days out here, and we've obviously seen the one practice, but we've heard kind of what came out of the first one or the first week. We've gotten the vibe from some of the players that we've talked to, seen some of the stuff out here. So your impression on the Cowboys as we stand here on day 3 in Oxnard.
I'm not basing my answer based upon anything out here. I could see the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game.
Ooh.
I think we have forgotten the improvements, the excitement, and the optimism of the offseason, especially compared to an all-time bad one for this organization over the last 15 years. Last offseason, maybe it's the Schottenheimer Kool-Aid. Maybe I'm getting a little bit way too optimistic, but the Lions appear to have some questions. What's going to happen with the coaching? Is Green Bay ready to take that step? There's no one that terrifies you in the South. And people think San Francisco has gone backwards. Matt Stafford's got a back issue. Well, the NFC right now sitting here today is Jaden Daniels in Washington going to repeat the magic of last year. Why not Dallas? So, yes, I could see them right now today in the NFC Championship game as a possibility.
Yeah, it's not like I don't the NFC is pretty loaded. With
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, to me, it's far more competitive than the AFC. The AFC's got teams at the top.
Is competition loaded though? Competition could just mean it's everybody's kind of middle of the pack.
Well, maybe.
Give me the top 5 in each conference.
Oh, again, at the top, yes, the AFC at the top. The NFC has got I think it's deeper. Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota. I think
Minnesota. We don't have no idea what Minnesota is. They have a rookie quarterback.
They just won 14 games with Sam Darnold. I mean, to me, that's loaded. They're
okay.
You know what I mean?
I mean, to me, they're humongous. Any team with a rookie quarterback is a tremendous question mark.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a question mark.
Yeah,
but I think there's no Minnesota in the AFC to me. Who's the Minnesota of the AFC?
What do you mean? Who's the Minnesota?
A team that is. I mean, really, really good with, obviously, there's a question, yes, but they seem to just plug and play a quarterback.
I think Minnesota is just Kevin O'Connell's awesome. That's how I view them typically.
All right, what else besides Minnesota?
All right, so the entire North, outside of maybe Chicago, but people think Chicago's that chic pick.
Okay.
Tampa has proven that they are kind of stalwarts.
Yeah, but if the Cowboys beat the Buccaneers tomorrow, you're not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. And if Tampa wins, I'm not surprised either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not sitting here being like, Tampa's definitely better than the Cowboys.
No. I don't think they're definitely better than obviously, Washington and Philadelphia. Obviously, the Rams.
Not
I
obvious.
Don't know obvious the Rams.
I mean,
you don't think obviously
I was just saying Stafford's back. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, there's questions. That's a deep. I mean, we're almost at 10 teams now. There are maybe.
I'm not. You didn't sell
me. How many teams in the NFC would surprise you if they made the playoffs?
But that's my argument for the Cowboys making it. My argument, you're trying to say that all these teams could make the playoffs, and I'm trying to say it's mid. and that means the Cowboys can make it to the conference title game.
I wouldn't be surprised if the NFC South, any one of those teams win the division, but it's because it's bad. I don't know who's going to potentially be good for.
Okay. So I was looking at
and you personally think Washington is going to take a step backwards. You're not sold.
I'm not.
You
sold.
think San Francisco is taking a step backwards. You're not sold.
Right, but it wouldn't surprise me if they went on a run. Right, like in the
I think
AFC,
we're saying things different ways.
Yeah, I think in the AFC, I can only see 4 teams winning the AFC. I can see 10 teams.
We're talking about the conference title game. That was the Tolos question.
Yeah. I mean, I can see. I wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys win the championship game. Although I shouldn't say that, being that it's been 30 years.
I could see Buffalo in it, Baltimore in it, Cincinnati in it, Houston possibly in it.
I couldn't see
Kansas City, maybe the Chargers in the conference title game.
The conference title game, yeah. I can only see 4 in the AFC at the Super Bowl.
The way I look at Dallas right now so far is just, I think they got better with the Pickens trade and their draft. I think those are things that improved their outlook. I felt like it was a 7-8 win team before that. Now it's like, all right, maybe 9-10, something like that. But yeah, in the realm of anything can happen. Nobody thought the Bengals were making the Super Bowl the year they did. And we've seen some improbable Giants. So excluding for that, just talking about probabilities, could I see that as a legitimate path for the Cowboys? No, not this year. I think that there are going to be some growing pains. I think they're going to have to figure. I think the first quarter of the season they're going to be figuring some things out, and there is still a little bit of a talent deficit from some of the top contenders that I just don't think it's going to be common for them. Like that would be if you did 1,000 simulations, I don't think it would be very often that they would get to the NFC title game. Okay, over at The Athletic, Ted Wynn has an article up, and Ted Wynn to me he's one of the best people out there writing about the game of football and the way that he is able to explain it and some of the things that he talks about. KNC has him on a lot from The Athletic, and he's really good. He had the NFL's 10 most versatile players. So he started talking about the NFL's best offenses for years have created problems for defenses with versatile players, personnel groupings. Defenses, we talk about Micah and how versatile he is and how difficult that makes things for opposing offenses and different things like that. So what he wanted to look at was the wide range of skills, how teams are able to implement them, not even necessarily how teams use them, but what the possibilities are that they're maybe not tapping into. And he wanted to look at who were the guys that just stand out as this guy can do so many different things for you. And he had people on there like Kyle Hamilton from the Ravens, Dexter Lawrence from the Giants. And on this list, he has one Cedarian Lamb, the wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. And this is where he makes the point that I think is fascinating. What did Ruben do?
He's just amazing. If we had this service last night at Cafe Fiore, I would have tipped 25%.
Yeah.
He's over here like a waiter. He's testing the coffee. Is it hot enough? He's using napkins to pick up trash wrapped around his hand.
Why are you doing that, Ruben?
Oh, no.
Did you do it again to him? You got him again?
I asked for it.
Oh, no,
Right.
Bobby.
Some receivers, this is what Ted Wood writes.
What
He
a
says,
bad
some
influence.
receivers have to play in the slot because they lack the physicality and athleticism to win on the outside. Some have to play on the outside because they aren't quick or precise enough for the routes a slot receiver has to run. Lamb has the size and vertical ability to win on go routes or the outside, but he's so crafty that he can run the route tree from the inside as well. And he starts talking about, if you look at, he's become largely a slot player for the most part over the last few years. But he said when Lamb broke out with his 1,544-yard season in 22.
If anyone on the fan text gets, by the way, that Bobby Rubin reference, I will sing your praises here on the air. If you text in,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, if you get that, you're a top level VIP Tolo.
They say Lamb is typically tiered right below Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Tyreek Hill. He says none of those three play inside as much as Lamb does. That doesn't mean they can't do what Lamb does, but Lamb's usage is more varied, and this list rewards versatility. According to Pro Football Focus last season, Lamb played 50.3% of his snaps in the slot and 48% out wide. For the Cowboys, Lamb's ability to play inside and outside is vital because they depend on him to move the ball. Since 2022, the Cowboys have had an average running game and not many other weapons to throw to. They can't afford to lose Lamb as they can't afford to use Lamb as a decoy. They have to find ways to get him the ball, and his versatility allows that. So the way he kind of sets that up there, and he's talking about, look, Dallas, there are different times where it's Jamar Chase, he's going to attract all this coverage, and that's going to open things up for T. Higgins. Or, you can do this or you can do that. And Ted Wynn saying Dallas does not, when CeeDee Lamb's career has exploded here, he has not had that. He has had to be the guy. And because of that, you have to find creative ways to get him the ball because you can't just put him outside, have him get doubled, do whatever
Amari?
else. No, like since he really blew up. So his 1,500-yard season. So 22, 23, 24. And that he points out that he's like, because you have to find creative ways to get him the ball, you need a player who's versatile enough to play in spots where you can get him the ball from there. So a lot of guys can't play in the slot. A lot of guys can't do different things outside. A lot of guys can't, deal with press coverage. So he's talking about that Lamb's versatility basically allows him to be the guy that Dallas just leans on completely with their offense and has allowed them to be able to function, even though a lot of other teams would say, man, if you've got this receiver who can only play outside and you start doubling him, that guy's just taken out of the game. That's something that I think a lot of people felt like Pickens dealt with. Like him getting doubled became a real problem for him, and he's not really an inside slot guy. And so the idea was just that helps take some of that off him. Lamb can move around. He can do the jet sweeps. He can do different things like that. But where he says there that Tyreek, Chase, Jefferson, who are consistently, from a lot of people, put above Lamb, which I don't think Tyreek should be anymore, that they don't play inside. They just never do it. And it's not that we don't know that they can't do it, but what we have seen is that Lamb will win at a high-tier level in either spot. So the question is, and not to toot our own horn here for our guy, for the guy here in Dallas, do you feel like there is a case to be made that Lamb should be closer in the conversation than it seems like he often is with Chase, Jefferson, and those guys?
I never thought he was.
You never thought he was in there? Mm-mm. I know. Well, I mean, I don't think a lot of people do. That's what I'm saying. Does that change it when you start thinking about it through those terms?
It's amazing in terms of we don't give the extra value to playing inside like maybe we would to corner switching sides, or like a right tackle you move to left or left,
or even
right.
a corner playing inside. Yeah. It's
yeah.
the same thing.
Yeah. We don't give that credit to the receiver, and we probably should. The thing that differentiates Chase to me is run after the catch. He's probably the best in the National Football League. And Justin Jefferson just did that with Sam Darnold. So it's hard for me. But Lamb put up numbers with Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
I mean, he can be in the conversation. I don't know if I can get him over him, but he's worth every bit of that money. Like, I'll rephrase it. Would you be more worried about Micah fulfilling his new contract versus Lamb?
Yes.
Think about that. Ooh. Micah Parsons is probably going to the Hall of Fame. He's an all-world athlete, and that's how good CeeDee Lamb is, that I have less questions about him fulfilling that money. And I agree with you.
If CeeDee said, I want to, and he wouldn't do this, but if CeeDee came to the Cowboys and said, I'm holding out, I want $40 million, I would say, pay it now because he's that good. Just get him out there.
All right, we have a special 9 o'clock Cowboy Hour. Tyler Booker is going to sit down with us in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, along with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Did he hear about G-Bag versus Stephen Jones yesterday? Nicholas sits down with us next.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, Fist Pump Time Club. Shan and RJ with Ruben on the lights here from Oxnard, California. Nick Even's like, what did I get into for another year? He is sitting down with us. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And Nick's here with us now because Tyler Booker is going to sit down with us coming up in the next segment. So thanks for making the adjustment. Did you go out last night with no practice yesterday?
No.
Got to turn that on.
Oh,
there we go.
There we go.
I thought with the producer being here, like right at the spot before I got here.
Yeah, I like it.
No, that's
I like it.
No, I didn't. I haven't had anything. I haven't had one sip of alcohol. Anything. I haven't gone out. I haven't done anything since I've been here.
Are you becoming lame?
Oh.
What do you think I was going to ask?
I don't know, but there's a possibility.
Well, lame is old and old is lame.
Okay, yeah.
We're old. I kind of put them together.
Yeah.
Y'all are old.
I'm
Yeah.
CD lame. That's me.
CD lame?
CD lame.
Yeah, you just looked at me like, what is that?
I thought you said
That's
what you
the
said. But did you
dumbest
say
thing
that?
I've
No,
ever seen.
he's been slow on the take on a couple things.
Well, you know,
Well, I didn't know
my
what you were doing
jokes
with
are
Ruben.
lame too. Anything before 7 a.m. is pretty, it's pretty lame.
Were you on Tsunami Watch last night?
I heard about that, and what was funny is that I kind of had one of those foot and mouth moments where, like, at dinner, I'm hearing about this, and I'm like, oh my god, really? Yeah, this is a thing. And as I'm walking to like get a fork or something, I said, you couldn't pay me to live here. And as I say that, there's a lady that works at the hotel. She's like standing right there, and she's looked at me. I'm like, to someone that actually lives right down the street. I was like, I'm sorry. She goes, listen, this is what the tsunami's going to be. Over by the harbor, some of those places, water will rise for about 5 minutes. It'll come down. You guys will never see anything. This happens all the time.
But why did you say you couldn't pay me to live here?
Just because of, and that's not the biggest thing, but just.
We're inland here. We're
I
far
know.
enough in.
That was one of like 12.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've seen the menu prices. You've seen gas prices. You've seen just
gas.
everything. Do the stuff you deal with. I'm good to visit. Good to have training camp. I don't know.
What's the gas up to?
$4.50.
Yeah, we saw $4.49.
Yeah,
which it's actually lower than I've seen it before. Sometimes it'll be over $5.
Yeah.
Did you hear about G-Bag with Stephen Jones yesterday?
I heard that there was some really good stuff that came out of it. What's funny is you listen to all of that stuff, and you guys are probably talking about completely different things. And the stuff that I hear, I'm like, oh, Nate Thomas, huh? That's what I think of. Like, oh, okay. Like,
what is that? Explain.
Just that he said, I believe he said Nate Thomas is going to get some first team reps.
Not just first. He made it sound like Nate Thomas is the one while Guyton's out.
Well,
left tackle.
I actually we do a one-on-one with Steven. It was yesterday too, and I've never actually seen y'all do that. I hear it. I don't know what it looks like. There was nothing to it. But no, he was talking about Identity. Awesome, and Nate Thomas.
Schottenheimer mentioned at the press conference the other day. As like really impressing him this year.
Well, the thing with him is always, it was kind of a joke when they drafted him. Just they were kind of made a joke of it, laughing in the war room about when Jim Maurer stood up and listed every single thing that he's had medically.
Yeah,
and it was like. Still, you're still talking, Jim, and he's got this, and he's got this, and he had this, and then he had a little bit of a heart condition here, but then a knee here, and a torn ACL here, and it's like, wow. But he obviously has great talent. He's been banged up.
Yeah, he was a guy who was he was somebody who a lot of people I think thought of as a talent, was like a third-round player.
Yeah,
and he ended up dropping down to where he did. But is that when they go into this, do you think this is an open competition, or this is just getting guys reps while Guyton is out? Like, is it something where we're going to see, all right, no, we've got Identity getting work, we're getting this guy work, and we're going to figure it out? Or do you think they have somebody in mind and it's just, but let's get everybody covered while we've got this
I don't know if they have anyone in mind, but they better figure it out for like a little bit longer than Guyton's like timetable. Because even when he comes back, this is a guy that I think that needs the most reps of anybody on the team. And for him to think, well, he'll be right back and he'll just slide right back in, I don't know. This is an opportunity for someone to really take over, because if he has a really good, whether it be Thomas or I have a feeling it's going to be a Adeniji. I don't even know if I'm saying that right.
No, you are.
Akeem. The Garland guy. No, I just think he has an opportunity to really do it. I know Cincinnati didn't have the best offensive line, but here's a guy started in the Super Bowl. He's done some things. I kind of think it might be him, but we'll see.
A couple things I took from the Steven interview. I'm convincing myself that Micah is asking for like 45 or above per year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jaden Blue stuff that came out like last week, some of it is legit incredible.
Right.
Because Steven didn't totally shut it down yesterday with G-Bag. We knew about the Diggs stuff, same type of tone on their expectation. But
first time he had explicitly said, though, that he thinks Diggs would be further ahead had he not been somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of taking management's side here because I'm believing that Micah and them are asking for way more than TJ Watt. That's me convincing myself.
Yeah.
I'm not reporting that. But that's what I keep getting when they're like, hey, people might be asking for $5 million more, and people may not want to do the deal right now.
Right.
Those are my takeaways.
Right. No, I think there's got to be something more than just he wants to be high, just a little bit higher than Watt. There's more to it, and I know that there's been some talk that he wants, their agent has said his agent said he wants to go last in this whole deal. I just wouldn't think that the Hendrickson thing would be holding up anything. If anything, I would want it to go. I would want, if I was Micah's group, I would want to go before Hendrickson signed, because what's he going to get? 30?
Yeah, like
6?
Yeah.
Well, he led the league in sacks. That only would help the Cowboys, I think, by saying, all right, well, here's the sack leader that got this. So now your numbers. I think they know it's got to be more than Watt and go do it. But I'm glad you said that, because obviously with the Dak deal last year and the CD, I think that people forget just what is this being asked of.
Yeah, and if I was the Cowboys too, I'd leak it. I know that probably piss off the other side, but the fan base gets so angry at the Joneses,
Right.
and the front office loses all the time. I would even leak it like Micah Parsons asking for $47 million, and that would. They may not care about the fan base being upset and angry at them, but it would help their cause, and we'd be like, all right, Micah, let's be a little bit reasonable. Because I think everyone thinks, basically, that Micah's supposed to get 42, he's asking for 42, and the Cowboys are balking, and that doesn't make sense.
Right.
To me, that's why when the Cowboys say he has to want to get paid, I think that's their way of saying that he's asking for too much.
Way too much, yeah.
Or is it? See, this is the other thing we wondered. Steven says he has to want to get paid. Steven has also said, like, there's a lot going on here that has just been misreported. And there's all this talk about them not talking anything. Is there any possibility here that Micah's public position on what he wants to get done is maybe not as eager to get something done behind the scenes? That he's maybe said, I can sit and wait a little bit. I can play this out.
I think they both have that side. I think you're right about that. And I keep going back to the line that Steven always says about deadlines make deals. And I just don't know if anyone's on a real deadline here, either side. It's not like Micah's going to play this thing at $5 million or whatever. He's going to play it at, is it 21?
24.
I've heard that, but I also think he's actually a defensive end, and a linebacker tag is 24. I think it's at 21.5, but either way, it's way more than we're making here. So
you are way more than welcome to stick around for Tyler Booker. You got to do some other things. It's all up to you. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Tyler Booker sits down with us in the Wild Fork hot seat next. And
Of course I got. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
For an out-of-pocket cost, they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, I already know this is going to be incredible because of the commercial break discussion with Well, we knew it was going to be incredible because he made the all-personality team as soon as he was drafted, and now we just cut it up in the commercial break. Tyler Booker, your new Cowboys offensive lineman, is sitting down with us right now in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat on 105.3 The Fan, the Cowboys flagship with Shan RJ and Bobby. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks, y'all, for having me.
Okay, I don't even know where to start here. I think I have to start with the pizza because you said you're from New Haven, Connecticut. And we watched Dave Portnoy Barstool, and he is crowned, New Haven actually, as the pizza capital of the world.
Yes.
You think it's true?
Oh, I know it's true.
How do y'all say it?
A pizza.
There it is. Okay,
Abits.
describe for our listeners what that actually is, how it's different from a pizza we get out here.
It's more of like a thin crust, crispy slice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not too greasy. You don't want a real greasy slice.
Yeah.
One that you'll be able to fold, and it's hard to describe.
You think it's the best?
Oh, I know it's the best. Yeah.
Better than like New York?
Yes.
Will you eat like the white clam of pizza?
I had it one time. It's good, but it's the kind of thing where you have it once, be like, okay, I tried it, and that's it. You don't go get it again. Yeah.
How many brisket sandos you had in Texas or out here?
Brisket sandos?
Yeah.
Sandwich.
He's trying to be hip.
Brisket like barbecue?
Not too many.
No.
Not too many. I'm not a big like brisket sandwich guy. If I'm gonna eat brisket, I'll just eat it straight up.
Okay. But you like barbecue?
Yeah, I love barbecue now.
Okay.
Love it.
All right, let me ask you this. You have
because Bama, you want to try to put Bama barbecue up against Texas barbecue?
I'm not going to try and do that.
What even is Bama barbecue? What even is that?
I love Tuscaloosa, but Bama barbecue is hard to compare to some of the stuff I've had out here.
So the one thing from Bama I do want to get, and I tried to make it, and people get you guys will probably get grossed out about it because you're uncultured.
And I don't like this. I don't like these regional names for things.
Alabama white sauce. Yep. Do you know what that is, and is it legit, Tyler?
You know what's crazy? I didn't know what Alabama white sauce was until the combine. Somebody asked me about Alabama white sauce, and I'm like, "What is that? Like, are y'all punking me right now?" I had no idea what it was, but apparently people say it's pretty good.
Okay, so you've never had it still?
Never had it still.
It's like a mayo vinegar chop.
Oh, disgusting! That's gross.
So you're no bread on the brisket. You're no sauce for the brisket. You just want straight brisket, meat, nothing else.
Yeah.
See that's the classic Texas opinion. Just no sauce, no nothing.
Yeah,
awesome. All right, so no mayo. Good. This guy over here brought that giant honking hoagie. All right, hoagie. That thing he got yesterday for lunch with mayonnaise on it. How long can you keep a sandwich with the condiment on it? You can't keep that for the rest of the day and overnight. Eat the next day. It's a soggy piece of bread.
Yeah, not the next day. You can if you get it for lunch, you can maybe eat it for dinner.
Yeah,
maybe eat it for dinner, maybe, or like late at night, like, oh, I still had that sandwich from lunch yesterday.
Yeah,
but like eating it like a whole new calendar day, like the sun is up now.
Yeah,
and especially
if you get the oil and vinegar on it,
oil and vinegar is way worse than the mayo.
You got an hour window with oil and vinegar.
I picked up his sandwich to feel, and I felt the sogginess, and I got that. Did you get oil and vinegar? I got oil and vinegar on my left hand. It's stuck on my hand right now.
18 hours later, you got oil and vinegar still on that thing? Man.
Oh. And he said he would go get.
Whoa,
he said go get me lunch.
He did. Wow. Okay. All right.
Tyler Booker sitting down with us here at 105.3 The Fan. How's camp been so far? Like your NFL impressions. All you guys got to come in here, right, and be like, how am I going to stack up? How different is the NFL world? How's it been?
It's been a lot of fun. Like I've really had a lot of fun learning. I've had a lot of fun with the challenges that come with camp. I've also had a lot of fun like getting to know my new teammates. Like everything that I've been through is just. Honestly, it's been fun. Like winning reps, losing reps is just learning and me getting one step closer to being a better football player.
What's been from the on the field adjustment? Has it been the speed of the game, the power of the players? Like, what's been the bigger adjustment?
So definitely speed, definitely the power, but the biggest adjustment is like the football IQ of the guys that you're going against. You know, like I'm going up against guys who are in year 3, 4, 5. Maybe 6, you know what I mean? So, and I'm a rookie, so they just see the game from a whole new point of view than I do. You know, so like there's a lot of like old vet tricks that they know, and then there's things that I have to make sure that I do in order to not tip a player or tip certain things off. But like their mental processing is really, really fast, and mine is getting better, and I'm just looking forward to continue to speeding up that mental processing.
How much or how difficult has it been? We've heard Shoddy talk about it the first day he got hired and he did his press conference. He talked about like, yeah, some of our play calls are pretty long, and he's like they can get little wordy and stuff like that. How much has like the language and some of the playbook stuff just been? Has any of that been overwhelming, or are you just like, no, this is standard football. I can get all this.
It's standard football, and I want to commend Coach Shoddy and Coach Adams for like the way that they get it out to us, you know. So if you find a routine of finding ways to study it, finding ways to get ahead, it never really becomes too much. And then us as offensive line, you know what you have to listen for, and once you hear that, then be like, okay, that's what I have to do.
All right, so I want to go back to something you said, because you said you want to make sure you're not tipping things, right? You know, like I'm a baseball guy, so in baseball, you can tell when a pitcher's tipping pitches. How do you tell?
Well, you're a baseball fan.
Baseball fan, but how can you tell when a defensive player is tipping something, or like how can you tell what you're tipping? Like, what are you looking for?
So it really comes down to the stance. Like your stance and start is everything in the game of football. And this dates back to even college. Like even some of the really good linebackers and defensive linemen that we played were able to tell if you were tipping off a play. And what I mean by that, so like say that an offensive lineman in the SEC, like whenever he pulls, he gets a little bit further off the ball. Like that's a tip. Or whenever he's gonna pass set, his stance is a little bit more narrow and his chest is up. Or like a big tell that a lot of young offensive linemen have is if it's a run play, you can tell they got more weight on their hands, and if it's a pass play, they're kind of light on their hands. So you just have to be aware of that as a football player and make sure that you're not putting your team or yourself at a disadvantage.
You know, I thought
you were going to reference a Vanderbilt D lineman or like an Oklahoma D lineman.
He doesn't like you do it.
I'll give my Vandy shot, and my godson played tight end. He didn't really get on the field when he played y'all, but I was there for that upset game. So okay. I just wanted to see how you responded to that.
Can't do nothing about it now.
Does this place scare you?
He's a Tennessee volunteer.
Nah.
He went to Tennessee.
Oh man, I'm sorry for you.
You know, you talked a lot.
I like the competitive face. It's like he's going to shove us like he did this kid in the viral clip, which we'll get to.
You talked a lot right after you got drafted about how important leadership was to you and how much you want to be that guy, be that presence. How is that challenge, though, when you come into a situation like this where you have that instinct, you have that within you, and then you're like, but I'm the new guy here, I'm the young guy here. How do you still push those traits or let those traits be felt while also still trying to like, hey, I'm still finding my place and need to find out where I am here?
Yeah, so you just hit on it. Like I first have to earn the right to lead. And what I mean by that, like I have to be seen as a contributor, I have to be respected by my whole team, and I have to do things to be seen as a leader on the team. And like while I'm still making strides to be seen as a leader on this team by earning the right to lead, I'm being the player that I would want to be led by. So I'm making sure that I'm doing everything in my power on and off the field to be the best version of myself that I can be in order to be the best player I can be for my teammates. So those are the ways that I'm taking strides towards leadership without actually being a leader on the team yet.
How much do you think leadership is action versus, verbal or being vocal or like really kind of talking to guys and communicating with them versus just showing an example?
I think action is like one of the most important parts of leadership. You can talk about it and still not be about it. It's funny, I was talking to some of my former teammates at Alabama about it a couple of days ago about leadership. And it's like you can never ask somebody to do something that you wouldn't be willing to do yourself. You know what I mean? That's what leadership is. So I feel like leadership is like a majority action, and then if you are a verbal leader, that's when you step into that role as well. But first and foremost, before you lead somebody else, you have to lead yourself accordingly.
There are 3 Tylers on this line. How do the coaches name you separately? How do they address you guys out of practice?
So Tyler Smith goes by T-Sizz.
Okay.
Tyler Guyton goes by TG.
Okay.
I go by T-Book.
T-Book.
Yeah.
All right, so all of you got a T in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to I just wanted to get that straight because that could be very, very confusing. What happened in this clip here? Was this at your football camp?
Yes, it was.
All right, this thing went viral. Cowboy fans loved it. What's going on here in this clip?
So, RZ, that's a kid's name. He was winning that rep over and over again, and it's like kind of King of Court style. So if you win, you stay on. You win, you stay on. You win, you stay on. So he pretty much beat everybody at the camp, and I was like, you know what, I gotta go ahead and beat this kid. So once I beat him, I had to let him know, like, yeah, like you can beat everybody except me. Like this is Tyler Booker football camp.
Okay, you beat him, like, at what point? Because that looks like you cheated.
Where did I cheat?
You pushed him onto the ground
after the rep was over.
Okay, so when does the rep end?
When my head crosses the line.
Okay.
Where that cone is.
I'm going to look at it one more time right here.
Okay.
Where that cone is. So this is going to end it?
Yeah. I'm leaning ahead. I got that head lean. He's running upright. I had that forward lean.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, me and you could go outside.
Baby. Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's whatever.
Well,
that's whatever. That's right. That's whatever.
I don't want to get in trouble with the front office and getting you injured doing something that's outside of it. But we'll broadcast the show from the Tyler Booker football camp.
We got a grass field over there. 100 yards.
You were like one of the bigger hands at the combine, right?
Yeah.
We should do the hand comparison. Sean is known for his hand size. Carter, you're gonna have to get this here. This is Sean is known for his hand size. I just got to see exactly how big the difference is.
I did this with Tyron Smith. This was an all-time embarrassing moment for me. Are you ready? Here it is, right here with Tyler
tiny
Booker.
hand. Look at that. Look.
Dude, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. When could you palm a basketball? What age?
Probably about like 7th grade.
When did you know?
7th grade.
When did you know you were like different at football? Like when you knew that, hey, I'm playing at the next level.
Oh, 9 years old.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not fluff. Like, because I had one game. I played for the New Haven Steelers. We were playing the Hartford Hurricanes, and I just completely dominated. And I got a feel from that game. I was like, oh, like I want to do this for the rest of my life. And that year, I had already gotten I had personal trainers since the age of 8. I went to middle school an hour away because it was going to be like better academically for me. I went to high school in New Jersey for a year. Then I went to high school in Florida. Then I went to Alabama. So like everything that I've done in my life since I was the age of 8 has to been to get me to where I am today.
Who were your first offer?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My first offer was Rutgers University.
Okay.
Who were your football idols growing up? Was it skill position players, quarterbacks, or was there a lineman you loved?
Actually, Troy Polamalu, believe it or not. So
Okay.
I grew up a huge Steelers fan. Cowboys Nation, y'all gonna have to forgive me for that. But just seeing the way that he played, the game, seeing how like he played, like he put his body on the line for the game of football, and he truly loved the game of football. Like I remember the day he retired, I was on a trip at Mystic Seaport, a school trip. It was my first overnight trip ever. I would wake up, open my phone, I see Troy Polamalu retired, and I almost cry. Like,
wow.
Yeah, I remember that day.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
So your freshman year at Bama, the beginning of Bama with the hype and the attention compared to first year as a Dallas Cowboy, because you're in 2 primetime programs. Compare, contrast.
Well, I don't have school anymore, so I think being a Dallas Cowboy is going to be a little bit more fun. So.
No, but the attention, like, you're going to that program. Like, I'm just talking about recognizing the hype and dealing with all the noise and the spotlight that comes with both. Has it not been that big a deal or change for you being a Dallas Cowboy rookie because of Bama?
I mean, not really. I mean, those are external factors, and they both have their benefits. Don't get me wrong, but like I'm worried about being a Dallas Cowboy football player. I'm not worried about being a Dallas celebrity right now.
Yeah. Your major, focus in school, what was it?
Psychology.
Psychology. Okay. I was going to think communications or broadcasting, but you kind of looking at me like you're trying to figure me out right now. I wanted psychology too. Way too difficult for me at American University. I could not get into it.
So you've talked about the work that you put in and how much there are going to be these things you're going to have to make up and these things that, all right, now we're at the pro level. This is a different game, and I'm going to have to be better at this and do those things. What's gone on out here so far that you're like, okay, I didn't know I was behind there, or man, this is an even bigger gap that I feel like I'm gonna have to work even harder on here than maybe I realized just kind of intellectually before I got on the field.
Definitely, like recognizing what the defense is presenting. Like I thought I did a really good job of that in college, but like now, like they disguise it. You know, college they would just straight up show it. Now there's a lot of disguises, and I have to understand like what certain things present, and all of that'll come with time. Like the more comfortable I get with the playbook, the more comfortable I get with the plays, my technique. That's when I'll be able to take that step further and be like, okay, like I know what I'm doing. Let me try and figure out what they're doing before they even do it.
Who on the offensive line has been the biggest help to you in that, and already just kind of showing you like, all right, look for this, look at like who's been the best at kind of helping you out to understand some of those things and recognizing defenses?
I'm not gonna lie, pretty much all the vets, like all the vets have been doing a great job of helping me, like individually, like them, either going to them, asking them for advice, or them pulling me to the side, be like, all right, look, when you see this and this, you got to make sure that you know this might happen. You know, so like I couldn't have asked for a better room of vets. Like everybody's been nothing but helpful to me on my journey to this point.
So you're basically saying in college you're lining up and beating your man, and then in the pros you're trying to out-scheme him? Is that kind of how it is?
I mean, you got to out-scheme him in college as well. I feel like just the scheme aspect in the pros is a lot more advanced, because in college, even though it's still high-level football, you still got your Jalen Milrose and your Ryan Williams who can correct things if things don't go right. But like everybody has a Jalen Milrose, everybody has a Ryan Williams, everybody has like those superstar players on their team. So like, yes, talent counts, but scheme, like what you're doing, like having a mastery of what you're doing, it far surpasses talent.
Tyler Booker with us here on The Fan. What was the most impressive visiting stadium when you went in? You're like, whoa, like this is cool, this is impressive. In college,
definitely Neyland, when I noticed all those speakers that they have to pump in crowd noise.
Maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe.
Just saying, I was like, wow, that's a state of the art sound system.
Do you think that Coach Saban is totally done?
Yeah,
you do.
I do.
What made him special?
His consistency. Like every day, he was the same person every single day, and then you always knew where you stood with him. And he was very like you always knew, like you always knew what you needed to do in order to play and in order to be the best version of yourself. And he would straight up tell you, like my freshman year, he was like, look, I love the way you work, I love the way you do this, I love the way you do that, but I'm going to need to see you improve in this, and that if you want to play. I improved in this, and that, and I played my freshman year. So everything that he told me came to fruition if you just follow and trust the process.
If you were commissioner of college football, what would you do? Would you change anything about NIL, portal, all that stuff, or would you keep it the way it is right now?
I would implement contracts. So, like, I feel like it should be a two-sided coin. Be like, okay, you can, like, we could pay you a whole bunch of money, but if you get this money, you start skipping class, you start skipping workouts, we can fine you. And if it gets to the point, we can fire you. And if you want to do all this transferring would essentially be like requesting a trade, but like you don't have to trade with another school. I feel like buyouts should definitely be in place, because that'll change the perspective of like how bad you want a player. Like, okay, are you going to pay out the rest of my contract, and am I going to get something on top of that? That's how I think it should work. Those are my 2 cents on it. Just do contracts to keep kids locked in, and then if you want to transfer, you have to get bought out of your contract. You have to buy your own contract out.
We were blown away by the personality and everything when you were drafted. We knew you'd be phenomenal sitting down with us. Thank you so much for the great interview. Have a healthy and great camp. And when we get out there on the field, don't cheat on me like you did at your camp. There he is, Tyler Booker, right here on your home of the Cowboys in the Wild Fork Foods Hot Seat 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, big fella.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece. Were they on tsunami watch for us last night? KNC is...
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's cross talk with the KNC Masterpiece back in DFW here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. It's me, Kevin, and then Corey Majors on video like a good, dependable teammate.
And he's on there.
I tried to help by putting my name.
And he's on there as Brisket Sandos,
Right,
which
baby.
I gotta feel like you felt like, boy, the first one you tried to drop in there, and it's the one person who didn't know right away what Sandos was. It's like, damn it, now I gotta sit here with this.
No, I'm happy he didn't know because these douchebag abbreviations I can't stand.
Oh my god,
dude!
Like,
I texted Bobby and asked him for something the other day, and then he hooked me up, and then I texted back Prish, and I was like, man, that's so choppy right there. That's so, and I felt so dirty when I did it.
I just figured it was. I thought it was something that you were like trying to draw me off sides with. So I just was like, "Oh, I'll just treat it like it's normal."
I even got into it with Bobby at the commercial break when he goes, and he was being serious. He goes, "Yeah, you know, like talking ball," and I said, "Don't do that. Don't be, don't." Jason Witten can say that. He's the only one. I don't even like when Romo says it. Like, it's just called football.
Wow.
Talking ball. Talking ball. It's like I'm so important. Like I can speak in this language.
I like using abbreviations, so I'm gonna keep using it.
Well, your name's an
Stop
abbreviation.
that.
My name's an
Good
abbreviation.
point.
That's right.
Good point.
I don't.
Yours is too. Jonathan.
It wasn't. Now, look, no.
Check the birth certificate.
Here's the thing.
Robert.
Yeah. Where is the birth certificate, Sean?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think that.
What country is it from? Okay. We don't know where.
I like it.
So the way I said it, you made it sound like I was just like, man, this is so fun sitting here talking ball. I did not do that. We were talking about the way different players like stuff, and I said, well, like a lot of these guys, if you just talk ball, which is like. Talk ball is like a phrase applied to most football players. Of like, we're just getting into X's and O's. Like, I'm saying that I don't use. I'm not going to use that as just sitting around here going like, we're talking ball. I'm just saying that phrase is associated with a certain type of discussion you're going to have with them. That's all.
Nothing you said changed my mind. Just that.
Oh,
I mean, that's okay. It's tough to sometimes reason with somebody. Never mind. I'm just not.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, we got to ride back in the same car together.
Yeah, Corey, what's coming up?
Well, we keep our eye on you guys and the tsunami situation for one.
yeah. Are you guys are safe? Were you worried?
We are. I mean, we're here.
We do have Bochy coming up today at 12:30, and then I think at noon we're going to roll this one out. What's the coolest high school stadium you've ever been to? Because these new stadiums. Kevin was right. Allen set the template, and now stadiums across the country are saying we got to be like that.
The one with all the speakers.
Yeah.
What a great insult from Tyler Booker towards your university, Choppy.
Anybody like
Are you guys known for that?
No, I've never heard of that.
It was he said he walked right in. That's the first thing he noticed. Where he's like, "What an advanced sound system they have."
My favorite part though was when he goes, "Oh, you went to Tennessee? I'm sorry." I
know.
thought that was really
He's sorry he never won there.
Whoa,
that's a problem for him. But we don't even have like a very good sound system. At least we did last. I haven't been there in a couple
It's been
years.
distorted. Yeah, the crowd noise you pumped in.
When did you go? When's the last time you been?
21.
21.
Okay.
2021. Yeah, I went there. I went with Sandler. Went to the Georgia game.
That's
that year.
right.
No, but I'll tell you the coolest high school stay ever.
Tell me.
Highland Park.
Oh yeah.
It's like quaint. It's like in between buildings. It looks like they kind of like did the best they could with the limited land they had. I think it reminds me a lot of Georgia Tech Stadium. It's just very, very cool.
I am going to give a very outside the box answer because it is not one of the more advanced ones or anything else. Memorial Stadium, Mesquite High School.
Oh,
it is cool.
The aesthetic of Mesquite, like when it's like blue skies and you see the tower back there, that is a picturesque stadium to look at when you're in the stands. I absolutely love Memorial.
Were you ever afraid the tower was going to fall over?
Every time.
No.
Okay, I definitely was.
Corey, which one were we at together?
That was Plano Senior. So that was Clark Stadium. That was Plano Senior and West. They kind of share that a little bit.
Correct.
Very confusing.
Well, there's three, and then there's Preston.
Sean, have you been to their bootleg stadium across the bridge?
Kimbrough?
No,
not Kimbrough. At Clark Stadium, they have this other like adjacent mini stadium called Clark East.
Oh yeah, that's where the middle schools play.
And you just walk across the bridge, but that's also where they put soccer games a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And so you just walk across this little bridge, and it feels like you're in this whole little world.
That's a good little stadium, though. I like that.
Hey, we got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
What would you think? So we got this email that Brian Purdy is up for the Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
He's our regional president, by the way.
And so we have come up with the concept of, would it make Hall of Fame voting more interesting to you if you had to take out the same number of people you put in? So, like, if you wanted to elect that third person, then that meant you had to take 3 people out of the Hall of Fame.
Like relegation? Like the
exactly.
EPL?
You got to take Chris Arnold out to get Purdy in.
Oh,
man. 3 of them.
Well,
that is almost exactly what Alex said.
Well, of course it would make it more interesting.
Yeah.
Like you tried to do that with Ryan Sandberg this morning.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I was just trying to put people in the Hall of Fame that should be in the Hall of Fame.
You shut your mouth.
I mean, his OPS plus is below league average. He's under 800 OPS for his career. I don't know. Kind of just a booty cheeks kind of player.
So who are you putting in?
Jeff Kent. Now, Jeff Kent Ryan Sandberg is a world-class human. Jeff Kent is a world-class jackass.
Yeah.
But he's objectively a better baseball player.
Bro, this is so easy. Yeah, we're putting Purdy in, and I know exactly who we're taking out of the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. We're taking out Dale Hansen.
Agreed. You know what I don't understand is why are these ladies getting paid like men? That's a thing that he said.
And he said it just like that. Like you were having trouble starting a boat on Lake Louisville or something.
Okay.
I thought that was a drop that Peyton was playing. I was like, how did you have a Dale Hansen drop that fast and ready to go?
No
but
difference.
Well done, Kevin.
Yeah.
Man, is there anyone here who likes Hansen?
I like Dale.
I
love Dale.
Dale's great.
I've liked my Dale experiences as well. Do I think that he hyped things up for television to get on Oprah or whatever? Yes, I do. But I love Dale's story, sitting down doing interviews with him.
Dale's fantastic with that. I know. I think I've taken out.
But I also didn't watch him my entire life growing up. So
I am taking out. I'm not going to say this name, but I'm taking that name out right there, Chop. I'm doing that.
Oh, will you send it to us?
Wow.
I want to know who it
There you
is.
go.
Yeah, I'd like
I'll
to
take it
know.
out right below that name.
Okay, tell him.
Dan Rather.
He's taking Dan Rather.
Get him out of here.
Dan Rather?
Get him out of here.
he's my first fight with the radio station. It had to do with Dan Rather.
What was that?
Man.
It was parking.
Oh, yeah.
Have you guys heard this one?
I guess not. I don't remember this.
I tried to expense parking at DFW Airport for like our first trip flying out, and I think they rejected it. and said like you can't park. You have to go ahead and get the bus terminal. And I said, does Dan Rather work for this company, CBS? They said, yeah. I said, are these the rules for Dan Rather? Dan Rather can't. Dan Rather can't.
That's like Costanza with the Ted Danson plane.
They go, you're not Dan.
You're
Rather.
not Dan Rather. I know.
We all have a CBS ID card, don't we?
Yes, we do. Same one. I'm taking out. He's a good friend of mine. I love him to death. I'm taking out Greg Sachs. I used to coach with him. I used to coach his kid. He's a good dude. He's a great
show
friend.
with Steve Balls was something.
We got to take him out. I mean, he left the industry 40 years ago.
So he has to be taken out?
Get him out.
So like Babe Ruth has to be taken out?
He worked at radio until he was like 30.
Yeah.
We got to get him out of there. Come on.
I'll tell you what. I don't know how. I'm going to give a media hot take. And this is true. This is not even a hot take, I don't think. I don't know how picky they are with the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, these Radio Hall of Fames, but whoever is handing out these Emmys. Everyone it's like getting in the NBA Hall of Fame. The amount of people that I see who have Emmy Award winner in their bio, it's sickening. It's sickening.
It's very sickening.
Yeah. I almost want to just get into TV to get an Emmy just handed to me like the rest of these clowns.
If you put it in your Twitter profile, Emmy winner, no one would question.
No one would question it.
No.
You can win an Emmy for anything. Oh, I just love having this Emmy. This Emmy. What did they like? It's like giving out these championship T-shirts to another country. Did they just overproduce Emmys and have to give them away to scrubs?
We got 4 more. Give them out.
You got 4 more? Right? You know what I mean? So were you guys on Tsunami Watch for us last night? It's like Sudoku.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Choppy retweet the breaking news, and I was like, "Is this real?" Because just like Peyton, I feel like it's crazy. I have to go. AI's created everything and screwed it all up, and I was like, "Is this real?"
Good point.
Choppy retweeted it. I feel like I should trust it.
But you could see how Choppy would be fake news.
Yeah, and so I went and looked, and it turns out it was real. And I was like, my first thought is, are the guys going to be okay? Because that's y'all right on the marina.
Bull, that was not your first thought. I'm going to tell you, and I want one of you to admit it. Your
Would
first
we get
thought
the
was,
morning show? Okay.
No.
I did think that.
It's too early to
I'm
wake
just
up.
kidding.
You were thinking, thank goodness we went out last week. You know you weren't out. So I was thinking, why couldn't Kansas be here? Why can't they die and drown instead of us? Why can't they drown instead of us? Why?
They don't want any part of the NFC North. They don't want any part of that.
Oh,
they want to stay in their AFC South.
Oh, so yeah, that's how I know you were thinking. Thank goodness we're not out there. We got our week out of the way.
You thought
That's valid. That's valid.
There?
But then when I got in the car this morning and I was heading to the gym, and y'all were just going after Peyton for calling you 3 minutes after he talked to Bobby to see if y'all were okay, and he texted and you were like, "Why did you call us after you just talked to Bobby?" And he was like, "Just leave Bobby out of this." It was really funny. Good way to start the show this morning, fellas.
Thank you for listening. And Kevin, I'll have you know that because of the tipping issue at the Italian restaurant last year, that caused Brian Broaddus not to go to the team dinner last night.
Oh, no.
Wanted no part of it, Kevin. He's like, I don't want to do. And then he blamed me the other night after I'm buying drinks for everyone to pregame at the hotel. He said like I ordered a bunch of different things and wasn't accountable for it. That like as if I like left someone else holding the bag for the money and extra appetizers. So our ceasefire's over with G-Bag because of Broaddus.
Well, it was like 1 day, 2 days.
Yeah,
I mean, that seems to be the norm these days.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Are you guys looking at something we need to talk about over there?
No, we're just looking over the names we take out. Like,
you're still doing the Hall of Fame?
Hey, will you send me your list of people you took out of the Hall of Fame?
Carlin's on
George
there.
Carlin's in here for
Oh,
Is this the
that's
radio or
deserved.
the Texas
This is
radio?
Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Deserved.
So, serious question. I know it's going to make me sound and look
Oh,
stupid.
Tyler Cox is in here. I know Tyler.
Tyler's a good dude.
Okay, you know what? You guys just keep going over it. No, Chris is 3-time.
Got you down.
Is it actually 3-time? Like what different Hall of Fames is he in?
It's I think he's in the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. It's he's in some boxing Hall of Fame.
He's in a boxing Hall of
like
Fame?
his coverage.
Damn right.
And then I can't remember. There's another one.
Is it the
But
Black,
yeah, he's
Black Radio Hall of Fame? Am I wrong about that?
Okay, so it's 3 different legit Hall of Fames. Wow.
Big time, man.
You know what? Yeah,
Big
it's
time.
time for you guys to take over. The KNC
Always has
masterpiece is next.
Just kidding.
Let the
I'm
tsunami
just
go to
kidding,
DFW.
Sean.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Face waves. Nutmeg maidens. No.
now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Well, let's get the show started then. Will the Dallas Cowboys, we'll get to the Rangers in a minute. We flip-flopped the order of this because, you saw what happened. Will the Dallas Cowboys average more than 23.5 points per game this season? That is what they're predicted at, 399.5 yards per game, which is tied for 15th, which, Corey, as you like to say, is just
right
about in the middle, and average 23.5 points per game. Can they do better than that? Because I feel like that will lead to a very mediocre season.
Do they need an exceptional season, though?
I mean, as
353 feels low.
As a long-suffering Cowboys fan, yes.
Okay.
399.5 yards and 23.5 points.
Gotcha.
per game.
That does feel low for a team that has George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, the potential with Jaden Blue. It has
and a quarterback that finished second for MVP
a couple years ago. So it does feel a little low, but I think they can, Kevin. I think they can do this.
Alec, can the team average more than 23.5 points per game? Maybe a good little bit more.
Also, by the way, real quick, Alec, 23, that's a good number for a defense that I think can hold them under 23. I think this defense is good enough to hold.
And if that becomes the case, we can switch the conversation for sure.
It's tough. Because I do believe in this offense with some of the moves that they made. I seriously do think that the vertical element of George Pickens alone is going to lend itself to more points being scored, whether it's him doing the scoring or not. I'd say, yeah, I think they can. And to Corey's point, if the defense can get stops, that's just putting the ball in the offense's hands more. And then you got the weapon that is Brandon Aubrey. So you're going to get at least 3 points on any drive that you get near midfield, in my mind. So I'd say, yeah, I think it's okay to go a little bit north of that.
All right, now I'm going to throw out a preview question. So maybe you look at the schedule, maybe you consider, will the Cowboys have a winning streak of more than 2.5 games this season? And remember, all these are set at a half to make sure you don't get an endless slew of ties. So
it has to be 3 to be a winning streak anyway.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's just back-to-back wins.
That's a good point. So I guess I can restructure the question. Will the Cowboys win at least 3 consecutive games at some point?
I think they will.
Season?
I think there's a place somewhere.
Oh,
but
I agree.
Here's the thing about the Cowboys. When you expect them to win 3 in a row, they lose 1 in the middle.
Right.
When you don't expect them to win 3 in a row, you're like, there's no way you can win 1 of 3.
Right.
They're like, no, we'll show. They're ridiculous in that way.
Go ahead.
So that irritates me. So I think that's one of the reasons I think they can.
I'm not saying this will definitely happen, but I think if you look at the schedule, once you get past Philly, there's a potential to go on a winning streak, perhaps a lengthy winning streak, which you're probably going to need to do because the back half of the schedule is significantly more difficult than the front half of the schedule. But I could also see a scenario in which the Cowboys lose to the Jets and the Panthers and then beat the Commanders and the Broncos, and you're like, the hell just happened? How did we do that?
The thing about we have no clue how Schottenheimer will manage success or failure. So that's another factor in that. How does he keep them focused when things are going good? Because to get a 3-game win streak, that's almost a month right there.
Yeah.
And you got to be in a different mindset to continue to say, you know what, that wasn't good enough last week. Let's be better this week.
Alec, can the Cowboys win at least 3 straight, obviously regular season games. I already know the answer to the other one.
No. And Corey's exactly right, because it's going to be the second that I count them out. It's going to be the second that I'm just like, it's over.
Right.
The season is chalked. We are done. It's okay. First year head coach. I'm going to start coping. The second I start coping is when they're going to just inject a little bit of hope rather than cope. And then I'm going to be back in, and I hate it.
There's another example right there. You lose on the road against the Raiders, and you're like, well, we're done. And then you go home and beat Philly. And you're like, this team makes no sense whatsoever. I could see that. I think I do believe they can win 3 straight. Look, not everybody agrees with me on this. I think the beginning of their schedule is so freaking soft. And I know you play Philly on the road to start the season. I get that. But after that, host the Giants, on the road against the Bears, host the Packers, on the road against the Jets, on the road against Carolina. All 5 of those are definitely winnable games. Not to say that they're going to start off the season 5-1, but I kind of am in the opinion of they need to start the season at least 4-2, or you can see this thing go off the rails pretty quick.
Yeah, and again, I'm sure here. Let me give you my Steven real quick. Anything could happen to any of those other teams. We never know 8 games into the season where the other teams are going to be.
Right.
So we could have a huge advantage on those teams. They could lose most of their team.
You know what, Alec?
A sickness of some sort.
If you could pull over, not right now, but if you could pull over those Stephen Jones cuts, because he said something that I want to adopt in my real life, where it's like 90% of what you just said is factually inaccurate. And then Dawson followed up with what specifically is inaccurate. He goes, I'm not going to get into that. That is something I want to adopt in my real life. It's like you have a fight with your significant other. You're like, 90% of what you just said is inaccurate. Which parts? I don't really want to get into that right
if I
now.
get into that, we'll be here for days.
Yeah. We're just not going to do that.
Here's my example of Steven. Where do you stop to get gas, Steven? And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop, because what is stopping? And who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually... A lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question, and you got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not fair to the gasoline industry.
That last part, actually, that sounds about right. All right. Can Dak return to his MVP caliber form? I don't know if you guys heard this, but a couple of years ago, Dak Prescott finished second for the MVP. I don't know if you've heard that. I don't know if the team has ever said that or not, but he did finish second. Do you believe he could return to MVP caliber form?
Okay. I don't have him there. But Tony Romo's best year, I think, in my personal opinion, was the year that he said, I'm just going to play the offense.
Right.
Instead of try to be the gunslinger. And we thought that dude could be MVP that year. Aaron Rodgers just happened to have a ridiculous touchdown-interception ratio that year, and I believe that's when he won it. But Tony Romo was fantastic because the team needed exactly the way he played.
Agreed.
And so I think
agreed specifically with the way you said that.
I think you could have like a 29-9 type of season and be like, that's not spectacular.
But that's what you needed.
But man, he played within the offense. It was balanced. It was good. And that's that Romo season was so good. And again, that's the Des Cottet season, I believe. And his accuracy numbers were through the roof. So that's what I would like. And you hear Schottenheimer talking about Dak playing under center a little bit more, and they discuss that a little bit more, and you're seeing it out in practice. And that kind of sets up for the play action, the balance that you've been pointing out for the last couple of years, that Dak's so good with play action.
Absolutely.
So that's where I think that maybe he'll be in that conversation, but the numbers won't be so huge that you're just like, that's look what Lamar did last year. This is compared to it.
This one is a little tricky, and this might be because just some of the early stuff we saw, I thought Javonte Williams looked good. yesterday. Broadus was talking about Miles Sanders. Who is a greater potential disappointment for the Cowboys, Jaden Blue or Javonte Williams? Because I feel like a lot of people have put a lot on Jaden Blue as a 5th-round draft pick. Not to say that he can't be good, but the way people talk about him, it sounds like he was the first pick in the 2nd round.
Interesting. Yeah, no, you got a good point there. I have a lot weighing on him.
And that's why I think it's Blue, because I feel like people are maybe significantly more optimistic about Jaden Blue than they are Javonte Williams.
I have Javonte Williams as just like the, not bell cow, but he would be that version of, he's going to get the 1st and 2nd snap carries. That's my mind. And then Miles Sanders would be the next guy. And 3rd down situations, you can get him in the flats, you can do some special things with him there. But I feel like Jaden Blue has the better potential to give you a bolt than Miles Sanders maybe, because a 70-yard run is in his, like, that's in his character. And so that's where I feel like probably Jaden Blue's the most likely to let me down this year, and he's a rookie. My expectations might be too high for a rookie also. So Javonte Williams, though, I feel like I'm going to get exactly what I think out of him. Blue, I could get more. I could get a lot less.
I know everybody is levying these expectations on Blue. I never have, and I won't.
Okay.
I'm not allowing myself to in his rookie season because, exactly like you said, 5th-round draft pick. I should not have to expect much from him. But then again, that's what this team does, is they rely heavily on their draft picks to make early impacts. So for me, the way I look at it is they went into the draft saying this is going to be a veteran backfield. They telegraphed to us that this is going to be a veterans group.
Yep.
This is going to be an experienced group. Whether you like it or not as a fan, this is what we're rolling with as our 2 guys. It's going to be Sanders. It's going to be Williams. So the fact that they were really touting that this offseason, saying we're fine going into the draft with these guys, it's Williams for me because he is the veteran guy. He is the guy that they wanted us to accept. And they kept on telling us, and he's telling us himself, that he's back to pre-ACL tear form. So if he doesn't look like old Javonte Williams, I'm personally going to be disappointed.
All right, I got one more for you, if that's okay, because I want to see if there's a generational divide on this.
All right.
And we're going to do it a little different on this one.
Look, this is your last day before you head off to another world, basically. So
that's true, I guess. Who is the greatest head coach in Dallas Cowboys history?
Man.
I saved that one for last. Because, again, I want to see if that's kind of divided. If you want to put your age along with your answer, I think that could be fascinating.
Innovation-wise, I mean, he helped change the game completely, and that's Tom Landry.
He developed the flex defense.
The short period of time success is Jimmy Johnson, no matter what. And Jimmy Johnson will tell you, I couldn't coach there for 15 years.
Right.
I would have destroyed everybody's souls. I'm going to go with Jimmy Johnson for the simple fact that I feel like that's somebody that I'd follow that dude through anything, and I'd battle for him, and he would convince me of it. He would make me feel, if I'm not doing it, he's making me feel like I'm a chump and I need to get off the field. But if I'm running, that dude's making me feel like I'm unstoppable. And I just feel like the psychology of it all is a big deal. So I'll go with him. That's a fun question, though.
I start thinking about the conversations that we have whenever we power rank NBA players and stuff all the time.
It's tough.
What's one thing that comes up whenever you talk about Kobe and Rodman and some of those guys is cultural impact and their impact on the game itself, rather than just looking at career totals and championships and whatnot. So whenever I think like that and I try to be fair in both sports, that points me towards Landry.
Yeah.
Because of his impact on the game itself. But it is so hard to deny ring talk and overall success. I got to go Landry, though.
Okay. From the 903, Landry, they're 46. From the 214, Landry, 38. From the 817, they're 31. Duh. It's Jimmy Johnson. From the 785, Jimmy Johnson. From the 972, Jimmy Johnson is the GOAT. From the 817, Tom Landry, age 60. It's interesting that you mentioned the cultural impact, because from the fedora to the suit and the tie to pretty much
Dude, that's a statue, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he only needed that one expression to coach you in all of the games. And like I said, I wasn't kidding about that. Originating the flex defense is amazingly revolutionary for the time.
Favorite story about Landry from Roger Staubach is the time that he was supposed to run a play in practice. Tom Landry said, "That's not how you're supposed to do it. You need to do it like this." Tom Landry then ran the roll out, and Roger stepped in and said, "Okay," and then he limped just like Landry did. He said, "I feared for my life after that." And so that's always good to know that, like, you're giving your boss a hard time, but you're also respectfully terrified.
I mean, and it could be a man or a woman, but I think we've all been in a place where you're like, that old person's about to whoop my ass. Like, they might be half a foot shorter than me or whatever, but
they could just hit this table and it'd crumble because it's old man strength.
Is about to be a reckoning. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it does seem like it's trending towards Tom Landry because Tom Landry seems to cross over more ages.
Yeah.
Because what I have not seen is like a slew of 60-year-olds who say Jimmy Johnson. But I have seen multiple people, late 20s, early 30s, who are still like, it's going to be Tom Landry.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?"
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Lady. Nutmeg maybe? No.
KNCSecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat in Oxnard. WildForkFoods.com. Elite game day grilling favorites. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We are good. We're
safe.
Yes, we are safe. Were you worried about the tsunami potentially yesterday?
I was going to ask, did you guys have a hard time sleeping worrying about us last night?
Absolutely.
Yeah, if it would have been the day before when you got Tyler Guyton injured, then I would have slept fine. But yesterday I was concerned.
Yeah, there was a lot of warnings here. I guess it was an advisory, technically.
How do you normally deal with that? Like, do you get concerned straight away, or are you somebody who's like, you're resolved and it's going to be fine until the last minute? And you're like, okay.
I did turn on CNN and kind of monitored the guy that was reporting the news from Hawaii. And, and the advisory kept going in the crawl there. And, Ventura County came up, and it was like, okay, I'm on the second floor. I should be good, but there are 4 floors to the hotel. And I said, if we need to, we'd just go up the steps.
That's good. That's a good plan.
They were the people at the hotel were, cognizant of what was going on, because I said something to them at the front desk, and they go, "Oh yeah, we'll let you know." I said, "Okay,
They've
good."
been through this, right?
And that's like, when you've lived at a place for a while and you like living in Texas, you're like, no, 100 degrees, it's going to happen. Don't worry about it. You explain to the Northerners how it's going to be, and that's how it is out there. They were explaining. We'll work you through it, man.
But you know what? What kind of raised your eyebrows was the fact that, I'm sure people in the hill country we're used to having flash flood.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true.
Yeah,
and so
that is a really good point.
And last night on the news, I mean, what happens when we have tornado warnings, right?
Yeah.
Half hour news was about the tsunami, and they didn't have really, and they had to bring up 2022, by the way, when they did get some tidal waves from a tsunami out in the Pacific. But that was the best they could show, because there was damage yet in Hawaii. So, it was about 15-20 minutes of weather last night.
Man, that's scary. I'm glad everyone is okay. I meant to ask you about this at the end of last week. I saw, Charles Haley will be out there, Nate Newton will be out there, but I also saw them both kind of start to get into their stances and look like they were going to rerun some training camp drills from days gone by. Is that something you frequently see, and how much do you kind of want to see more of that? Like, they stopped short of just quite locking up, but it definitely looked like numerous times they were ready to start running some drills.
Go after each other?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too old to be going after each other.
They don't think that, though, right?
But, I'm sure maybe they had the attention of, some of the younger players, and they kind of were demonstrating things the way, Nate on our podcast, stop me if I told you this already, had said stuff about Guyton, things he needed to get better at, what things he needed to do. And like a day or two later, Guyton came up to him in practice and said, "Hey, I heard what you said about me." When somebody says that, it's usually not good, right? They're going to be defensive. And he said, I was really interested in the pointers you were giving me, and if you got anything else to help me out with, don't hesitate to come up and talk to me. How about that?
Dude, that's really awesome.
What you want to
that's
hear.
Smart,
yeah.
too,
Right?
especially with a dude that has Super Bowls under his belt, to just be like, hey, I want to pick at your brain now that I know you're watching me.
And 6 Pro Bowl appearances, too. People forget about that, about Nate. 6 Pro Bowls as a guard. So, Although John Madden probably had a lot to do with that.
I could see that.
But anyway, he was pretty darn good. And so, and he does not go out of his way to approach current players. He keeps his distance, but if they come up to him, he'll be more than glad to talk to them.
I like that. The other day, Schottenheimer talked a little bit about Dak playing more under center, and I was kind of curious if you've noticed any more of that than typical, and how that might affect maybe the offense and what their plans are.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pay a little bit more attention to that, and the reason it came up in my mind yesterday, I was talking with somebody about Milton, and it just kind of said, I got to pay attention. I wonder how much he's ever played under center.
Yeah,
because he probably didn't do much of that at Tennessee, right? And he didn't hardly play. I mean, he played one game at New England. So I was going to kind of keep an eye on how because I can remember when some of these young quarterbacks came in and they're in college and they never went under center. I remember, and this is going way back, Quincy Carter, they kind of had to teach him to take a snap under center,
Right.
like how to hold his hands and everything. Spending time do that, let alone running plays or your steps or your throwing technique. They start from scratch, taking snaps under center. And a lot of these guys just don't do that. And the other thing, and I think it might have been Clayton Adams yesterday pointed out that, these kids come out of college and they're used to seeing signs for the plays, right? And now you got to hear it and you got to know it, and it's a whole different world than what they've been in college, because it's easier even defensively to make defensive changes because they just hold up a sign, right? And then, okay, you know what to do. But here it's a little bit different.
Is there any particular position, because we've asked you quite a bit about cornerback, and I think that's understandable. Even the Cowboys understand it. They're making moves with Kalen Carson being out for a while. Are there any other particular positions that you're specifically intrigued to watch? Maybe for depth purposes, maybe for starter purposes, whatever reason that you've been more focused on in practice than perhaps other spots?
I think the guys inside on defense, the defensive tackles, is Mozzie Smith looking like he's improving? What's Solomon Thomas still have? Their seventh-round draft choice, Jay Toya, can he offer something? And maybe not even just inside the defensive ends. What's Sam Williams doing after not playing for an entire year or having pads on for an entire year? Is Izuruku, the real deal? That he seems to be, and is he able to hold the edge against the run? I think Peyton Turner, it's like, why this guy was a first-round draft choice and he never really did anything with the Saints. And could that be a reclamation project that he gets a new spot? And let's see what this guy's capable of doing. So I think the defensive line front. And it was interesting yesterday when interviewing Matt Eberflus, and one of the questions came up about stopping the run. And, the first thing he said was teamwork, and then he repeated it, teamwork. And the defenses he's been on in the NFL, starting with the Cowboys, going on to Indianapolis and the Bears, the defenses he's been a part of, not as a coordinator, but a position coach, then a coordinator, then a head coach, have been pretty darn good. And so that's one thing that if this team's going to be successful defensively, and I think we know this, they got to be able to stop the run. And the last 2 years, the last 2 years that they had losing seasons, 20, and then this past year, against the run, they finished 29th and 31st. Now, I don't know if that's a coincidence, but that's what happened. So if you look at the Cowboys' success or non-success in the playoffs, it always came down to their inability to stop the run. these last, the Dak Prescott era. So Eberflus has been pretty good at coordinating defense. Now, can he do it with this bunch, and does he have the talent to be able to do it?
So on the talent front, one of the people I've been intrigued by is Dante Fowler. I know Dante Fowler is better known as a pass rusher, but early indications are he's gotten better against the run. Now, how much better? I'm curious your take on all of that, or it's a work in progress and I can't actually tell until Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I think that with him, to me, he's a rotational player. I think he maybe last year with Washington played like 50% of the snaps.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's the starter that's going to be out there for 60 snaps a game, right? It's kind of a rotation, and depending on what they're trying to do on defense or what they're down in distance they're facing. So, yeah, stopping the run, I don't know, they're thumping up, but they're not tackling except for Malik Hooker, I mean. Jeez, he was just bringing it the other day. I don't know what got into him. But, that's got to be one thing. If you're going to play defensive end, you got to be able to set the edge. And so we'll see that now. If they can get the pass rush from him, you can be a designated pass rusher, and and he's been pretty good at that. So he's another one of those guys you're watching, and it's like, okay, how are they playing the run? And that's a big deal. Same for Sam Williams. When he came out of Ole Miss, he was kind of a pass rusher, and I still had some friends that were Ole Miss fans, and they said he can rush the quarterback. He's got to be better playing the run. He was almost like a one-dimensional thing, but he's kind of rebuilt his body. He looks stronger. He's bigger. Now, can he kind of get back in the groove after, the other day was the first time he had pads on since, I think he got hurt before the pads came on last year.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is probably why he trucked somebody without pads on that first day.
Yeah. He was like, okay, let's go, and so that's going to be a key thing, how they play that. And when Eberflus was talking about it, he goes, when we're talking about stopping the run, and everybody focuses on the defensive tackles, right? He said all 11 guys. He goes, if we're going to be good against the run, the cornerbacks have to tackle.
Right.
And so that's a pretty good, putting that out there for those guys that, and he used a phrase that Rod Marinelli taught him when he was both with the Cowboys. He said, on defense, there's no guests out there. And I thought, okay, I like that. Yeah. And so, there's going to be a priority, I think, to stop the run, and we'll see what his scheme like. His scheme's more Marinelli than it had been the last couple of years. It's more of attack, not try to hold up the line and just stop it. So they want Mozzie on the move. I don't know if that's his game, but if he can't do it, he may not be out there. We're past first round draft choice, right? Now you got to produce. You don't get a pass there to say, well, he's the first round draft choice. He's got to be out there. You got to get out there and be able to do something and play. And the poor guy gets here, and then they drafted him because he was a big stud in the middle that held down double teams, and then he lost weight so he could be a guy to get up the field. And then last year it was, well, we want you to hold down the fort, and now this year it's, well, we want you to get up the field. So his weight has fluctuated. I think Schottenheimer said maybe 310, which it's probably a good weight for him. He lost too much his rookie year. He was like 280, 285, and then last year it was 325, and now he's 310. So we'll see what he can do. So go back to answer your question, that defensive line, that defensive front, because if the defensive front doesn't play well, then your linebackers can't play well.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's something that I think is to keep an eye on, especially next next week when they get that scrimmage against the Rams and then the first preseason game.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Are you ready for the most attended MLB game in history? Plus, return of the Rangers legends. Next on The Fan.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's a shot into right. Back at the track. At the wall. Hamilton has gone deep. And it's 9-7 Texas here in the 10th.
And that's how you know that Joe Buck was biased in that World Series. Because listen to how sad he is that once again he thinks that the Rangers are about to win the World Series. We're going to talk about some of those Texas Rangers legends because it's time. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement for some baseball nuggets. You want to start with the Rangers legends coming back?
I love legends, Kevin. Oh, you know what, though? Yeah. Because I had some people ask me about one of them.
Oh.
And why they're not as excited as they feel like they should be.
Oh, okay. I'm intrigued by that. So on August 9th, Josh Hamilton will be back and be presented with his Rangers Hall of Fame jacket in an on-the-field ceremony prior to their game against the Phillies. He was inducted into the Rangers Hall of Fame in 2019. He'll also throw out the first pitch. And look, I still think just the ability to close it out in I believe it's in the 10th inning of Game 6. If the Rangers, I know what happened before that, but if the Rangers would have closed that out in the 10th and Hamilton's home run would have been the game winner, I do really think that would have changed his kind of general perception here.
You think he would be looked at as the greatest Ranger of all time?
No.
He single-handedly won you a World Series.
Don't you feel like Nelson Cruz had a pretty good hand in getting you there?
Are you saying he single-handedly lost you the World Series?
Okay, Kevin? I am not saying that. I think Josh Hamilton is in the mix for sure, and I don't think people hold should have put a ring on it against him so much if that would have happened.
I do remember he was hurt a lot through that playoff stretch. Remember he ran into the fence and then his groin was a problem?
Yeah.
It was like he limped up to the plate to hit that home run.
He played like Maris Leofow does with his hair on fire.
Hey, look, I'm going to play center field, and if I'm playing center field, I'm running everywhere and catching everything, and if I have to dive, and that's just how I play.
Yeah.
But again, he limped up to the plate to hit that home run. I had a friend message me yesterday, a mutual friend of ours, and said, why am I not as excited as I feel I should be for this? And it was all the off-field stuff.
Yeah.
And I wonder if, Kevin, if that had happened, if he'd hit that home run and the World Series was won and all that, if everybody would have just pushed the off-field stuff aside
100%.
and said, don't care.
That is what I think 100%. Because like he would have left and then his wife at the time would have been like, he said it. Then I think we all would have gotten over it because you're like, that's what happened. Listen to it. It sounds just like that.
He's always hated the way and we all did, actually.
I hate
we all hated
all of that press conference. She said they should put a ring on it. I did it. I hated all of that. But if he would have been the guy that would have won you the World Series, you would have gotten over it. Like, I don't think this will happen whatsoever. But, like, if Nathan Eovaldi retired and he's like, I kind of wish the fans would have been a little bit more supportive, you'd be like, oh, damn, man, we loved you. You're our guy.
And
you won us the World Series.
Yeah, we'd send him cakes and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And so you would be willing to forgive a lot more things if, like, they would have won the World Series.
By the way, and I appreciate our friend Derek Holland.
Me too.
You know, treasure in our hearts anyway. He said, what about Napoli? Go back. We do need to go back and watch that run through that World Series because Napoli was, I mean, and his ankle was like it was nothing but rubber bands, and he was still out there just chucking people down and crushing.
And it felt like Napoli was the heartbeat of the fan base.
Yeah. Everybody, the chants and everything that went along with it. Yeah. That was such a fun team.
It really, really was.
This World Series champion team was fun because of like those clutch moments. You know, like those clutch moments stood out, and then the way they wiped the Astros off the planet. But
if only
those fans, remember the ones with
their stupid
hats,
NASA outfits.
They wanted to just shut those faces down. But that Rangers team from 10-11, John Daniels recently said it. We knew and felt like we were the best.
Yes.
They were a blast. All the personalities were unique and different. This Rangers team has one personality, and then the rest of it's very calm and chill.
Right.
All those guys were everybody was different. You had Michael Young, who was this politician in the clubhouse and played it perfectly down the middle. And then you had, Ian Kinsler, who was competitive and had this edge. Derek was fun. Elvis was a blast to watch. All these guys had unique personalities, and that's what made us root for that team. And even Josh Hamilton had his weird thing, but we all kind of wrapped our arms around him and said, we still love you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, I feel like the other two come with less baggage, but Shin-Soo Choo on August 22nd will throw out the first pitch. The wild thing about that is this is first time back at Globe Life Field in 5 years. So like right when the stadium was opening. And then that weekend will also be the Adrian Beltre statue weekend. And so I know people are super pumped about that. So August the 9th for Hamilton, 22nd for Chu, and then the Beltre statue will also be like released that night, and then they'll do the ceremony for it the next day. So a lot of like cool Rangers nostalgia stuff coming up.
That's great.
Absolutely. All right. Keep an eye out on this. Dylan Cease is a target for the Astros. Now, the good news is Dylan Cease is terrible this year. You could make an argument it is the worst season of his career, but still a thing that could happen. The Blue Jays traded for Sir Anthony Dominguez, and I think what is most fascinating about this is they were in the midst of that series. And so what I think is super fun is you could just like, all right, so I'm going to go over there now. I'm going to take my stuff and go over there. I guess you could have left your Orioles stuff behind and just, like, I'm going to have Blue Jay stuff now. But it is just so wild. Like, I know this.
Was his jersey already ready? Did it have his name on it, or was it just like, no, it's just a numbered jersey?
I feel like the seamstress or the people who make it were like, you got to give me like an hour. I figure this out. But like, you don't see this, Corey, you brought this up. You don't see this in other sports where it's like the shocking turn of events after game 2. The Stars have traded Jamie Benn to the Avalanche. Like, they're never playing each other like in the middle of it when you see those kind of trades. And that is something that I think is uniquely fun to baseball.
And that's what I've always like thought, with even in these basketball games, you're like, this person's being traded. And you're like, why didn't he's literally in a different locker room. Why doesn't he play tonight? Just get him out there shooting with the team. And in baseball, a lot of times they're like, yeah, he's going to walk over to the other clubhouse and now he's going to be part of this game.
Injuries have picked off a lot of players in the last 24 hours or so. Jacob Wilson is going on the injured list, as is Ronald Acuna, as is Byron Buxton. Like, you're talking about some big name, big money players right there. Now,
especially with this trade deadline up.
Absolutely. You set the template for this years ago. It's going to happen on Saturday. The Speedway Classic. So I know
we're still not there, but we're close.
Okay.
Because I feel like a race still needs to happen on the track while the game's going on.
This is on pace to be the highest attended baseball game of all time. What do you think is the previous high attendance for a baseball game?
65,000. I'm just throwing a number.
Sure. 84,587 in 1954. This game has already sold 85,000 tickets, and the game is on Saturday, and it will be the first American or National League game ever played in Tennessee. Fans have purchased tickets from all 50 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and 9 other countries on 4 continents.
Wow.
For this game. So the Reds and the Braves, and that's one of the things we mentioned about Acuna being out. He will miss this. Obviously, that is one of the huge stars of this series, but Saturday Speedway Classic should be really fun to check out.
Love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch. This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Sheldon Rankins is back in Houston and back to full strength. The veteran D-tackle missed the end of last season with what was called an illness. Now we know what it was: viral meningitis and shingles. He dropped 50 pounds, spent weeks in the dark, and had to rebuild from scratch. He's healthy now, locked in, and ready to make an impact again for D'Amico Ryan's defense. I'm Maggie Gray.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Baby.
Freak
No.
Nutmeg Baby.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Gold ticket giveaway. Plus, at 12:30, we will talk with Bruce Bochy. We're going to do NFL overreaction in just a second. But first, we go to the Corey News Desk for news.
Bruce Bochy would have punched that man in the face last night. I just want to let you know. Jake Ferguson contract breakdown. 5 years, $55.406 M. 4-year extension worth max of $52 M.
Okay.
Bonus $12 M. This is from Todd Archer. This is from Todd Archer, by the way. Year 25, $1.406 M. So that this year he only cost $1.4 million. 26, $7.25. 27, $6.25. That's full guarantee at $327.
Okay.
Right? And the 26 is guaranteed as well. 28, $11.75. 29, $11.75. $750,000 active roster bonus, 26 through 29. $500,000 escalator and incentives, 26 through 29.
Okay.
So a lot of stuff going on. I know it's a lot of numbers.
So
and a lot of M's.
But my initial, yes, the M is for million. He can afford the business class plane tickets. So my first thought is it sounds like the structure of the contract, I want to look at it again, but it sounds like the structure of the contract is kind of what we thought, where maybe you're pretty free and clear for that 2029 season. Not totally, but pretty free and clear for that, which that kind of structure makes pretty good sense.
Pretty
to me.
fair. Does the Cowboys usually, you said the structure is usually pretty decent. It's just the timing that stinks.
Yeah. And that's the thing. The structure makes sense when they sign it. But for example, like Mike is the perfect example right now. You want to get the deal done now because then that $24.007 million that you cannot change in any shape or form can be flexed with.
Yeah.
That was the issue. Like, let's take Jalen Hurts, for example. Jalen Hurts got paid and everyone's like, oh, the Eagles are so screwed now. But not really, totally, because they did it while he was still under his rookie contract. So that allows you to finesse the money, not across just the contract, but also across the pre-existing contract. Whereas what the Cowboys did with Dak is they waited till the last minute and they're like, we'll just tag that extra money on to the end.
There you go.
And then when they got to the end of that contract this time, they're like, holy crap, we still owe him $45 million. Like Steven said to us this past year, that had something to do with it. The fact that they still owed him $40 to $45 million made the negotiations from there on more complicated.
There you go.
And that's what you just hope you don't run into with Micah, but I think we all know how this is going to go.
We see how things are going to happen.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. We're going to go back to the Cowboys again to start this off. The Dallas Cowboys will win at least 3 divisional games. If you're interested in putting some money down on the Cowboys, perhaps, I think this is an opportunity. Over-under for their divisional wins is 2.5. Now, you might not...
So if they win 3, I'm in the...
cash, baby.
I think I'm betting on that.
See, I do too. I this is not a bold prediction. Doesn't look like the Giants are going to be that great. If you could sweep them, you just have to win 1 of the 4 against Philly and Washington. I know Philly and Washington are really good, and say what you want about Dak Prescott in the playoffs, but man, if he doesn't kick some ass in this division.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a Jason Garrett staple, was we win in the division. That was a Bill Parcells thing, and McCarthy was pretty strong on that too. I think this is a pretty easy bet for me to go ahead and say they can win 3 of those because they know the teams, they're familiar with them, and they are good enough to win those games.
Alec, same level of confidence?
Yeah, like you said, you just got to sweep a really bad team, if we're being honest, and then try to win one of those other games against 2 teams that happen to be pretty good right now. But like you said, history tends to repeat itself, or at least rhyme, as our guy Ruben likes to say. And I feel like you could win one of those games. That should be easy money.
Absolutely. Man, I'm with you guys on that. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. The Minnesota Vikings are going to be better this season than last season. Now, that can look how you want, because on the surface, going better than 14-3 feels unlikely. However, in the two most important games of the year. They got throttled in both of them.
Yeah, they were 14-3, and a lot of people thought it was gilded.
Yes.
That they
And
weren't
that turned
for
out to be
real.
correct.
Yeah, and I was one of those people that was like, man, I'm pretty caught off guard by Sam Darnold here. And then I was like, just kind of like, man, maybe I was completely, oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Why would I ever doubt myself? And so that happened. So I don't have an answer to this. I wish I did, but I have no clue what JJ McCarthy is.
Can push?
Surprise. JJ McCarthy might be a bum.
Sure.
We haven't seen him throw.
No, that's a fair point.
But I'll say that I think that they will be better. Even though the record might not be better, but I think they're going to win meaningful games.
And that's the thing. If they make it to the divisional round, you win. Like, I don't care what their regular season record is. If you make it further in the playoffs, you can make an argument, you win. Alec, overreaction to reality, the Vikings are going to be better than they were last season.
Oh, that's tough. I'm going to go overreaction.
Okay.
For this season. I think year one of JJ McCarthy is going to be very roller coaster-ish.
Okay.
I think it's going to be up and down. I think it's going to have some amazing sights and sounds, and then it's going to have some that you're just like, what in the world did I just watch? And it's because he didn't get to play his whole rookie year.
Sure.
So it's nothing that's going to be his fault, but I think you're going to have some really pretty games and some really ugly games from that offense.
I am interested, y'all's answer in this next one. Corey, overreaction or reality, you are more interested in Ashton Genty this season than any other non-Cowboys rookie.
Yeah, that's a reality. He's fascinating. I guess the only other person I might be more interested in is Cam Ward.
And mine's Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's a fascinating story, too. I feel like I've already gotten Travis Hunter overload, and I'm not getting enough Ashton Genty.
Right.
Yes. But
I'm guilty of that.
Cam Ward, I'm interested in, not because it's Tennessee, because Tennessee still bores me. Not the state, just the teams.
Because they have the Speedway Classic. You can't be bored by that.
But is he a good quarterback or not?
Right.
You know, people.
And he hasn't gotten like any hype, it feels like, compared to other number one picks.
And people are so divisive on him and whether or not he was good. And but Ashton Genty, I expect to be electric with the head coach that loves to run the football.
Right.
And a quarterback that understands how to get that system rolling. So, yeah, Ashton Genty is going to be fascinating this year.
Alec?
I'd say Ashton Genty is probably the one that I'm watching the most. So reality, I've told you guys that I've had this affinity for the running back position for quite literally ever. And to Corey's point, I don't think he's getting talked about enough, which is kind of weird because going into the draft, it seemed like he was the talk of the town outside of, what are the Titans going to do, blah, 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 Cam Ward, this and that. I'm really intrigued to see what happens there with Vegas, and I think that's probably why he's not getting talked about enough is because he got drafted by Vegas. Nobody's really talking about them outside of, hey, the greatest quarterback to ever play by metrics is a part owner now, and they keep talking about that. That's the only reason they get brought up anymore.
Yeah, actually, that does feel true, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Y'all can quick hit this one if you want. NFL overreaction or reality. Cooper DeJean, the safety for the Eagles, will be a Pro Bowler this season. He popped up at 60 on the NFL's top 100.
Overreaction.
Oh, I like that.
You said I could be short with this, so.
Alec?
Ooh. I'll go overreaction as well.
I like it. I like it.
Somebody said Cam Scattaboo. Are you interested? I'm not. I know a lot of people are very interested in Cam Scattaboo.
Are they already interested, or are they interested to go against Bobby?
Oh, that's a good point.
Because I think some people
Bobby's
have built,
hate.
Yeah, I think some people have built up their interest just because of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was one really fun game that I saw of him. I see him dancing and having fun at Giants practice, but we'll see. We'll see how things go.
Okay, NFL overreaction or reality. Patrick Mahomes is no longer in the top tier of fantasy quarterbacks.
Oh, this is interesting. I've never chosen him that high.
Really?
And there's part of it that I couldn't get to him a lot of times.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of other quarterbacks I like to wait on quarterbacks anyway.
Okay. That's a fundamental strategy.
That is my fundamental strategy. I'll wait until like the 8th, 9th round. I'm one of those. I'm collecting receivers and running backs. But based on last year, he trusted the defense and played poorly, honestly.
Yeah.
For his standards. So yeah, I think he's out of there, and I don't think he has a problem with that. I think he doesn't care about the fantasy part of it as much as he cares about, like, hey, are we winning games?
Sure.
And what can I do better?
Sure.
It is always funny to me how fantasy football is so different than real football. Like the standards and the metrics and everything. Everybody's
That's why this is a fun question.
Exactly, because there was a point in time where I felt like Cordero Patterson was a must start every single week for me. There was a point in time.
But you never want him on your team, right?
Exactly. There was a point in time where Taysom Hill was a must start every single week, and now I haven't heard his name in months because he never plays anymore. Like, it's funny to me that we can say this is an absolute reality, that you shouldn't be prioritizing Patrick Mahomes in a fantasy draft, but he could very well end up in the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl again this year because he's that good. But yeah, his supporting cast hasn't gotten much better. It's been kind of stagnant. So I would stay away from him if it was that time in the draft for sure.
Okay, this question might interest me more than it does y'all, but I hope you're intrigued as well. NFL overreaction or reality? You think the defending Super Bowl champion should almost always be number one in the NFL training camp power rankings?
Yes.
So, like, I know it's different when John Elway retired and stuff like that, but every time, like, the Eagles are number one in the pre-training camp power rankings and now training camp power rankings. And to me, I'm like, sure, they won the Super Bowl. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, there's reality, Kevin. They unless, like, everything fell apart in the offseason.
I get it. Elway retires, or like Hurts would have broken his leg or something like that.
Philadelphia got better.
I could see that.
I mean, they had a group. They got a little bit better. They did get a little. They lost some too, but they did get a little bit better. So, yeah, I don't know why they shouldn't be number one every year.
Yeah, you got to have drastic turnover for them to not be, because you're just projecting. You're just guessing.
Sure.
There's nothing to go off of other than turnover on that team, on the front office and what have you. And they're pretty much the same team. So there's no reason to not put them at one until they lace them up and play a real football game.
NFL overreaction or reality? You've heard the rumors. You've heard the innuendo. You don't care, and you want Christian Wilkins on the Dallas Cowboys.
Overreaction. I have in the past,
for sure,
highly valued him.
Like 2 years ago, he might have been the most coveted free agent.
Yeah, and as age happens, things happen. But whatever rumors I've heard, if I'm the GM or owner of a team, I have to do my research for sure. But the other part is, how's his injury? If all that's another factor in it. So yeah, that's overreaction for me.
Overreaction as well. I'm right there with Corey. Yeah, it's hard for me to go against that argument.
Okay,
remember, dude, how every year we were trying to get Gerald McCoy on this team, and and they finally were like, "All right, guys, we listened to you," and we were like, "It's 5 years too late, guys."
Oh man, think about all of the key players that you want now that you think are gettable. That is going to be a quarter of the Cowboys' 2030 roster. You mark my words on that. All right, one more quick one for you. NFL overreaction or reality? Trevor Lawrence will never be great with the Jags.
Overreaction.
Oh!
I think the organization's miserable at times. And they have a hard time figuring things out. But I think that his connection with Brian Thomas is going to be pretty good for quite some time, and you're going to see some good things.
Spicy. Yeah. I like it.
I'm going to go with reality. It's just too late.
I get it.
And unfortunately, that team, that front office, that organization just won't help them out enough until it's too late. It kind of feels like you just mentioned the Gerald McCoy thing, 5 years too late. It's like they've got the Brian Thomas Jr., they've got Travis Hunter and everything, but it might just be too late.
He is 25.
I know.
He is going to be 26. He has 4 more years before he hits, hey, you know what? I'm at that point where I got to grow up. You know, he hasn't even gotten there yet.
Okay, you're right. You are right, Corey. But when Alex said that, that is the exact same thing that I thought. I was like, dude's like 25, but I think Alex might be right. It is a weird culture.
Swaggy Booty says he has Travis now, so not an overreaction.
I am very excited to see how you mentioned Brian Thomas.
Practice reps.
That does interest me as an aside. I will admit I'm guilty of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day, plus baseball is truly a bit sport. You'll hear about it next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, it is not too late. Whether you're 25, 26, younger or older, make your way to Platinum Chevrolet to buy your brand new car. They got great people, great service, expanded selection with that 80,000 square foot showroom in Terrell, plus those low prices. And if you just don't want to leave your house, my family bought our last car from Platinum, PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Didn't even leave the house. Guess what? They delivered it to our house.
Justin and his team have the diesel Z71 Tahoes in stock. The Equinox, the 2026. That's Kevin's love right there.
That's going to be my next car.
The 2025 Colorado LT and the Trailblazer active as well. Man, and you know what? You can build the deal right there online. You can do it all. Start there. Or go into the facility and enjoy while you're there. You know, a little cup of coffee, some water, and the great customer service that you're going to get. Shop online. Let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Tired of the city hustle? Imagine escaping to your own lakefront retreat just 90 minutes from Dallas. Picture this: towering hardwoods, a sparkling lake steps from your door, and endless family fun. It's happening this Saturday. For the very first time, we're releasing an exclusive collection of lakefront properties. Unbelievable prices, unmatched value. Lakefront 3 to 10 acre tracts starting at an incredible $99.9. Prefer a view? Get a 3-acre property with a stunning lake view for only $49.9. Want instant luxury? We have 3 to 10 acre lakefronts with a beautiful barn dominium from just $149.9. Enjoy a private lake, a fishing pier, paved roads, power, internet, and all just minutes from a charming Texas town. Don't miss out. These highly anticipated properties are available by appointment only this Saturday. One day only. Call now to schedule your...
us at Berkeys.com today.
M37968.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
11 base runners. The Rangers have had 12, and there's a ball hit to left, and it gets by Haggerty. Moncada being waved around third. The relay from Smith is not made. Up to second is Neto. Moncada scores. And it has been a wacky night for one of the best defensive teams in baseball.
That is a good way to put it. A wacky night. The Rangers lose to the Angels 8-5. That's 2 straight losses to the Angels to start off a very disappointing start to the road trip. At 12:30, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. But right now, a segment that never disappoints. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Twitch and YouTube, you can use those platforms as well to answer today's question of the day. Plus, baseball at its core is just a bit sport. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
Are you saying that because of the Speedway Classic on Saturday?
Well, yeah, that's part of it for sure. But then the things that happen whenever you're up by like 13 runs on the broadcast.
Oh,
in the case
yes.
of the Baltimore Orioles.
Yes.
You will hear that in just a little bit because I've listened to it probably 6 or 7 times now, and I've laughed equally as hard each time.
As you should have.
It's amazing. It's the dumbest thing ever, but I love it. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, today we go to the National Day calendar as we usually do. Some great holidays. It's hard to top yesterday. As I said, yesterday was probably my favorite of the calendar year for obscure holidays. National Chicken Wing Day, which I will say, a lot of people celebrated. It was impossible to get wings anywhere yesterday.
Okay.
I tried and it was absurd.
That makes me feel a little bit better. Because I felt like a dope after we ate dinner and didn't order wings.
So I tried, I think around 5 o'clock, I was like, one of my buddies threw out the idea to go to Pluckers. And I was like, okay, yeah, cool. Let's do it. Checked the wait time for the local Arlington location, 4-hour wait. And we're like, no, that's not happening.
Because the world knew?
Yes. And they were doing.
Listen to AM on the FM.
That's right. And they heard it and they're like, you know what? We're going to mark the wings down to $1 a piece today.
That was your own fault.
Yeah. So, and I checked at like 4:30 and it was already a 4-hour wait. So we're like, no.
Have you ever tried to order wings on the day of the Super Bowl, like before the game? And they're like, you probably should have set this up like 3 days ago.
Yeah. And I've done it before. Me and my dad used to do that. That used to be the tradition. Whatever I knew I was actually going to be around for the game, we would do that, especially pandemic times. We would get the order in the day before. And still,
you gotta.
You know, it didn't matter what place we went to. We did it the day before, and it would still be like an hour late because they were just so inhumanely backed up on orders. No matter what place we went to, it was always crazy. So now we're like, how about we just cook instead? we do the work ourselves, so we know it will be ready. But today is National Climb a Mountain Day.
Oh, I've done that.
Oh, wow. Good for you. You and Darby Allen, huh?
We did that together.
Oh, yeah. I've climbed multiple mountains.
Whoa! That's a flex. And for me, that's something that I think about like a bucket list item for people. Like just a random thing. They're like, I'm going to summit Mount Everest, like Darby Allen said. And he did it. You know, our friend of the show here.
It's so awesome to be at the apex of the mountain. That's the highest
summit.
point, if you will, or the summit. And then you realize
going down ain't
about
easy.
2 miles down, and my hamstrings are going to explode on this walk down.
Well, no, but you've been lifting the entire gym lately. So
That's right.
next
That's
time
right.
you decide to go, summit a mountain, you're going to be like, this is light work. I'll show you kids. feeling great. So it got me thinking about just what's the one random obscure thing on your bucket list? Like, because we always say, the big grand things that everybody has on their bucket list for life. Do you have something that's like super obscure that you're like, I have to do this in life?
Does it count if I accomplished it?
Sure.
I wanted to sing Tiny Dancer on a bus full of people like in Almost Famous.
And have them sing with you?
Yes. And that 100% happened. It was when we were at the newspaper. I was on a team bus or a parent bus on the way to a playoff series, and multiple people started singing. Of course, I was in it. And then at least half the bus sang Tony Danza. It was really, really fun.
That's impressive. And that's the kind of obscure
random.
that I want. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the kind of random that I want.
Like, that's not a real life accomplishment, but I was so pumped about it.
I kind of want to go fishing with Boach.
Ooh, I think we could make that happen.
And not like I don't necessarily need to be on a boat, but like pond fishing. If he has a pond and he's like, hey, we can just go in this stock pond I got in the back, I'd be perfectly okay with that. Or if he was like, if fly fishing was an option, I'm okay with that too. But I don't even need to talk baseball with him.
You just want to talk about life and stuff.
Yeah, I feel like there's just so many life lessons that he can tell me about,
Agreed.
And so that's an obscure thing, and that's only a recent thing. It's within the last 3 years that this popped up because he hasn't been, he's never been here before, but he gained my respect so quickly.
Would it mean the world to you if at some point he just kind of like looked off and he goes, well, Corey, I don't suppose there's much I could say. Those fish can't tell you better. And you're just like, I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Yeah, because first thought is fish can't talk, Boach, but then you're like,
gonna
well,
tell
what if
him that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
you're gonna tell him
not.
that?
Absolutely. The other thing, Alec, and this is a little scary. I've always wanted to just float off into the ocean.
I'm sorry. Feels like we've judged you. That's not cool of us, Alec. That is not cool of us.
It's not cool. I'm just being honest.
There was this time when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I remember me and my dad were pretty far off into the ocean in Port Aransas, and I looked out further, and 200, 300, 400 yards off into the ocean was this pink float. And my mom told me that they had a helicopter out there and saved this person. Because they had just floated they fell asleep on the float and just floated off. And I always was like, that would be just so cool. I love the water anyway, and I've always just thought about that.
Yeah.
But I definitely, like Mike always was like, I want to do mushrooms or whatever, but I want it to be in a garden environment.
Sure.
So I definitely would want like you guys on the coast going, all right, now go get him, guys. Go get him.
Yeah.
But I've always kind of wanted that just float off into nowhere thing. It'd be fun.
Huh. Like I'd be terrified if I did that. I would have to be paid.
I feel like we're answering your question as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
No, that's incredible. Like that's a different level of thought that I did not even think anybody would put into that. So I appreciate the specific nature of that, but that is I did judge you very hard. I want to apologize for that, but that was a unique take on this because I feel like mine's very fitting for me, but it's also ultra specific. So I feel like it counts. It's something that I've talked about with my friends, with my dad, and I'm like, I swear I'm gonna make this happen. People always ask, like, why did you get into media, or why do you do this? And it's like having a big platform would be cool and everything, being famous would be cool. Yeah, the main reason I've always wanted to have some sort of level of fame is so I get a phone call from an area code in Bristol, Connecticut.
Yeah.
And it's Triple H on the other end. And he says, hey, we want to bring you in. And I'm like, oh, cool, like to sit front row and everything. He says, yeah, but that's just the beginning. We want to put you in an angle with someone and have you wrestle a match.
A Kurt Angle?
Is there?
I mean, if he wants, sure.
Is there any part of you that thinks you'd be the littlest disappointed, nope.
What?
You'd be disappointed if he goes, hello, this is Paul Levesque. Instead of being like, time to play the game. Hey, Alec, this is Triple H.
I could see that where they have like a whole producer connected on like a separate phone call to play his entrance music right when you pick up the phone. But no, I feel like a lot of people address him as Hunter, like a lot of the talent and stuff. So I feel like he addresses himself as Hunter too, in like a wrestling, not a business call, but like whenever he's calling someone to talk wrestling, I bet he's like, hey, it's Hunter. Like I gotta talk to you about this. I've always wanted to do a celebrity spot in a WWE match or a segment.
Hell yeah.
And I have the exact moment that made me want to do that.
Okay.
I want to say it was 2012 maybe. Monday Night Raw was at the American Airlines Center, and Sheamus put Mark Cuban through a table.
Yes!
And Mark Cuban to this day talks about how that's one of the most fun things he's ever done. And he was like, it was because I really had little idea of what was going to happen. He was like, they warned me, like, we want you to take a bump. We want you to go through a table. And so he was like, okay, so like, how do I do that? And they're like, oh, just tuck your chin. You'll be fine. And he was like, it's that simple? And he went through the table and he was like, I couldn't walk straight for over a week. Like, he was like, they don't tell you that it hurts. They just say, oh yeah, you won't break your neck if you tuck your chin. You'll be okay. He was like, they didn't tell me that I was going to be sore for a week after. He's like, I seriously couldn't walk straight.
Interesting.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
So he's like,
time to play the game.
Yeah. So he was like, okay. He was like, I know there's an element of this that's planned, but it hurts. It hurts. So I'm like, I don't want to just do that. I want to go full Bad Bunny. Have me go through a 15-minute match. Like, please. That's the main reason I want to be famous.
Dude, and by the way, I just finished Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Bad Bunny is my new favorite celebrity. This dude cracks me up. He's a fun actor, great, talented entertainer. But I think that, and now he's in another movie where he has a serious role, kind of like he was with the Wolf and Bullet Train. Bad Bunny's, is he going to go into the Hall of Fame for wrestling?
Oh, for sure. They love that celebrity wing.
Oh, they really do.
They'll make it.
Like, I always forget sometimes whenever some of these legendary names in pop culture pass, and then WWE will put out like a graphic, and it's like, we're mourning the loss of Hall of Famer. I'm like, oh yeah. They did stuff there. Like when Ozzy passed, I was thinking about the WrestleMania appearance. I'm like, oh yeah,
with the Bulldogs.
He was very involved with that. So I see a lot of people that are kind of in the big grand idea, which I really like from the 940, skydive the Grand Canyon. That's terrifying to me. I would rather not.
No.
From the 682, I would want to fish with Brian. I'm assuming Broadus is who they mean there, which I feel like would be a very fun time. I feel like a fishing excursion with anybody here would be kind of fun. Like if we could get the whole band together.
Sometimes it's more complicated than you might think, Alec.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm just fantasizing, thinking about stuff. Remember, this is big, this is grand, this is stuff that wouldn't happen without a lot of work. So appreciate the interaction there, and we had so much fun with it that we're gonna have to save the Kevin Brown audio for another time because I promise it's amazing, and I need Corey to see if he can match the sounds and the impressions that were made.
I love sounds
in this clip too.
I'm excited about
so
that.
Maybe later today or tomorrow with Fred.
Where the KNC? What? Where the hell am I going to be?
Germany.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, Cowboys and NFL numbers to make some money on. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the Cowboys back to practice. We'll go
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1:23 to go on a 2nd and 9. Pickett lines up a deep ball. Separation. Touchdown. George Pickens.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Gridiron in just 1 second. I thought this was interesting. A couple of the Mavericks preseason games include one at the American Airlines Center, which makes a whole lot of sense. But then October 6th against Oklahoma City will be at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. So good for them for switching it up a little bit.
I like that they switch it up a little bit.
Absolutely. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start, with the news that the Bears will have patches on their jerseys this season for Steve McMichael, their Hall of Fame defensive tackle who just passed away, and then longtime owner Virginia McCaskey, and they'll have those on their uniforms this season. A nice little gesture right there.
Absolutely.
Let's go from that to just something to keep an eye on. Xavier Worthy has been placed in concussion protocol. The reason why I say keep an eye on that is like with Guyton, with fractures, breaks, theoretically they heal at a pace that, doctors feel more comfortable diagnosing. But with concussions, it feels like even if you're just in the protocol, it can be a tricky deal.
Dude, did you hear Ferguson talking about that?
Yeah.
And talking about the experience of it and the nausea that came along with it.
It sounds terrifying.
You never know when you're going to get out of it.
Yeah.
You just don't know how your brain is going to respond to that. So yeah, man, it is definitely something to keep an eye on.
A delightful day for Brian Broaddus as his buddy and protege, John Schneider, has signed a contract extension with the Seahawks through 2030. So hooray for him.
Man, that dude has... What an impressive way of showing. This dude has gained control of a franchise.
Yeah.
He's gained the trust, and the love, the adoration, getting them there. Is this the second rebuild he gets to go through? Maybe third?
Man.
This is...
So they clearly have plenty of trust in
Yeah,
him.
that's impressive.
Let's go from that to... I've got some more questions for you on the numbers front. What do you think will be the most passing yards for the season by a quarterback? So not just the Cowboys, across the entire NFL. Whoever leads the league in most passing yards, what would you set that number at?
4,900 yards.
Ooh.
Is going to be the most.
The over-under? 4,950.5.
All right, so I'm under.
That's true, but don't you always wish there was a little bit more separation?
Yeah.
Unless you're so confident, you're like, nope, 49-48, book it. And I'm like, oh, good for you. Okay, I'm glad you're so sure.
The other thing, too, is the league we saw the last couple of years kind of gone back to running the ball a lot.
Okay. Perfect setup. Perfect setup. What a professional.
That's what we do.
Highest rushing yard total for the season by an individual. That is too many. For the season.
I was going to try and add up all the rushing yards for the runners.
One individual.
Okay, all right.
For the season, what will be the league? You got it. For rushing. You got it. Shut up, Alec.
1728.
Okay. Alec, even though I just told you to shut up, what is your thoughts?
Well, that's contradictory. I'm going to one-up Corey and go 1738. No, I'm not Fetty Wap.
This number is high. 1,825.5.
It really depends on if Derrick Henry wants to be in an Adam Sandler movie or not.
Man, so we need his feedback for what he thought about Happy Gilmore too. If he loved it, he's like, I'm going to run for 2,100 yards.
And does he really want to be a cameo for it now that he saw 62 in the Happy Gilmore 2 movie? And he's like, you know what? It's not as prized as it used to be, but
that was for Happy Gilmore 2. Do a different movie. And maybe it'll be like
you can
4.
Be the one,
yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are teams that are better at running the ball and defenses are less built for stopping the run than we've seen in prior times. And it's possible, but it really does come down to who has what to prove that year. Saquon had something to prove last year. Derrick Henry has had something to prove last year. And so who's the guy this year that has the offensive line, the coordinator, the quarterback, and something to prove? That's where you find that guy that's going to lead the league in rushing.
Now,
stay healthy.
Before we get to Cowboys specific, I love this one. What would be the longest regular season touchdown from scrimmage? How many yards?
71.
Ooh.
Oh, 84.
Okay.
Sorry, I was thinking of rushing and...
No, it could be...
Yeah. I'll go 84.
Alec?
87.
Man, this is a terrifying number.
130.
Well, that is too many yards.
He runs from one end of the end zone.
They just count it from the line of scrimmage. They do not track the
runs
totality of the
diagonally.
Nope, that doesn't work like that. 92 and a half.
Jeez.
Seems low.
Does it? Because you guessed lower than that. So it feels like you would think it's high.
Again, they should count the diagonal yards.
That's just a terrifying number, but like it's going to be week 2, and some dude's going to break one off from the 7, and you're going to be like, son of a gun.
Yeah, because again, now with motion, play action, and all the things that they build in, you do create the space. Even when you're in your own back to the goal line situation, more teams feel comfortable just saying send it. Because what's one of the benefits on third down of chucking the ball downfield? Maybe you get a pass interference and you pick up a first down.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to get to the Cowboys in just a second on that. Update on the top 100 players. I told you Cooper DeJean comes in at number 60. Then Matthew Stafford, Joe Mixon, Nick Bosa at 57, Justin Herbert at 56, and Aiden Hutchinson at 55. That is a direct reflection, and we talked about the same thing with Dak, of injuries forcing him out, because I don't think people really think Aiden Hutchinson is only the 55th best player in the NFL.
Yeah. Where's Trey Lance?
Trey Lance did not make the top 100, and I loved this tweet from our buddy Mike Golick Jr. yesterday.
Great food talker.
Yes. So the Chargers announced that Trey Lance is going to start the Hall of Fame game. Mike Golick Jr. quote tweeted it and said, "I'd imagine a fair amount of people around the country just learned that Trey Lance plays for the Chargers." Now, I realize why we have a better idea of that, but two things. Do you think most people realize Trey Lance played for the Chargers? And do you think most people know that the Hall of Fame game is tomorrow?
Oh, I did not know.
It's tomorrow.
When's the Cowboys' first preseason game?
They are not until the 9th?
Jeez. Oh, you won't even be here. Can you watch football in Germany?
That is a great question. I actually have no idea the answer to that.
How are you going to have a clue how the season's going to turn out if you don't see the first preseason game?
That's why.
Thank you, Alex.
That's why the Odyssey app will take me anywhere, and the YouTube, and I'll just listen to what y'all say. So really the pressure's on you guys to give me a down-by-down, play-by-play breakdown.
I'm prepared.
Of exactly what happens. I demand that Monday the 11th show is nothing but coming up next, the second drive. Like, I would just love if the entire show was structured like that. All right, let's go from that to Trey Hendrickson. He has ended his holdout and reported to the Bengals. So the Bengals get good news in terms of Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart at least being at training camp, with Stewart's deal getting done, and Hendrickson, they are still working on that. But it feels like that indicates they are closer to a resolution. George Pickens for the season. 66.5 catches, 900.5 yards, 5.5 touchdowns.
Great numbers.
Okay, that feels about right to you?
Yeah, those are very close. I want a little bit more, obviously, for him, because a 1,000-yard season is going to look good for him in free agency rather than a 900-yard season. But I feel like those numbers are pretty accurate on what they might even be high.
Okay.
Because we see sometimes maybe it was McCarthy's offense that just became so fixated on CD.
Yeah.
And Bobby said the other day too, this is a really good point. A lot of times it just became CD's the only one talented enough to actually do it. So realizing that you have it should open things up a little more for you.
Now, I'm really proud of our Tolos. We have multiple people have told me that the Odyssey app does not work in Europe, which means we have had multiple listeners in Europe who have tried to make it work.
How's our friend in Japan listen?
That is a good question. I will investigate that as well. But I also talked to the phone company, and we've got YouTube. We're gonna figure this out.
You need to create a VPN or something. Hey, anybody that knows that stuff, let us know.
Man, I feel
can you help Kevin set up a VPN?
I feel like there's a lot of advertisements for that out there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can hear some from Stephen Jones, unless that makes you angry. In which case, we will talk about the greatest high school stadium you've ever seen or been to, because there is a new candidate. All of it next right here on The Fan.
I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair in your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
StressFree.com/Tolo. That's StressFree.com/Tolo.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Take the HOV lane of the Fans commercial-free expressway and have some fun with Shan RJ at 7:40 a.m. No tolls required because it's driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. A first-class buying experience. Visit mbplano.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The people have spoken. They do not necessarily want to hear from Stephen Jones because they were like, no, I listened to the interview with G-Bag from yesterday. It was very entertaining. I thought G-Bag did a really good job of holding his feet to the fire, but sometimes we've been through this, Corey. You know this better than just about anybody. Some of the answers that he gives are agitating.
With Stephen and Jerry, I don't every week feel like we have to hold them to the fire on everything. And it seems like everybody wants that all the time. I'm like, come on, man, there's so much more we can do other than that. But I appreciated Dawson continually following up with questions. And then I thought the rest of the interview was pretty interesting and entertaining as well with Broadus and the rest of G-Bag doing their stuff. So they did a great job, and that's why I'm just looking forward to more continued interviews and stuff out there from both shows because they're really good at what they do for one,
for sure,
and they're very entertaining. So I like it. Like this morning with the Hand and Tyler Booker. If you haven't seen the picture, it's been posted. Dude, Tyler Booker's hands. I know Sean's are tiny. He's got tiny little baby hands, but Tyler Booker's hands are gigantic.
He had to know. That's exactly how that was going to play out. All right, we're going to get to, and I want to ask the question, what's the best high school stadium that you've ever been to or seen or however you want to describe it? But I have one more quick Cowboys question for you on the number.
All right.
CeeDee Lamb, 109.5 receptions. Again, these are the betting terminologies in case you're curious why everything has a 0.5. 109.5 receptions, 1,250.5 yards, and 7.5 touchdowns. So let's just round them all up. 110, 12 for 1,251 yards and 8 touchdowns. That's a heck of a season. Is that a heck of enough of a season, I'll say?
So you're saying if he does that, maybe he hasn't gone too far enough. Is
exactly.
What you're saying. It's a good season, and if George Pickens produces the other way, then don't you feel like
sure,
man, you got a lot of good production out of those two. So yeah, I think that could happen pretty almost in his sleep. I feel like those are CeeDee Lamb numbers that you expect. But it's the other production that comes along with it because you really don't want him to have 150 catches. Honestly, you don't.
I agree.
So that's
especially when Shoddy says we're going to run the hell out of the ball. Then I'm like, okay, so literally nobody else on the team caught any passes.
Yeah, you want him to run effectively, but then be able to use those receivers for what they're best at.
Yes, I really appreciate that. From the 214, I want to let you guys know, y'all's is my favorite show to listen to, and they called it the KNC Medford piece, which is not too shabby.
I like it
whatsoever.
I do like that.
Thank y'all for making my day, guys, and I hope y'all have a great day and good luck in Germany, Kevin. I just want to say really, really quick, and then I want to talk about this high school thing quite a bit. I appreciate the kind words. People will come up to you and they'll be like, oh, you probably get tired of hearing this. No, I don't. I'll just speak for me. If you want to say something complimentary, I will never tire of that. Or if you have constructive criticism, of course, that is fair to listen to. But I appreciate how people get involved in our lives and how involved we are in people's lives. I think that's just super cool.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, now, Corey, you want to talk? You've demanded to talk. Some high school, not high school football, but some high school stadium talk.
Yeah.
Which I'm super intrigued by.
I saw this morning, and I thought it was really cool. And that's I think the reason I wanted to talk about this with you, nothing against Fred. I'm looking forward to working with Fred.
Yeah.
I don't know his experience. I know your experience. You and I came up, not in this industry, but in the print industry.
Yes, that's where we met
as high school sports writers.
Yeah.
That was where we met, and a lot of people may not know that about us. But we started covering the Plano, Allen, South Lake, McKinney area.
Yep,
and that's where we met, and we kind of started the show in that place, and we got to experience tons of high school stadiums because of all the different areas we got to go to throughout that time. And so I saw a story this morning. And it says Buford High School in Georgia has officially opened their new $62 million stadium in Georgia. Now, when we hear that, we kind of laugh because that's just how it is in the high school football stadium business now.
Sure.
Because as you pointed out this morning, Allen set the standard for that whenever they said, here's the new bond, we're paying for a big stadium.
Can I tell you, at the time, I didn't see that being the new template at all. Like, this got national coverage. The fact that Allen was going to spend $60 million, and if I recall correctly, I think it might have kind of moved up towards like $61 or $62 million. I don't think anybody thought this was going to be the new template, and I definitely didn't. And I got into discussions with people, not arguments, just discussions, because I understood the heart of it, where they were like, why don't they take that money and put it into the school or put it into this? And I was like, unfortunately, that is illegal. Like, you had a bond election and specifically laid out the things the bond was for. If you take that money and put it into something else entirely, that is election fraud, and that's a whole bunch of other issues. It's like, so you can't do that. But go ahead and put your bond up for whatever and see how it goes. Because for how many ever people said it was stupid, the people of Allen overwhelmingly voted for this bond, and it was essentially called the football stadium bond. I know there were lots of other things in there, but it was the football stadium bond.
So I started kind of, asking myself, man, what stadiums that I really like that I was able to go check out and be part of. And one of the ones that popped out from covering was Pflugerville. I don't know if you ever got a chance to go down to the field. By the way, it's spelled Phield because Pflugerville does things like that.
Right.
And I just thought their stadium was really cool looking. One of the ones I played at in high school was Jacksonville, the Tomato Bowl. If you've never been to the Tomato Bowl,
I don't think I know that one.
It has this like stone, all the entries are kind of stone looking and everything, and it's really like it's cool and kind of classic old looking. It's really fun. Cleburne my cousin graduated from Cleburne. They had a really cool one, and the Gopher Bowl in Grand Prairie.
Yeah,
I love that. I've never seen this one up close and personal, but I have heard legends about it. R.R. Jones Stadium in El Paso.
Yeah,
it's amazing looking.
That would be a bucket list stadium, especially if you get into the stadium tour, and that's kind of the same thing that you would run into with Odessa Permian and Converse Judson and stadiums like that. And for the longest time, Allen's new stadium took on a mythic proportion, not only because of the cost, but because they never lost there. Like, that streak has since been broken. But when I was there, and for several years after that, they were undefeated in that stadium.
Wow.
So not only was it super expensive, but like, that's the place where teams came to lose. And it didn't hurt that Allen was already really good anyway. But what have you seen since then? You just brought up this new stadium. You saw it in McKinney, I believe the same thing in Prosper, is you saw this become the template. The thing about this that I don't know how many people know this though, it's not just the stadium where all of the money went. So, like, for example, that Allen Stadium, if you go underneath the stadium, there are so many other cool things in there. Like, for example, and I'm sorry if I get the specific yardage right, They have a weight room down there that is about 100 yards long. At the time, it was equivalent to the weight room at the University of Texas. Think about how crazy that is.
Dude, I did an interview with the athletic director at the time at North Texas, and I was asking about, this was when I was at school there, I was asking about the new stadium, Apogee Stadium, and I was like, hey, why are you wanting to do this? What's the goal of this? And he literally said, if guys that go to Allen High School and we're trying to recruit them and they see our stadium compared to that stadium, we can't compete. And so they were like, we can't, some of these high school stadiums are putting us out, putting some of these smaller colleges out of business.
I will tell you, I did definitely have a conversation with somebody closely involved in the process that said I could see why they would want to play in Allen Stadium as opposed to Ford Stadium for SMU at the time. And so they have an amazing weight room under there. They also had multiple golf simulators under there as well that were just freaking state of the art. And that's another inherent advantage. And that was at a time when Allen's golf team was really amazing as well. And of course, I do see multiple people mentioning it this morning. It came up in our crosstalk. The essentially the Spire Stadium is what I think of in Mesquite, and always worrying that thing was going to fall on us. Or the other thing that crossed my mind, Alec, I don't know if you've ever been in this place, but in high school, I was in the drum corps, and if we were on the field or near one of those big towers, especially if it wasn't a water tower, and some drops of what seemed to be water fell on us and it wasn't raining, I had like these secret thoughts that tower was actually some kind of weird water storage thing or whatever. I probably told you far too much and should have just kept that to myself, but I wanted to be honest with you. From the 214, I went to Irving MacArthur and we played in the Gopher Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I liked HBJ Stadium as well. I think the Bowl Stadium, there's just something cool about it. Like when you drive down into the parking lot or whatever. I just think that is super neat.
You know, when I was also in band, and UIL every year was held at Duncanville Stadium. Do you remember going to Duncanville in band? And that was the first time I'd ever experienced a giant stadium, because Forrester Field was, fine.
Sure.
But when you looked at Duncanville Stadium, we had to start practicing with echo, because they told us you need to understand the drums are going to be different sound. And so there was so much that we didn't know about that, but that place was giant.
And I know other places have like revolutionized their gyms and everything like that. But at the time, Duncanville had the most amazing high school gym I had ever seen as well. There was a railing, and like it was raised up to get to the stands at a time where you could just walk right down the bleachers and onto the court if you were so inclined for any reason. And so, yeah, I always thought that that was very, very cool.
Yeah. From somebody said, I live in Brownsboro, and they did a big remodel at Tomato Bowl in Jacksonville. So that's probably another factor.
Now I want to check that out, because the Tomato Bowl in Jacksonville,
because it was 98 when I played there. So that's when it's been a long time.
From the 903, from the 214, they love the Tomato Bowl. However, another person from the 214, Tomato Bowl is awful because there's no airflow. Played on that field multiple times, and that is a fun fact, because you might love or hate the stadium for different reasons, right? Like what you might love sitting in the stands might be another reason that you hate it being on the field.
Oh, I will admit this. We had about 8 injuries in that game, and on the drive home, we had multiple people cramp up from dehydration.
Okay.
And it was like, that's terrifying, Kevin, when you're on a bus in the middle, like pitch black, and all of a sudden you hear all your teammates going, "Ah!" like they're gonna die.
That did scare the crap out of me.
It's scary, man.
And that's I know it is super cool for the kids, but moving the state championships to down to Houston or now to AT&T Stadium, again, what matters is what's in it for the kids and I do actually view them as student athletes, and I don't think the UIL is trying to screw over everybody consistently sometimes, but not consistently. But it is a shame that you lost the You know, like you see it at Clark Stadium in Plano sometimes where there's not enough seats and people are piled up on either side of the grandstands of the grass.
Yeah.
Like that is really cool. And I understand we've gone past that and it's probably never coming back. But just seeing like an Allen, a Plano, a South Lake, you know, one of those Metroplex teams like playing in that stadium versus a team from Houston, Austin, San Antonio, and just seeing so many people in that stadium that you're not sure how they're all going to fit, that was always cool.
Real quick, I'm sorry if I said PH for Pflugerville. I meant PF. It is the field PFIELD. And then I forgot what I was going to say about the other one. So good luck, Kevin.
Okay. And multiple people. Yes, multiple people.
Oh, that's what I was going to. Before high school football season starts, we should figure out a competition for the best student section in high school football.
It's great.
I think we need to figure out how to get that going, Coach Spittle. See how we can get that rolling.
I know my vote.
There you go.
Right.
Ooh, interesting.
Well, you know, while we work on that, maybe in just a minute we have a different contest announcement.
I like it.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
Professional
is a tease.
tease.
Plus, we'll have a ticket giveaway, and we'll talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in case you needed more. But stick around. We'll have that for you in just a minute right here on The Fan.
It's a must listen on your lunch break.
skills?
Doesn't sound right.
Doesn't sound right.
Way on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
The 1-0 is lifted high into the air, deep right field. Adolis is back, still going back onto the track. He leaps, and he made the catch. He did. Adolis Garcia robs Nolan Shonowell of a home run.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Bruce Bochy in just a couple of minutes. So first, I have some positive mathematical numbers for you. I talked with Sean Hudgens about this. He's doing great, by the way, in California, and so are his wife and kiddo.
He left for love.
I mean, it seems like it's worked out
he's
pretty well. And so this goes off the idea that the Pythagorean winning percentage is the better calculation of just how good your team is. And so it's the winning percentage given their runs scored and runs allowed. It was developed by Bill James, and it helps determine if your team's a little lucky or unlucky. No.
But there were some theories based from Moneyball, yeah.
And so let's go back to 2016. The Rangers were 95-67. That was the year they were winning one-run games left and right, and we were a little concerned about how good they actually were. The Pythagorean theory says they should have been 82-80. And guess what happened? They made the playoffs based off their record, and then they got swept.
Well,
however, so the Pythagorean theory was telling us the truth. Go back to 2023. You'll probably remember what happened that year. The Rangers went 90-72. However, the Pythagorean theory said they should have gone 96-66, which would have been tied for the best record in Rangers history. And what happened, Corey, in 2023?
I believe they won the AL championship against the Astros.
And
the World Series.
There you go. Now, how does that translate to right now?
In English, maybe.
The Rangers they've lost the last couple. They're 56-52. So just a day ago, I believe, they were sitting with the second best run differential in the AL and tied for the fourth best run differential in MLB. And that means that the Pythagorean theorem is going to love them and has them on pace where their actual record should be 94-68. Now, that won't necessarily help you get into the playoffs, but it does indicate that the Rangers are better than their record reflects, which means if they can make it into the playoffs, that combined with their two stud pitchers might have you thinking magical things again, because in 2023, they were projected to be a good little bit better than their actual record. Now they're projected to be a good little bit better than their actual record. You can't help but let the mind run wild that math is telling us it could happen
Kevin,
again.
you don't have to sell me.
Okay, you're already in?
I told you to saddle up and get ready for this ride.
All right, I'm ready. But are you ready for this ride?
All right.
I've been given him important paper with an important announcement.
I, too, have paper.
Would you like to read the announcement?
No.
Okay. It was really disappointing. Many of you have asked about this, including Corey, but he already works here.
Fan Phenom's back! I'm sorry, dude. Did I really screw that up for you?
No.
Okay.
Just feels like you should have taken the opportunity when I said, would you like to read the paper?
I got very excited.
This is your chance to audition with the winner. Joining our fan team, we're going to team up with Jake's Burgers. That is a DFW staple in our community, and we'll host 4 tryouts. Obviously, you've seen all kinds of Jake's food that we've had up here. It's been freaking unbelievable. And you look at the track record of some of our winners and our runners up. They are incredible here at the Fan. Here's the schedule. Plan your life accordingly. These are all on Thursdays. All right. G-Bag Nation's going to be out there. I believe the tryouts will take place after the G-Bag Nation at Jake's. Thursday, August 7th, 7910 South State Highway in Saxey.
Okay.
All right. If you're like, I didn't remember all those numbers, it'll be up on the website. But also just remember, August the 7th, Jake's in Saxey.
Yeah, you could be the sexiest host there.
That is a point. Look, see, it's not that tough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the next week. That was too rude. Thursday, August the 14th, 2860 State Highway, 161 in Grand Prairie.
You could be the grandest of them all.
Oh, dear God. Thursday, August the 21st, 515 Main Street in Fort Worth.
Join the fan fort, if you will.
Thursday, August 28th. Look, I hope you win and take my job. Or Alec replaces me and you take his job. I hope
if
that's
Kevin
what
doesn't
happens.
show up tomorrow, then that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what your Fan Phenom is for. We should have accelerated this and you got to host the next couple of weeks. Thursday, August the 28th. Jake's off of 6195 Main Street in Frisco. So here's what you need to know. Thursday, August the 7th, Saxey. Thursday, August the 14th, Grand Prairie. August the 21st, Fort Worth. August the 28th, Frisco. G-Bag Nation will be doing broadcast there, and Fan Phenom will take place afterwards. If you want to join the team, people ask about that all the time. Now is your chance.
From the 7. Oh, dude, hold on. I'll get back to that in just a second. This is really a cool opportunity because, as you said, Blake, he hosts our night shows with Fred. I'll have Fred working with me for a week and a half or so. Kevin Gray has done phenomenal work as he went through the experience. We had a couple other people. Sterling was awesome. He was a great friend of ours. So plenty of opportunity here.
Right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going there?
We're doing well. Hope you are doing well also. You said something in the post game yesterday that I think really intrigued both of us, was kind of the idea of how you could have helped John Gray get that final out. John Gray has been really good since his return last night, not his finest performance. Can you elaborate any at all about how you could have helped John Gray better yesterday?
Yeah, but as managers, we like to take responsibility at times. John, it looked like he was getting out of it. Had 2 outs, the guy on had good fastball. I thought. Anyway, I thought where he was in the order. I was trusting that he could get through it, but I could have had Milner up. We had Armstrong that was good to go, and we had Milner and so that's why I said I could have helped them out. It's just something that we do. That's something I take personal sometimes when a guy is a little bit off, and so that's why I said that. It's all about taking ownership, and I could have helped them out there.
Every fan out there, Boach, I think questions every manager's bullpen decisions in the history of the game. That's how it's always been. But it is a very fine line of knowing exactly when your guy is and when you should kind of give him a little more leash and let him get that work in, right?
Yeah, and Johnny's done a great job in the bullpen.
Yes,
he's done a great job for us. He's got a lot of experience. Helps us win the World Series, all that. And he's back, and I think he's thrown the ball fairly well. He's done a good job in this role since he's come up. So I just had the confidence in him with who he was facing. The two guys that beat us, and they're just hitting right around 200. So felt like he could make the pitches, and they took advantage of a couple of mistakes that he made. I mean, it just showed you last night again what a fine line this game is between winning and losing, and making mistakes, which we did. We made some outs on the bases. Dropping a fly ball is unusual for us. It was a strange night. It was like the outfielders were on skates. They were all falling down. And really, we look back at 7 walks and 4 hit batsmen. A lot of things came into play in that game, and so including myself. That's why I said that. It's not just them.
Well, and
he was about to throw down, Corey. You saw it.
Okay, I'm going to dive into the throwdown. So last night, the two teams did meet on the field for a small conversation, and then went back to their respective dugouts. Do managers get along, or is there like this underlying competitive sports hate involved with you guys?
Oh, I think for the most part, yeah. I think managers get along. It's a case where you may know of one manager better than the other. Obviously, might have played with them or spent time with them, but between the winter meetings and when you play a team, a lot of times managers get together and talk. I don't so much. I guess I'm a little bit old school like that, but certain ones I do, like Kotze, who played for me, Boat, who played for me. Yeah, we get together. And that's, last night. I mean, it's the last thing we're trying to do. And you understand that they're getting guys hit. But you know what? It's almost like I felt like they should be thanking us for doing that. That's how they won the game. And so, I just when someone's looking the dugout, yelling whatever, I'm going to go and find out what he's yelling about. I mean, come on. And I get it. These guys want to take up for their players, just like that's our job. But that's all. I just want to, see what is this yelling about? Because I was more mad than he was. Trust me, the fact that we were hitting guys and walking guys.
The also, I was kind of curious. Do you know of any managers over your career that just really didn't like you?
They didn't like me.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I couldn't tell you, but there's some that you don't care for as much, I guess is the way to put it.
That is a good, very, very diplomatic way to put it. I know you're used to this being a manager, as Corey just mentioned, not just the bullpen, but you get questioned about your decisions. I know he just pinch hit last night, but can you walk us through kind of the idea of bringing Jock back and putting him in the middle of the lineup when he's struggled just so tremendously this season?
Yeah, well, he was swinging the bat pretty good before he left. He had a good game down there, and so I'm just trying to balance out the lineup and trying to get this guy going. That's part of it. He's a guy that can carry a ball club. Granted, he struggled early, and you'd like to think that's behind him, and he's still trying to find his way. Our left-handed bats aren't quite as hot as we'd like for him to be, or they would like to be, including Evan Carter. We're trying to get him going too. So, but yeah, you have to, change things up when they've had, a couple of games and they're still trying to find it, because we need to win ball games now. And part of it will be tonight. We're facing a right-hander, but Higgy, he's swinging so well that I'm going to DH him, keep his bat in there. This guy's kind of a reverse split guy right now, where righties are having more success, and so and I'll sit down with Jock and tell him, because we got to get him going. Again, you got a power bat that's done a lot of damage in this game, and has a knack for getting a big RBI, and so you got to keep pushing, in some way to get him going.
I know he had the hit and the RBI last night, and we all believe he's immensely talented, but Ezekiel Duran has struggled quite a bit this season as well. Can you tell us anything about short-term, long-term, what you think his future is with this club?
Yeah, you're right, Zeke. He's had his struggles there at the plate, and we've seen him do great things. And I will say now, he's made a little adjustment. We got him on the plate a little bit, where he can cover the ball away and don't try to hit where the pitch is, so to speak. Get a good pitch to hit, and let's catch it up front a little bit more. And so that was a big hit he got, a huge hit. Up the middle. I mean, he hit that ball well. I thought the other swing was a good swing. Cut it toward the end on the changeup to left field, but the bunt, that's when it looked ugly.
Yeah.
Leading off the inning. If anything, we should have had him taking a pitch there, and but we saw the first baseman back, and you like his thinking. He's trying to get on base for the team. That's who he is. This guy's one of the more popular guys on the team. Believe me, he's brings so much energy and everything. But his versatility, that's makes him so valuable. The bat, it's there. I know it's there. It's hard to get it going when you're not getting those consistent at bats. I get it, but still, it's a role that you got to figure it out, or it doesn't stay your role.
Is that a difficult balancing act at all? I know it's your job, but you talked about how popular he is in the clubhouse and with the organization versus, hey, if you're not hitting, you're not hitting. Like, is that a tough balance, or do you think everyone in the room understands, like, hey, everybody loves the guy, but at this point, if he's not hitting, I got to sit him down?
Yeah, well, he's been sitting down, and he did go down to Round Rock, and he's a guy that he is valuable late in the ball game, because you could pinch run him. Something happens during the game, he can play anywhere. including catch. Well, you've seen him pitch, but
yes,
he's ready to do anything. This kid, and so there's something about that value, and that again, I just think the bat. The swing where it's at is in a much better place. If he was where he's at now, he wouldn't be hitting what he's hitting been hitting all year.
You were talking a few moments ago about the defense, and last night and the last couple nights, you had some weird defensive moments, but overall, this defense has been very efficient. What do you attribute that to?
Just work every day. Every day, infielders out there getting their work in. Ragsdale kind of runs the infield there. And they're getting fungos every day. At every position, turning to infield in, all those things. Beasley has the outfield, and it's just consistent work. And that's daily too. If we don't hit, one thing we do is go out there and take ground balls and do our infield stuff. And so, that's how you get better. And these guys do a great job of being out there, getting their work in every day. Marcus he's incredible. There's times I really don't want him out there, but he won't miss a day. And just a credit to because he's playing every day, and but he just got a gift that he bounces back well, and he's so resilient. And you saw how tough he is to get hit in the head and still stay in the game. That's. You just don't see players like Marcus, very often in the game.
Yeah, and it's good to be able to hang your hat on good defense. Boach, what's it like working with Chris Young around this time of year when the trade deadline's coming up, and you kind of know it does feel a little like Christmas might be coming sometimes with this guy, but he's so competitive and he wants to win. Walk us through the experience of working with him around now.
Well, he's busy, real busy. I can tell you that. We talked yesterday. He's, they're meeting right now. I can promise you, looking at any scenario that may help this club, but you have to do what makes sense. But he keeps in touch with me, with everybody. He's not on the road because he's back there, working on things. But when we're at home, he's around. He is competitive. He's got a nice edge, not nice, good edge. Because it's all about winning with him, and as much as winning, just doing things right, playing the game right. Just playing, as we say, with passion, being a good teammate. And so he's a guy that just does a great job, leading his team in different ways, whether it's on the field or off the field.
Is there a specific backup defensive depth position that you feel like you strongly need? Whether is it infield, outfield? What are you kind of feeling there?
Well, if anywhere, I would say catching depth. We almost lost Higgy, and so don't have a guy with experience that could come up and back up. So we've talked about that. So I would say, that would be probably one of the priorities that we have talked about. We're always looking at pitching. Can't have enough pitching, and whether it's starting or relieving. And of course, if there's a position player out there that makes sense. But when you look at the position players, we're pretty well set.
Yeah.
These guys just do their thing and play like they normally do, how they're capable of playing, then we should be fine.
I understand you can never have too much pitching if you did order your shopping list. I don't know if you can tip your hand about this. Is it fair to say that high leverage bullpen arms would be at the top of the list in the next 24 hours or so?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any clubs out there that wouldn't say something like that too. Well, yeah. So that's competitive, but sure, of course. With Martin going down, that was a big hit we took, and so yeah, I think that's fair to say.
And I know we had already talked about John Gray at the start, but how do you think he has adapted to kind of the newer role since he came back? And is this the role that you believe he'll kind of stay in as your jack of all trades, bullpen sort of person?
Yeah, I think he's done a good job. I mean, he had a hiccup last night. That's our guy. That was a perfect. It was set up just right for him going in the sixth inning with where the order was, and didn't work out. But so. He's still, I guess you could say, in the early part of, his recovery, coming off that rehab, not early, but, he had a lengthy rehab. We made sure he was stretched out to be a starter. So he's good with that. To bounce him back, I'm talking about as a reliever, but he had plenty of rest. He had his days off, so he was fresh. He was good to go. Everything was set up, the way we wanted. It just didn't, again, work out.
Well, we appreciate the time. As always, hope y'all get that win in L.A. tonight and then rock and roll on to Seattle.
All right, guys. Great talking with you.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I definitely get his answer about, I bet most teams would be looking for leverage arms right now. And I don't dispute that at all. If you see a move between now and 5 p.m. tomorrow, that would be at the top of the list of, I think, likely move that you see.
And coming up here in about 13 minutes, I'll give you my dream scenario.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. And yes, he is a relief pitcher. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have another football thing I want to go over with you guys.
I dare you.
But I feel
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to go see Live and Collective Soul on August 13th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, courtesy of Live Nation. You can listen to Corey sing, you can buy the tickets, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And of course, once again, we want to say that whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting, start winning. They bring us Bruce Bochy, Book Like a Winner, and Olshan, who also brings us Bruce Bochy. Now, let's talk some football. Can you give me cut number 9? Unless you need to answer those phones, Mr. Medford.
Second down and 10. Protection breaks down. Jones is sacked. TJ Watt.
So this is actually something I've wanted to talk about for a while. Corey and I, we talked about this in the airport on the way out to Oxnard, but we've just had so much content, we haven't had the opportunity to get into it. And I know that this is not exactly representative of these have to be the best players overall because it's position by position. But I was looking at the TJ Watt contract, and then I was going back to the ESPN top 10 rankings. All right. And that's something that executives, coaches, and scouts all vote on. So that feels, like a pretty good representation. So TJ Watt got the 3-year, $123 million extension. He's already 30 and will turn 31 on October 1st. Oof. My research says that will be a colossal mistake for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay.
All right. So I can run through position by position for you. How many players in the top 10 of each position are 30 or older?
The top 10 of each position.
I can run it through if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Running back, 1, Derrick Henry. And that makes sense. I feel like historically we're familiar with
Quarterbacks are old.
3. Only 3.
Really?
Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, and Matthew Stafford.
Dak's not 30 yet?
He didn't make the top 10. I'm sorry, Corey. I didn't make the top 10, and neither did he.
I'm shocked.
Defensive tackles. Now, defensive tackle and offensive tackle is the position. If you're going to invest in somebody over 30, this is where to go. Out of those 2 top 10s, 9 of the top players are 30 or older.
Okay.
So if you're going to invest older, offensive tackle, defensive tackle.
Can I throw something out real quick? I just saw Marshall Green post. ESPN says that Dexter Lawrence isn't worth a first-round pick in a trade because teams might need to see more consistent pass rush production to deal a first-rounder. He's 28, nearing 28. And Duke Manyweather said, "I'm here to tell you, ESPN is wrong."
Yeah.
Like,
oh my God.
I feel like 31. That dude's age.
Yeah.
He is a beast. He's going to be there for a while.
I feel like we would be confused because we're loading up on nothing but pass rushers. But if you picked him up, you'd be like, "Hey, that sounds good to me."
We're good.
All right. So edge rushers, there's only 3. Tight ends, 3. Inside offensive linemen, number that are 30 or older, 1. Off the ball linebackers, 1. Wide receiver, 2. Cornerback, 0. Here's what it boils down to. Number of players in the top 10. There's 11 positions, so that's 110 players. 23 of the 110 are 30 or over. And guess what? That age 30 is the key pivot point, because you know how many are over 30? So even starting at 31, 14.
Really?
In 11 top 10 categories. So that's 110 players. 14 of them were over 30.
This is going to take more extensive research, Kevin. Sure. How has this number changed over time? Because don't you feel like there was an era where older players played longer?
Absolutely.
It feels like younger players are cheaper, and
for sure,
this is a young man's game now.
And I think, and I agree with that to a certain extent, the second part. I think it's the first part that's the bigger difference, because general managers, capologists, all of that, they've come to the realization that whether this kid can play or not, we need to give him a quicker opportunity, because this is an inherent advantage. Like, for example, everybody thinks Micah Parsons, Micah Parsons kicks ass right now, right? His rookie option, so this is by far the biggest amount of money he's going to make, is this year's $24 million. That ain't even close to starting a discussion of what he actually wants. There's a good chance he wants $20 million a season, more than that. And you've already seen him be awesome.
Yep.
I know the concern is he could get hit by a car, as Jerry Jones told us, but you've already seen him be awesome. And that's like, take Sam Williams, for example. We love talking to Sam Williams. I hope he's outstanding. What are you going to do if he's outstanding this year? Because this is the last year of him being cheap. So if he's not good,
sign him.
Yeah, well,
that's what the Cowboys, I feel like.
And that does kind of fit with their MO of going ahead and signing him. Or are you going to franchise tag him? Guess what? That ain't cheap. You missed the 3-year window already for Sam Williams to be awesome and cheap, because whether you look at it for safety and cornerback, for example, you know how many safeties and cornerbacks made the top 10 that are even 30 or older? None.
0.
That's 20 players right there. And nobody that is even 30 or older was considered. If you take out defensive tackles and offensive tackles, and if there's been too many numbers, I get it. But I really want you to listen to this. Cowboys, I want you to listen to this. You take out defensive tackle and offensive tackle, where I told you, if you're going to invest older, that's the place to do it. Here are all the positions that are left. Running back, edge, safety, tight end, inside offensive line, quarterback, off the ball linebacker, wide receiver, cornerback. Out of those top 10s, that's 90 players. Number of players that were over 30 that made those top 10 lists, 8. 8 out of 90. I believe, even though TJ Watt is immensely talented, I think the Steelers will look back at this as a mistake. I think that is
going to regret it, Steelers.
I think that is one of the things that complicates things with Terry McLaurin, is because he is getting to that age.
Makes sense.
I understand every reason
he
why.
He had to put up with all that crap before, and now he can't get his payday because of this.
And I understand that. But in the NFL, you pay forward. All right? You don't pay backwards. And if you're wondering what's the holdup with Micah right now, I know it's years. I know it's money. I know it's all of that. But I think the biggest disconnect might be, what are you going to do going forward once you do get all of the money? And him being like, I've already shown you what I can do. And they're like, no, I get that. But you were working towards your deal. What are you going to do now once you get your deal, knowing that maybe this is the last one before you go to the Olympics or whatever? And so I think that might be the crux of what they're running into.
I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Just kidding. It's the C-Block next on The Fan.
Fan Phenom is back. Your chance to join our fan staff.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Sorry, oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. Right, but I just meant this is your haircut, but that's your... I'm not saying this is your hair.
Day-to-day thing, the year, man, is like we love him up. You know, we love him up. We communicate with him. We want him around, and so he's going to be here training his ass off. And again, I do feel like we dodged a bullet there.
Medical people telling you he could come back by the opener, week 2, 3. What are they telling you?
Yeah, the timeline's different. Again, I do think that it could be a couple weeks, but again, based on his ability to go and attack this, I think that he'll come back as fast as possible, and that's important.
Nate Thomas, what do you guys like about him?
Yeah, I talked about Nate the other day. You know, he big man, worked his butt off coming back from his injury last year. He's massive, plays with great length. And I talked to Nate yesterday on the players' day off, just walking into the meal, and was just telling him, like, nothing changes. Like, play free. Play relaxed. You know how to play this game. Like, don't go out there and be, oh, now I'm with the first group, and oh my gosh, I got to do this. That's the wrong way to approach it. Be excited. You get an opportunity to compete, and he'll get the first shot at it. But, when these guys go in, they say, oh, now I'm with the first group, I got to try harder. That whole thing of trying harder, it doesn't work. You usually put pressure on yourself, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go so hard now. And it doesn't work. Just play, man. You get this, and big man, great feet, great length, and powerful.
All right, so DLLS Cowboys. Guy, this was a big camp for him. Certainly, we talked about how he's been out there since the end of the season. How much does this set back his development for year 2, just missing his time in practice?
I think, he's going to control that. We're going to control that as a staff with him. And, we're already starting on doing, certain projects with him. Ramon Chin-Young's already got his reps of all his one-on-one pass, protection, clips and all of his run protection clips. And he's still going to be in the meeting. So, I don't think, it's going to be a huge setback for him. The biggest thing for him is to stay mentally prepared, stay mentally in it. But, there's going to be days that it bothers him and it hurts, and he's going to have to push through, and he'll do that. And like I said, these guys that are dinged up and injured, we're going to love on them. We're going to support them, but they got to do the work. And I think that that's part of a young player understanding how important it is that you attack the rehab and the process that you got to do so you feel good going into hopefully that first game.
All of that with the knee injury, and also would you rotate guys in there, and who are the other guys that would be rotating at left guard?
Yeah, so again, Nate, the power jumps off the film, Clarence. I mean, the power of the man and his body. So the first thing that jumps out at you is the ability to get displacement in the run game. He's able to move the dot, we call it, if that's the guy who the back's reading. He's able to move the dot. But you see a big guy with nimble feet, great length. It'll be good for him and Tyler Smith to be communicating. That's a big part of it. We're all over that every day about the communication. But you'll see Awesome Richards over there some. You'll see Hakeem over there some. We're all about creating competition. And but those guys, Awesome and Nate, will get the first couple cracks at it.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. When you look at the injuries you've had the first 6 practices, whatever it's been, do you look at your practice schedule and say, is that, or is it a lot of just poor luck in some respects?
It's just football, Todd. I mean, you don't sit there and say, oh, well, hey, if we would have done this, we would have done that. Hey, look, our objective is to get on the field and get off. We're going to work. And like I said, we're going to have a physical camp. And we need to have a physical camp. We need to pop and hit and wrap and thud and pads. And, you look at the play with, that happened to Tyler. It was a blitz, and just some bodies got tangled up. And that happens in football. You hate to see it. But again, at the end of the day, as you look at it now, it's like, hey, I think we got away with one.
And have you ever been at a training camp where you've been under a tsunami advisory?
No, but I will admit something, that I was a little worried. So I did call Cable last night. I was like, you hear tsunami, you get really worried. So I was like, Cable, we good? He said, yeah, we're okay. So, yeah. Well, yes. Hey, that's a great point. How in the hell does Cable know? Why am I taking Cable's word for it? I mean, that's a great point. Must have been tired when I answered that question. I'm going to have to ask him that. He said something about he talked to the local police department or something like that. He just said, you're good. And I was like, okay, good. That's all I wanted to hear. And then I was able to go back to sleep. But good point. I need to follow up with him. Who made you a weatherman?
John Machado with The Athletic. Going off the injuries, cornerback, what's your level of concern at that position right now?
Yeah. Again, I think it's, it's an opportunity to find out about some of these young guys. I've been talking about Kyer. I've been talking about his ability to step up and do things, getting Bland back. You go down the list, we're finding out, what does Keemon Hall look like? How does Keemon do moving out? Again, Zion Childress is another young guy that we like. Troy Pride's doing some really good things. And, again, a guy that's really kind of popped over the last couple of days for us is Robert Rochelle. So, again, the injuries happen. And, again, you don't want to see injuries. You hate it. You support the guys that are injured, and you talk to them about what's the plan to get them back. But it is an opportunity to create competition and build the depth of your roster. And when you play 20-plus games, which is what we're planning on having to play to win the Super Bowl, you're going to need everybody. And someone is going to start in the Super Bowl that was maybe not even on the 53-man roster. That is the nature of pro football today, with how big and strong these guys and what a physical and violent game it is. And But again, we're getting some good reps. And it's also, allowing us to do some things defensively that sometimes would happen in a game. What do I mean by that? You might have a bunch of nickel or sub packages in, and then all of a sudden you're down a corner or two, and you have to play more base. Okay, well, let's see how Maris does walking out over the slot. Can he do that, or who is the best person to do that? And so it's good for us to have to adjust, and we do it during practice, even with the scripts. Okay, hey, Shotty, hey, Flus will say, hey, I got to go more base, or I got to go more jumbo with the offense because we're down a tight end or two, and that's what happens on game day when you're limited to the, to the smaller roster.
A lot's been made about the energy at practice, and certainly the loud music supports that. But how does slow hand by the Pointer Sisters fit into that?
Well, if you notice where I put it, it was very well thought out, very calculated. It was during a special teams walkthrough. I did get some looks by the guys, and I just kind of did the, it wasn't my request. Yeah, it's, the cool thing for me when I'm, going signing autographs with the fans and stuff, like, they're excited. They feel the energy, and our guys feel the energy, not just from the music, but from the fans being out here, from the competition. Like that's the thing that makes training camp fun. I mean, training camp's long, and it's physical and it's demanding, and it's not long days like I remember when I first got into coaching, when you'd have your last meeting end at 10 p.m. and then you'd have to hustle back to grab a beer at staff meeting at 11 o'clock. And then I can always remember this was a Marty Schottenheimer thing. So literally we'd come in, we'd be watching practice film, and the staff meeting would end about 11:15. And he'd say one of two things. He'd say either offense stay, and the defense ran out as fast as they could. They're like, get higher. Or he'd say defense stay, and the offensive guys would be like fist bumping under the table, like, yeah, because they knew that the guys that got asked to stay were getting ready to watch the practice all over again.
Did you know slow hand and
Of course. Pointer Sisters, baby. I like the faster paced Pointer Sisters, I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm so excited. I like that one, and I just can't. That's my probably favorite Pointer Sisters song, but it was solid choice. Someone from very high up.
Extremely high.
Very high up. But it was played at the right time because of special teams walkthrough.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. Brian, we've got young guys like Tyler and Caleb who are missing training camp that could use the reps and kind of maybe having some mental blocks last year. How do you try to keep the mental side of their game fresh so that when they can come back, they can play confidence when at times it seemed like they were lacking it last year?
Great question. Number one, they're not rookies anymore. They're year two. They've been exposed to a lot more. They kind of know what it looks like. But I would say the starting point is keep them very, very involved in meetings. Fire questions at them. Keep them involved. Make them check their notes. Hey, let me see your notes from today. Like, what notes did you take? What did you learn? What did you put down? And then, still follow your position. So if you're playing the field corner, Kalen, and let's say Kyer's getting all the reps, like, what did you see? So I'll ask him walking off the practice field, hey, what'd you see? What was a couple plays that Kyer said that you saw? And just got to keep them involved. And then know that they're going through the mental anguish of I'm hurt and it sucks, and I get their frustration. I talked to a number of guys yesterday. I said, hey, this does not define you. You're going to be fine. But the only way you're going to be fine is if you keep attacking the rehab and stay engaged mentally, and that way you're going to pick it up as soon as you get back.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Corbin, DallasCowboys.com. Goes without saying your first two opponents are elite on the defensive front and the defensive trenches. When it goes to planning for those guys, do you give your left tackle, be it Guyton coming off of an injury, or Austin Richards or Nate Thomas, do you give those guys the same trust you have in Cable, or like where does scheming to help those guys come in?
Well, I mean, we obviously have a bunch of time. Honestly, Patrick, I think D-lines in this league are all now elite. You mentioned 3 in the division that are great, just like ours is. We have tools, but, we don't have to answer that right now. And I'm just excited to watch, Nate, go out there and compete against some elite pass rushers that we have out here. See Awesome compete. And then, again, they're not going to win every rep. They're going to make mistakes, and that's part of practice. And when we get to the game planning part of it, our system is flexible enough that, we have all the tools that we need to be able to change things up. And at the end of the day, the best thing you can do for any offensive line, any team offense, when you're playing elite defensive linemen, is pound the frickin' football, man. Just frickin', try to shove it up their ass. And that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to be physical.
To your defensive line, how is Sam Williams coming along as far as knocking some rust off after his injury?
He's doing great. He so competitive. You just see him getting comfortable. He's wearing the brace. He's doing different things. But I saw a pass rush the other day in the padded practice where he came off an edge, and he had actually a stunt coming inside, and you saw the explosiveness. And that's kind of what happens with guys coming back. Like, there's a play or two that they speak to. Like, oh, okay, I'm back. And I don't know if that was that moment for Sam, but I did notice the twitch and the things that you're used to seeing from Sam Williams, and that got me excited.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Williams. A little bit of a convoluted question here. Matt Eberflus says he loves Sean Lee because he's able to get to the most of his abilities, the extent of his potential. DeMarvion Overshown told me that Matt Eberflus wants him to be like Sean Lee in that regard. Is the time away for DeMarvion Overshown, for the guy who's that athletic, could this be beneficial in getting to that point?
Absolutely, and I think Demo is a great example of the question that Tommy asked about the injuries. Like, if you guys, and I mentioned this the other day, you guys watch Demo, he stands by Flus a bunch, and he wants to see the game through Matt's eyes. Why is that so important? Because that's the words and the tone and the speaking that he hears coming into the helmet, and they can dissect things, and they can talk about things, and that's a guy that gets it. That's a guy that understands, okay, I can't be out there running around right now, but I can still be getting a PhD in Matt Eberflus's, not just his defense, but in what he's thinking, because it's all anticipation. If we're playing critical situations, Dak and I have a great feel for, hey, he's anticipating my thoughts. Is that always that way? No, but we talk through it like, well, I thought you would do this. Well, here's why I did that. And, hey, okay, you might be right. Or, Dak, I agree with that. I should have done that. But that's what he's doing. He's doing that with Flus right now, and I think that's those reps, they count. They don't not count. I mean, he's not running around, but we all know Demo knows how to run around and make plays. We're not concerned about that. It's him mastering this defense.
Tyler Booker, obviously being a rookie, sometimes when you think of stunts and blitzes, you think how a rookie's going to be able to communicate and handle that. Kind of looks like he's handling it pretty well. Was that part of the draft process in terms of him potentially being an instant impact guy? Hey, this is something he can handle from a line.
Football instincts, top shelf. The other thing that really helps with that is his length. His arm length is huge, because when you're trying to pass a game, there's a point of impact where it's a TE and the end's looping inside, and the length allows you to hold it off a little while longer. Guys with shorter arms, they don't have that, so there's more penetration. But his football instincts are excellent.
Welcome to Camp Newey Scruggs.
Where you been, man? Okay, that's good. I like it. Well, we're in Shells today. Tomorrow. Maybe leave now, come back tomorrow.
Sean, it's just been a week here, but can you speak to your relationship now that you're the head coach? How it's been you and Dak so far?
Honestly, do the same. Just, the things we're doing in the evening time, the mocks that really people don't get to see, that's when we do a ton of the game management stuff. We do a bunch of 2-minute work. And then we talk through all that stuff. We really do a great job of debriefing kind of after that practice. So we do the live practice out here. That's great. Then we go, we grade it, we watch it. Then we watch it with the players. But the afternoon stuff, I think, to me, is really the stuff that's where Dak and I are getting on the same page. We're communicating. We have terms that we're using that in one word tells him what we're thinking. I'm not going to tell you what those words are, of course, but the ability to debrief after a practice like that or a mock game management situation is so powerful, because what it's going to allow us to do is on game day during the season when it's breathing and it's hot and the pressure's up and all that stuff, we're both anticipating one another's movements and what we're going to do. And but just such a great guy, such a great competitor, that it's been very, very normal. Yeah, well, number one, I think the world of Bill. What a great coach. I do it all the time, and I do it on the field. I do it after the field. I make notes during practice, things I see, as simple as, hey, any competitive period, we need whistles and things like that. But, and I really love coaching all the coaches because, they're an extension of me. I want to make sure we're doing things the same way in terms of how we teach fundamentals, how we coach effort first. But I love diving into the younger coaches. I think that's part of your responsibility as a coach. Whether you're a coordinator or a head coach, that's your responsibility. These guys have dreams and aspirations, and these guys do an incredible job of making it easy for me and Clayton or, Flus to when we come up with these plays and scheme, and those are the guys that actually bring it to life on the computers. But if I'm not spending the time leaning into them and teaching them on, hey, this is right, hey, maybe look at this, or hey, having them have chances to lead meetings and things like that with some of our younger players, then you're doing yourself a disservice, because I've said this all along, we're going to win. And we win. When we win, people are going to rate our staff. They're going to want to come in and rate our staff. And I've always been a guy that believes you develop your staff members from within. And when one guy moves out, next guy moves in. Does that always happen? No. But that would be the objective here for us.
Joe Trahan.
Shotty, you've talked a few times about when players get hurt, you like to make sure that you love on them and treat them that way. I've been doing this a long time, and it feels like decades ago when a player got hurt, sometimes they could become persona non grata. Can you talk about how that's evolved and how that's an example of how the way coaches treat players has evolved in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I told the players the other day, this isn't 1988, training camp, whereas, you didn't want to be anywhere near the training room. I mean, it used to literally be where you felt like if you went to the training room, you were going to be judged. We want our players communicating, hey, this is tight, hey, this is my back, feels a little this way. We want that because we have world-class trainers and ARTs and chiropractors and all these things that we have to use. But to me, if you're a competitor, which all of our players are, and now you're being told, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks or whatever it is, or maybe longer, you can go into, most of these guys, they find their self-worth in what? I'm a football player. I play in the National Football League. Well, I don't see them that way. I see them as the men that they are. I mean, the way they handled opening ceremonies the other day, like I can't tell you, I got 4 or 5 letters from people just talking about kids that were here that when their parents came to pick them up, they were crying. There's a letter. I read it. I read it to the team. The kids were crying because it was the best day of their life. And I just said, hey, I want to thank you guys for the type of men you are. And injuries don't change that, and I think sometimes, coaches, they get busy. There's a lot of stuff that comes across our plates that we have to handle. But if you don't keep the main thing, which is having a connection with your players and loving them, whether they're on the field or not, whether they're playing, whether they're hurt, whether they're not, then to me, you're in the wrong business. But I do agree that that's changed. I don't think it's always been that way. There certainly was coaches that were that way. Hell, there's probably coaches that are that way today. But I'm certainly not one of them.
Mike Leslie, WFA, coach with Turpin. It seems like, based on the reps that we're seeing, you guys are focusing on trying to get him the ball in a variety of different ways. How do you see his role in this offense? And take me through trying to get him the ball in space, some of the interior handoffs. Can he work in that space in your mind?
Oh, yeah. If you think about it this way, Mike, it's literally, it's a punt return. That's different because it's usually a little bit more space, so I get that. But the one thing Turp never does is he never checks up. He never changes speed. So let's say he's pressing the B gap. He's going to press the B gap, and he's so damn quick that if the B gap shuts and he's got to get to the C or the A gap, he's fine doing that. Are we going to make a living doing that with Terp? No, we're not going to make a living doing that with Terp, but we're going to get him the ball. We're going to get him the ball doing different things. And again, kudos to him. I mean, my first year as a coordinator, he could not handle all the things mentally that we're doing with him now. Now, it's kind of fun for me because I see him coaching Josh Kelly. Like, I mean, that's really cool for me. I'm like, I'll be damned. Terp's coaching Josh. Like, that's how well he's mastered what we're doing. And game changer, man. Game changer. And I know one thing. When the defensive coordinators see him standing over there by me, they're like, okay, let's take a deep breath. Real quick. Oh, shit, here he comes. I mean, that goes through their mind.
There you go, Brian Schottenheimer. Casual swear as always. I don't hate it. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do a little My Buddy's an Idiot and also check in with Chris Kappas from FC Dallas next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you where.
August the 14th at Jake's in Grand Prairie. August the 21st, the Jake's in Fort Worth. And August the 28th, the Jake's in Frisco. Those will all take place after a live G-Bag Nation broadcast from those specific Jake's. Now is your chance. Now, Corey, you are already on the Fan, so you're okay.
That is true. I am on the Fan, and I do love Jake's.
Okay, so you can still go.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you from FC Dallas, it is Chris Kappas. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Happy to talk to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on with us. I was reading something that said you prefer Chris as opposed to Christian. What was the logic of that decision?
So I will actually do the opposite there. I much prefer Christian over Chris.
What?
Heard some fake news there, buddy.
All right. Hold on just
I'm already a fan.
One
This is great.
second.
This is
Dang
awesome.
it. I'm going to find the article where it said, it was within the last week, it said preferred Chris over Christian. I'm a chump. Let's start this over. Christian, welcome to the program. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
All right. Well, you're probably happier to be here now, and I'm super embarrassed. I'm glad we could get that right. Now, I know we're going to talk plenty about FC Dallas. I'm hoping that you could tell everybody, for folks who don't know, how far back your experience with Coach Quill goes.
Yeah, so I first met Eric when I was probably 15 years old, back in Houston, playing in just a youth team there. He joined our club, and he was probably my coach for 3 or 4 years there, until I was 18. And yeah, we had a lot of great memories, won a lot of games, some trophies, and I have a lot to thank him for in terms of my development, for sure.
And all those great memories, you two ever share any brisket sandos together?
Not that I can remember, no, actually. I might have to change that here.
There you go. Yeah, I got a couple of them.
As long as we're changing things, I'm going to direct you to fcdallas.com. There is a whole bunch of other stuff on there, but it essentially, it essentially talks about your acquisition and Houston and everything like that. But if you move on down the article, it says transaction details. I'm sorry if I get this wrong. Christian, is it Jaeger Kappas?
That is spot on.
Boom. Next line, preferred name. Chris.
Oh,
so
we're gonna have to change it. Got to call the webmaster.
Somebody's in trouble over here.
I will take some responsibility for this, but clearly I'm not going to take all the responsibility for this. Now, I know we're having some fun, but I also know that FC Dallas has been after you for some time. The way I understand it, going all the way back to 2018. I was hoping you could maybe shed some light on that if you can, and maybe why that didn't all come together.
Yeah, for sure. So it started, I joined the FC Dallas Youth Academy when I was 18 for my last year of high school, pretty much. And toward the end of the year, I had done well and they were happy with me. And so they said, we'd like to bring you into the first team here. And basically the way it worked out is there was some crazy rule in the MLS that said because I am born and raised in Houston within a certain distance of the Houston Dynamo Stadium that I needed to play for the Houston Dynamo. I couldn't sign for Dallas. And so I told the MLS, okay, if that's your decision, I'm not going to go play for a team that wasn't super interested in me as a young player. And, even though I was in the area, and I'll go and make a career somewhere else. So I headed off to Denmark. I was in Denmark for almost 6 years. And then I've been in Norway for the last year. And when I got the call from my agent, said that Dallas was interested. That was it was a no-brainer. I knew Eric was here. We had a good conversation about it, and things ended up working, so I could come back now, and I'm extremely happy to be here.
This is a selfish question, I'll admit, but since you talked about playing in Denmark, playing in Norway, I'm heading off to Germany tomorrow. This is my first trip overseas. Do you have any international travel tips for me?
International travel tips for you. I'd say the first one is get to the airport on time. That's a good start.
Yep.
Other than that,
then I'm all set.
Good question. Yeah.
Get people's names right, maybe.
Okay.
All right. Yep.
That's a good place to start. No, just I'd have Google Translate downloaded. You can do that, and I think you can take a picture of it nowadays. So it's pretty easy to get by over there.
Okay, I'm going to download Google Translate as we speak. That's a great suggestion. And I know you told us your story to get to FC Dallas, and it's all just happened, as of late. But how does it feel now that you've made it here?
I think it's starting to set in that, this has really happened, and, we're moving here and finding an apartment and place to live and everything like that. So I think that, it's a very comfortable feeling. It feels, even though I'm not from Dallas, it feels a bit like coming home. Just knowing the guys. I've only been here a week or so, and everybody's been very nice and welcoming to me, with as well as everybody in the club. So it's been it's a really nice feeling to be back.
Well, and you talked about your experience with Coach. What do you think the benefit is of knowing him and kind of knowing what he expects?
I think it helps a lot. I think it's knowing how he likes to do things, how he likes to get the best out of his players. Already having that experience with him, and knowing what I can bring from my experience as well. I know he's changed a lot in these last 7 or 8 years. I've changed a lot, and so to be able to talk and bring our new ideas and experiences to the conversation for how we can best help the team in my role here, it's really nice to have.
Man, we're really excited you're here. I'm glad you shared your story, and so best of luck getting settled before y'all's got your match coming up in about a week against Portland. Thank you very much for the time.
Of course, it was great to talk to you guys, and enjoy your trip to Germany.
Thank you very much. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Christian Kappas here on 105.3 The Fan.
I know it's not fun in the moment, but it is fun in the moment. I hope as listeners that they enjoy those things, and I hope that I enjoy those moments, even whenever it's me. I think it's funny and hilarious, and I like it.
That's all fine and well. Yes. Tell me what website this is from.
I can't see.
Yes, you can. It says
fcdallas.com net.
Okay. Preferred name. Does it say Chris or does it not?
Christian Kappas, Kevin.
Shut
I don't know
up.
if you know how to read.
You are a liar. Liar.
I think you just wanted to call him Chris, and you made that decision up in your mind.
Man.
And that's how that went. But I love the fact that he was like, he went right at you. That was good. That was funny.
And yes, I do see the people who are like, Kevin's always trying to push Christian agendas in these FC Dallas interviews. But you know what I'm most excited about? He said his tip for international travel was get to the airport on time. We can do that. And I also just downloaded Google Translate.
There
so
you
I
go.
feel like I'm set. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ.
States has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, good.
Definitely remember him. Update. After 13 days at the hospital, his grandma, who is a staple at our Buffalo Wild Wings tour as well, Sharon McLeod, is coming home. She's grateful for all of you guys. That is so nice.
Great news, great news.
And I'm grateful for all of the coverage we're getting out in Oxnard, courtesy of those fine folks from the G-Bag Nation. And we bring it to you right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Doing terrific after that Mama is coming home update that I just got from you, Hagee, and we're excited about Cowboys practice going to be underway shortly.
Does it feel like a void out there when there is no practice for the day? You're like, I don't know what to do with myself.
No, we just grill Steve Jones is what we do.
All right. So,
good work, guys. That was
never
good.
an off day for us.
Yeah, that was good work, Dawson.
Dawson went after it yesterday. I'll tell you what. He warned us, too. Dawson told us, he's like, listen, guys, I got the bulldog mentality right now. We're about to make some noise and make something happen. And we just backed up. I mean, our group just backed up. Dawson Dawson was 2 feet away from that man. Could have been a fist fight.
So I told Dawson after the interview, I loved the intensity, but also I love that Stephen Jones said something that is now going to become part of my life. About 90% of what you said is factually inaccurate. And then when asked to explain that 90%, I go, I'm not going to get into that. I'm going to start using that in my everyday life. If somebody confronts me on something, I'm going to be like, 90% of what you said is inaccurate. And they're like, which part? I'm going to be like, I'm not going to talk about that. And I'm just going to walk off.
I think the 10% was they had a deal. I think that's what it is.
I've been wondering what that 10% was.
I think this thing is hinging on 1 year right now. I think that's what we're doing right now.
It's par for the course for the Cowboys. Dax was the 4 versus 5.
I think that's what we're hinging on right now, boys. I really do.
Yep. He was also, you guys got him to be really upfront about Trayvon Diggs not being there and brought us, I know you mentioned Britt Brown, and Steven came back with, as far as I know, this is the only person that I can think of who hasn't been here. And then he flat out said, we think he would be further along, which I thought was an astonishing revelation from y'all's interview yesterday. Good job.
Oh, I think he was mad. I think the Joneses are mad about several things going on, several fronts, and they're getting attacked on a lot of different areas, and rightfully so in some ways. But he answered the question. But yeah, his dad set the tone. Like, we weren't happy with what's going on with Diggs, and he just followed up with that.
I don't know if it's about this year as much as it's about how he rehabbed last year and then had another injury. I think there's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't know if the players are better off rehabbing here. Somebody pointed out on Twitter, about Michael Jordan getting Grover, and that was a big boost to his career. So maybe it works better for some players and it doesn't. But here's what I know: the Cowboys feel very strongly about it. That you're going to get the best work done here. So I think if you want to be a Cowboy long term and you don't buy into that, you're in trouble. And I'll be surprised if Trayvon Diggs is around here next training camp. And I'll tell you what, to Trayvon's credit, he's been amazing. He's come by the 10. He said what's up to us. His attitude has been outstanding. I think he's trying to play catch up, and trying to get some goodwill going. But the only thing that's going to do that, I think, is if he can come back and play at an all-pro level by midseason.
As you guys get ready for practice to resume, aside from your amazing on-the-spot coverage, are there any particular players, position groups that you're focusing in on today or perhaps the rest of the week?
I mean, it's got to be the left tackle that Steven told us about yesterday, Thomas.
Yeah,
Nate Thomas.
Is he going to get destroyed by these edges when they do pass reps? And then, Brian's been telling us about Perry and Winfrey, and I'm late to that party. I think I'm like 4 or 5 days late to the party, but I'm excited about seeing, what I can see with him today, because he might be the guy to play alongside Osa.
They seem to feel good about this cornerback room, and I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. Zion Childress was actually a guy that impressed me in the first padded practice, but now with Carson out, they're pretty thin at that position. So, do you still see progress from guys like Troy Pride? What's going on with some of the other options that they've got there? Kamon Hall, the North Texas Mean Green product. So, certainly the secondary, that's one that I'll be keeping an eye on. But we got you on the Nate Thomas, Corey. I know you're pretty pumped about that. I liked what Shotty said. It was pretty much our scouting breakdown from yesterday, the power. That's what stands out about Nate Thomas.
Yeah.
I think the speed might give him some problems.
Yeah, it's really kind of surprising, though, that to me, with the veteran player, with Awesome Richards, and here's Awesome Richards is lined up and played for you, and practiced for you, and Thomas really did absolutely nothing last year. The only thing that he's been doing, and this happens to, I think this is a coaching deal. I think this is about Connor Riley, and then about
Clayton
Adams. I think they're in that mode right now. Like, listen, we kind of watched and evaluated this team. We think that maybe this guy might have more than Awesome Richards, even though they're using Awesome Richards. He's the one guy that's been the swing guy. Everybody else has played the same position. Awesome Richards has played both the right and left side.
Yeah. I think I'm going to be, especially with the Shells today, I'm going to be looking at the receivers and the running backs and seeing which of those guys are out there making some plays. Hopefully Blue. I would love to see Blue get going in some way today because we haven't gotten to really see that firsthand yet. But
he's been good. He's been good as far as he and Sanders are the most explosive guys you got running the way. Turpin in there too. Yeah.
I was kind of curious if without Micah, if y'all been able to get a good understanding, good idea of what Eberflus, like what his defense is going to look like, and if he's getting a good idea of, even without Micah, I can do these things and we're going to be good, or, oh man, I can't wait to get Micah in because of this.
Well, he's running some double A-gap mug looks, which Micah's really, really good at. Maybe that's something he stole off the film that he saw with Mike Zimmer last year. When he gets down in the red zone, he's not going to let you feel comfortable. He's going to bring the house. There's a couple of times they got guys home. You're going to see some slot blitz stuff. I know we did 3 live mics the other day. Wolchuk said, "Oh, here comes that slot blitz." That's something that that goes all the way back to Rod Marinelli and those guys. What they did at Tampa with Rondé Barber. So you're going to see that probably be a part of stuff. Like I say, I think that he's interested when his nickel. He's going to put 4 rushers on the field. He is not going to put anybody that can't rush on that field when he gets you in that nickel situation. I think he's going to try and get guys home. He's probably a little bit worried about his secondary, even though some of his guys are playing okay right now. But he's probably thinking about getting a game. I got to get some guys home before that ball gets out.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We will have more 3 live mics coming up here at about 2:20, 2:30 or so. We'll have Donovan Ezaraku coming up on the show, I believe, at 3:40. So Brian's going to get off the field after 3 live mics and covering everything at about 3:15, 3:20. I think we're going to do Krusty's Corner there if practice schedule cooperates. But yeah, Ezaraku coming up at 3:40, and of course Jared Sandler at 5 with all the trade deadline buzz 24 hours out.
Love to hear that. Roll home with a jam-packed G-Bag Nation live from Oxnard. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with most of us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say something in German, Kevin.
Guten Morgen.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in to Cowboys training camp with the Eye of the Tiger playing in the background. Practice about to get underway. Our coverage brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Rising up. Back on this. I know you know this, Brian. Don't be afraid.
Right?
You're the karaoke guy.
You had the eye of the damn tiger yesterday, Dawson.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I fear that I've raised expectations way too high, because that's about a once in a year occurrence for me, where I just kind of black out
You
and
didn't
say,
get shake voice.
"To
That
hell
was
with
impressive,
this."
though.
Thanks,
no
bro.
Shake voice.
Yeah, I was feeling it. I'm coming up on 50, and what I realized last night, it's great getting old because you just don't give a crap, and you're not afraid of, old people bowing up on you.
Yeah.
You're like, whatever, bro, I'm old too, right? I'm going to tell you how I feel. If you want to tell me how you feel, that's fine, right? And I guess if you want to fire me, that's okay. I mean, I got nothing to lose. I'm damn near 50. You know what I'm saying? So let's rock. But salute to Stephen Jones for being awesome, and I cannot wait for our Friday conversations at 3 o'clock. Just don't expect me to go after him like that very often. Maybe we'll make it an annual tradition if he's up for it. Like once a year.
Once a year you save all the ammunition.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks to our sponsors, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Yeah, there it is, man. They're going to go 3 live mics here coming up, in about 20 minutes or so. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, I did need that win. I'll be honest with you. I think yesterday's interview was brought to you by the Rowdy Tellez fail.
Why are you wearing that so much, man?
I kind of felt like we cleaned our palette of that with the George Pickens
Why are
stuff.
you wearing that one? I don't get that one.
It's a pattern.
This one's bothering you more than.
Yeah.
And you just gave me the old
childhood
man,
trauma.
You gave me the old man speech, and then now you're telling me you're worried about Rowdy for. I'm just like, wait, what are we doing?
I just don't
here?
give a damn, but I felt bad about Rowdy.
Yeah, I guess it was, just people saying on social, you can't do a good interview.
Oh, man.
It's kind of like Luka being told you can't get in shape. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, watch this, mofo. And then, just like Luka, once I've proven it once, I'll go back to being a slappy for a good 6 months or so.
Yeah, it's the vicious cycle.
Luka's always catching strays, man.
Okay.
You should send Rowdy a little Tiff's Treats basket to say I'm sorry. Apologize that way.
I thought a bag of Hurtado sandwiches was even better.
Brisket Sandos.
Yeah.
On me, Rowdy.
Peace offering.
Yeah.
Live it up.
That trough that they have there, that big old all that food. Just
El Jefe.
El Jefe, yeah. Cinnamon El Jefe, see what he does.
Well, we have another interview coming up, 3:40. Donovan Ezeraku is going to join us, but the Cowboys are back to practice. And, Brian, I can't wait for you to get down there and start telling us about Nate Thomas, the left tackle. Is it a real left tackle, or are they just putting him there because he's big and strong?
No, he's been playing left tackle. But what's interesting, guys, is that when I got to see the practice, the minicamp practice before we took the little bit of that month break, he was the second right tackle. So obviously the coaching staff kind of feeling like, hey, maybe this guy has the footwork and the balance and stuff to play a little left tackle. And maybe they felt like with Adeniji that he was better at right tackle than he was at left tackle. So it's a little bit of a mix and match right now. And I just. I think this is a coaching thing. I know I said it in the crosstalk. I think this is one of those things where the coaches probably looked at him and said, you know what, we like him a little bit better than Awesome Richards. Awesome Richards, I think, is a better athlete. Awesome Richards, I think, has a little bit more experience. Not much, but he has more experience. This was one of those when Stephen Jones said it, I kind of felt like did he speak out of turn? Sometimes names come to your mind and you just say, well, Nate Thomas is going to be the guy out there at left tackle. And you're like, I wonder if he means that Awesome Richards is really going to be at left tackle, and they got a little confused on the names. But
Shoddy talked about it today and said Richards and Adeniji will get reps out there too.
And that's no Adeniji today though is what Eric is telling me.
He's in street clothes. Not really sure why he's walking around out there, but he won't be practicing today, so it will just be Thomas and Richards.
Yeah. So we'll see. I was thinking that maybe Awesome Richards. I know when we were doing June radio, we were kind of talking about what battles do we think, and will the coaches allow a battle? Will they allow a battle between Guyton and Awesome Richards and see who the best of it is? But, man, I'll tell you what, the Thomas one, I do know walking down there and watching the drills, those offensive lineman drills, Clayton Adams grabs Thomas and pulls him aside a lot and was kind of like coaching him up after, like, Thomas would go do a rep and then he would come back and he was coaching him. So that kind of gave me the hint that this very well could be a coaching thing.
Right on. Well, hopefully they got it right. And, this guy who apparently has nimble feet and really strong hands, can...
Powerful guy.
And, the word Will McClay used last week when he was on with the KNC Masterpiece is one of the common themes around here. He's a people mover.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's...
They might be just going to more power.
Yeah, that's what they want, man. They just want the big
more
dogs.
power out there. And hey, let's, like I say, I think in 4 weeks' time, we'll you have Guyton back and hopefully, but... Boy, I would love to see one of these guys play so well that it might make them have to make a choice on whether to put Guyton back out there or not, at least in week one.
Just make it interesting. Yeah.
They haven't done a great job drafting mid to late round linemen. I mean, they've tried, like Awesome Richards, they've tried with
the Let's-Go's, the Balls.
Josh Ball, just terrible. So maybe they stole one here in the 7th round. We'll find out at practice today. And hopefully Adeniji is good to go tomorrow because it's a padded practice. Yeah. So probably more important for him. I mean, I don't know why he's sitting out. Maybe it's one of those veteran days off. Maybe he's working an injury that he's nursing there. But tomorrow would be a bigger day for him to be able to go.
Other press conference reaction. Shoddy said rookie Jaden Blue picked things up slower than they had hoped in spring.
Yeah, there we go.
But now he said
we're hearing that.
Blue's impressed with his speed, ability to catch the ball, and work in tight spaces. So maybe that wake-up call, concept, take away from that. But that's just fantastic news.
If they want to call him lazy, which we asked Stephen Jones about that yesterday, and he's not going to say, yeah, he's lazy and all that. But
maybe if it was Diggs, he would.
Yeah,
but not for Blue.
But not for Blue. But the things we heard about that with Blue was that, some of the whispers were that maybe why we're not seeing him in the OTAs and mini camps as much is that he, has he's struggled a little bit with the playbook, and so now
behind was the word I was told.
There you go, behind. So and now things are kind of picking up for him a little bit.
I mean, the main thing I'm looking for today is just, can we stop the injury run, please? Do I have to knock on wood here? Yes. Is there like a rain dance thing we could do for no more injuries? This is
I'm open to anything.
Anxious moments. And you see around the league, we had another ACL today, didn't we, in Buffalo?
He dodged it.
He dodged it?
Yeah, they thought initially, and I thought that it was an ACL, but
he went down yesterday, and it didn't look good.
The MRI revealed
is that a Kentucky guy?
Not a tear for Maxwell Harrison.
Yeah.
Well, I think Shoddy talked about this today. And he said there's no taking the foot off the pedal because these guys got to get ready. I salute him for going with what he believes, and he said we need to have a physical camp. We need to pop, hit, and thud. Physicality's been a big emphasis for Schottenheimer, and he ain't backing down off it.
Yeah, we've seen a team that was second in the. With the Cowboys, you get in the playoffs, you're the second seed, and go out there and just completely fold. Not show any toughness, not show any mental toughness. Give me these practices like this. He's trying to build a culture here. He's trying to make this something that he believes will be the right way to go. I don't think he can stop. I think he has to keep the
you don't want to show any hesitation right now on what you've been preaching.
He has been talking about running the football. He's talked about being tougher. He's talked about all those things.
Yeah.
He cannot do this in a way that he shows I need to back off these guys. He can't do it.
Late last night though, we were talking about the culture and what a coach can do and not do for a team trying to push them over the top. And what you said was just sticking with me all night and into the morning. You just need better players. Right? Instead of trying to be physical by being cultured and practicing hard, how about you just get guys that are athletic, they're better at getting in position, and they're stronger? Because that's what I think toughness really comes from is tough sons of guns.
Yeah, but right now you can't just snap your fingers and get more talented.
No,
right?
that's
so
the problem.
What can you do to try and assist what is a roster filled with holes?
The best teams right now, there's 5 or 6 teams that have better talent than the Cowboys.
I would just say, as much as I love Shoddy, I think what you could do now is make sure none of your core players get hurt. That's what you can do to be better. You can't try to manufacture toughness. Like that has been established by the time they were 8 or 9 years old. How
he
tough they
sat
are.
there and watched. He watched Mike McCarthy for 5 years not do anything to try and make this team any tougher.
Yeah, and to that point, Mike McCarthy did still have a ton of injuries. He couldn't fight them off by taking it easy in practice.
They had teams that were the most healthy teams going into playoff games, and we all flew home disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, one way. Okay, how about this story from down in Los Angeles? Former NBA star Gilbert Arenas and suspected Israeli crime figures arrested on federal indictment alleging they operated illegal gambling business in which high-stakes poker games were played in an Encino mansion Arenas owned. Now, I know this is high profile and it's like, organized crime, but I mean, I'm for freedom. And I think if you want to play poker and you want to go to somebody's house and pay an entry fee or a rake on the pot, like I don't see what the problem is here. But I think because the laws are what the laws are, and you got to respect that. Arenas might be in some pretty deep bleep right here.
Is this because of tax? Are
Maybe.
we not getting our tax? Is that why?
Maybe tax evasion.
Is that why?
That's at least a part of it.
Is that why we're not letting people do things like have these kind of pop-up poker games because we're not getting our cut by the government? Is that really what we're doing here today?
I think that's part of it. I think the other part is the casino lobbyists that spend a lot of money, helping fund the police department and fund political campaigns. They want to make sure the competition of the whales is being rooted out. Yeah. We got a great poker scene in L.A. Like there's some of the greatest card rooms from around the country or from really around the world. Maybe they felt like, Arenas was eating into their rake a little bit. So that'll be a story I'll be interested to continue tracking.
Went down.
This is a federal indictment, bro.
Yeah.
This is.
Well, he went down because somebody in the casino world told on him.
Probably.
That's what this is.
And
all
maybe
about.
rubbing elbows with organized crime didn't help either.
Yeah.
I think. Sure, you want to do a private big poker game for your buddies. Maybe you could get away with that, but now you're into it with organized crime. I just think that's going to put you on a radar, especially international organized crime.
Yeah.
Okay.
How else you come up with the money, though? To pay the pots and stuff like that, right? To pay to have the payouts and stuff. Don't you have to have somebody?
Yeah, got to have the liquidity, I guess. I mean, Gilbert Arenas made a ton of money, and now he's got a successful podcast. So I would imagine he could. Fund some of that,
okay,
but
I didn't know. I mean,
but maybe maybe it's so high stakes that you got millionaires and billionaires with $20 million pots.
Sure.
Maybe Gil can't cover that. I'm thinking like $100,000 pot.
He provided the place to have.
Yeah,
the
he
events.
rented out the house.
He rented the events. Yeah, he's got the house for the events. And somebody else,
and he could probably market it for him because he's so well known here. He's, I think it was probably a really good business relationship.
Casino's told on him probably.
817 said, "Yeah, Dawson, I used to run a poker room in Fort Worth. The cops didn't really mess with us there, but they said if they did, it would be for the taxes."
Okay. All right. Yeah, we will convict them for tax evasion. That's the downfall of a lot of organized crime operations. Trade deadline is tomorrow at 5:00. First item of business, looking at Colorado. The article Wolchuk mentioned last night, the Rockies are making 3 relievers available. Closer Jake Bird, Victor Vodnik, and Tyler Kenley are readily available. And the Rangers have been engaging the Rockies in discussions there. That's a little bit lower than the super high-leverage proven star. But, I mean, bringing in bullpen pieces can be risky. You go out and think you're getting a proven star. Next thing you know, things are just different with the dude, and he misfires. I mean, closers can be year to year.
Boy, John Gray was bad yesterday.
Yeah, that sucked.
That whole game was just
the walks were bad. Yeah.
So after a couple of losses, it would be a time to be like, oh boy, here. But the offense is playing well. Yeah. I think the fact that you're producing, you're scoring multiple runs in multiple innings throughout the game. Yeah. This is just your, regular regression as the pitching staff going through a tough week. And I expect them to still be a great pitching staff. And, the offense continues to give me confidence. I don't know if I've been able to withstand a 2-game losing streak at any point in the season without feeling like the sky is falling. But I'm here right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes the trade market can spook a clubhouse as well. And on the week of, the trade deadline, guys just aren't, comfortable enough or feeling good enough to go out there and put out their best performances. But yeah, last night, pretty big bummer. Pregame tonight coming up 8:30. Day off tomorrow.
The Angels are making moves. I mean, they went ahead and made some reliever trade acquisitions today. They got Luis Garcia and our old buddy Andrew Chafin. from the Nats. So, I mean, the Angels get a couple wins. They're feeling like, well, maybe we should make some moves here.
Yeah, let's go big. Grant wrote about the bats as well. And the most intriguing bat on the market is Eugenio Suarez. Still due $5 of a $15 million salary. Has an 898 OPS this season. But it's 1011 at home, 784 on the road. Still a good OPS, but I guess Arizona has been the third most pitcher-friendly park in the big leagues, and he is lighting them up at home, and then 784 on the road. So, I mean, if you go out and get that guy, I'd be ecstatic. I feel like maybe CY should. If you're looking at pushing this team over the top,
the Diamondbacks,
Bochy's last year, you have Eovaldi and DeGrom, ancient by baseball standards. It's go time, baby. All right. Speaking of go time, 2026 Hall of Fame nominees. What happens here? Is Witten first ballot?
No,
not first ballot. Second ballot.
Yeah, I think he could compete for second or third. I don't think he's a first ballot guy. I don't think he's like the best tight end, maybe even top 5 tight end ever. But I mean, he's definitely will get in. I think that first ballot's reserved for you were one of the best in the history of the game at your position,
and won the Super Bowl probably most often.
If DeMarcus Ware can't even be first ballot, come on.
Do you think Dez would have got in if he hadn't gotten hurt?
I think he had that trajectory. Yeah, I do. I mean, he was a touchdown machine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was leading the league in touchdowns since the day he entered. It was like him and Gronkowski every time they would post something like that. And in 2014, I've talked about this before. It's crazy after that play happened in Green Bay. It would have been the headline play of Dez's career. I thought he was the best wide receiver in football that year. He was unguardable.
Oh, yeah.
And then, unfortunately, the career trajectory just went downhill from there.
Yeah, you have the injury with the Cowboys that slowed him down, and then you go to the Saints and have the practice injury, right? And then you come back with the Ravens, and, it was pretty much just a goodbye tour at that point. It was obvious that, his game had devolved in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, he had 4 really good years, 3 great years, 1,300, 1,200, 1,300 in yards, and that was 12, 13, and 16 TDs in those years.
But he didn't have the kind of speed that would hold up into your 30s, and he didn't have the routes that would allow him to win without the speed. I guess what I was thinking is maybe it would have been slowing down in a significant way by the time you hit 2017, 2018, one way or another. But no doubt one of the most electrifying players in Cowboys history, and I do miss seeing him out here. He was just so different with the way that he moved and competed. Okay, we got we'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champ for you on the other side, then jump into 3 live mics and give you some play-by-play of the Cowboys practice here in Oxnard on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps.
Roger that, Sally.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3. The Fan segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Training camp coverage continues here in Oxnard. We'll get down to the field here, give you play-by-play at today's practice here before too long with 3 live mics. It's time now, though, for the G-Bag of the Day champion. Here's Lucius.
Sorry, man. I had to switch my screen up real quick. I was reading this Gilbert Arenas stuff, dog.
Yeah, you find out anything?
Shoot, no, man. It just looks like he was living that boiler room lifestyle. You ever seen that movie Boiler Room?
Yeah.
My man Seth had that home poker situation going down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like he was living like that, but what's going on? Oh my God. And I mean, he was just streaming. He was just doing his thing. Oh my gosh. It's crazy out here.
I mean, it's a fun lifestyle, and the game of poker itself is so dang fun to get into. And then, you know, you got this business thing going on. I could see falling into that, you know, myself. But I think the lesson is
allegedly
pay your taxes. You know,
Yeah.
Pay the taxes.
They want the cut. They want the cut if you're going to do it.
Yeah. Hey, great movie, by the way, Boiler Room. If you've ever seen that right there.
I'm going to put that on my list.
Fantastic.
Tim was just telling me about this other poker movie called Molly's Game that I got to watch.
That's great.
Too.
Oh, my God. That's great. That is great. Yeah, good stuff, man. You got some good movies right there, buddy. Back to back. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every week on the Fan 530. Replay the champion right about here. This is day 2 for this champion audio. Sound boy with the champion audio Charles Haley singing Happy Birthday to Charlotte Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, who's Charles Haley?
One of the greatest edge rushers,
5-time Super Bowl champion.
Beautiful, beautiful. Who is Charlotte Jones?
Jerry's
lady owner.
Daughter that he acknowledges.
Oh, God.
It's Charlotte Jones' birthday, so we're going to sing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charlotte. Happy birthday to you. Hey, she's fine too, y'all. Let me tell you that.
Oh, my God.
Yes, Charles, we can tell.
Heidi in HR would like a word in.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Tune in 5:30 to see if Charles can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5. A legendary moment. Here's Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20.
All right, in honor of the morning show, what are the top 10 worst coworker habits? 877-881-1053. As, man, I mean, Brian was getting shots fired at him this morning. I guess
For not showing up?
I guess, well, that...
I was worried about the tsunami.
I know you were, and I knew it wasn't a tsunami. It was about the way that we had to do the check thing. And
I hate it.
Sean tried to, lump me into this. Like, I was freaking out about, well, how are we going to pay? No, I want everybody to be included. And I knew that was something that was going to bother Brian. DJ didn't go with us to our dinner last year because of the same issue. So I wanted to make sure we had a plan. And if this place, for some reason, wasn't going to accommodate us, do we pivot? Right? So, Sensi Sean got after me for that, but I did call the place. It ended up working out. We were fine.
Did they let you have each individual?
No, Sean stepped up, took care of it, and then we all just paid him.
Okay.
So it ended up being fine.
See,
it was delicious.
With that, how many guys did you have?
See, we had 7.
7.
Which was probably half as much as you had last time.
We had 15.
Yeah.
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 It was
a lot.
Little different.
A little bit more challenging.
When Heggie was trying to add up things and all that and stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's the only restaurant we've ever had a problem with.
The only one. But the fact they only take 2 cards, right? That was the rule?
Yeah. Otherwise,
two card maximum.
Yeah.
It ticks me off so much.
Weird deal.
Yeah. I just want to be like, okay, we're not paying. You know?
We're just, thank you very much.
Oh, you're suddenly going to take 10 cards, aren't you? Yeah. I mean,
what are you going to do?
Right? I'm sorry, but no other restaurant in the entire world has an issue with this, guys.
We got some texts coming in.
We got double billed.
Leaving skid marks in the toilet from the 469.
Oh, the office toilet?
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Well, I mean,
how about just peeing on the floor?
What
that's an issue.
Let's just be what do you want that guy to do?
Probably double flush. Will a double flush get rid of the toilet skid marks?
The skiddies? Nah, man. You're probably going to have to go with the scrubber. Now, if you have a scrubber there, then I think that would be on you to do that. But how many office commodes have the skid scrubber? Probably not many.
Not ours.
Yeah. I would say
that's a blind spot in ours.
Not ours.
The only thing that really bothers me, and Jim Rome has a hilarious bit about this, is the fish in the microwave. I think Sands would do that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about Sandler
seafood
is
in the microwave in general will get you sometimes.
Sandler likes to do either like cauliflower or broccoli or something with one of his frozen, nutritious
He
meals.
does his lean cuisines.
Yeah, the lean cuisines, and some of them smell good. Man, what's it? I think Lucius, did you have chili or something recently, man? That just freaking smelt incredible.
Hell yeah, fresh out of the can onto that instant rice.
Oh wait, Wolf
with
brand?
some cheese.
Wolf brand?
Yep. I do that sometimes, man.
Dang.
Trying to keep it light but still, tasty.
Yeah.
Hey, how about tuna? Is tuna okay?
No.
Damn, bro. I love some tuna, bro.
I
love tuna, bro.
I'd say yes, it's okay, but you might need to seclude yourself.
I'm not going to microwave it. I'm just going to have it with some crackers. It's going to be cold.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's
yeah.
a totally fair game. Yeah. You can't be making a tuna melt in the kitchen or whatever.
You have some unusual smells. Some of the stuff you throw down there.
Well, there was a bad one.
There was one meat.
There was
what did you do?
I don't know. My wife seasoned something in a way that
turtle
I guess
one day
just
or
didn't
some
smell
crap?
that good. But generally speaking, I feel like my beef is on point.
being late from the 817, getting texted.
I hate you.
Lucius, what do you think are some of the most annoying habits that
Chia follow?
Okay,
Anything
when you're having that work meeting and there's this guy that's asking questions, there's nothing wrong with questions. Everybody has questions. You might hit the right beat sometimes, but it's the hypothetical question guy. Okay, so let's say that, like, bro, you can email, fam. You can stay after school for this one, dog. We all got time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Lucy's just pointing the finger at me.
Just concocting scenarios that have never happened.
Say I didn't send it in. Oh, come on, fam.
Okay, that was my voice he just did. I know he did.
I think it's the hygiene. It's the hygiene coworker.
Hygiene for sure is going to be high on this.
The struggle bus on that.
All right, here's the top 10 most irritating coworker.
It is kind of funky in this tent, by the way, today. I'm not sure if somebody
That's
forgot.
because we went to the Schnitzel last night for second dinner, and that was one of the bigger mistakes we've made as adults, right, Well, Chuck? And
Wait a minute.
We have kids.
A second
we're married.
dinner on the top of the dinner you already had? You guys were bragging about that dinner.
It was great.
No. The dinner, the original dinner was solid at Cafe Fiore, but then we went to the Rudder Room.
So you got Rudder Room smell on you.
Then we got hungry, and we were like, we got it. Like, I'm not going to bed without eating. It was one of those.
Of course.
So then we were like trying to figure it out. There's a Wiener Schnitzel, there's an In-N-Out, and there's a McDonald's. Well, it makes sense.
You've already had In-N-Out, right? Didn't you do
and
that?
we were going to In-N-Out. We wanted that, but it was so packed. I mean, we're talking, bro. It's like, what, midnight?
Yeah. Tsunami.
25, 30
tsunami.
cars in a drive-through line.
It was wild.
Plus, it was packed inside. Like, In-N-Out here is, like, they consider that the highest level of eating that you could ever do. And then the McDonald's across the street, similar deal. Like, you're going to be in the street if you get in that drive-through line.
And
so
nobody was at the Wiener Schnitzel.
Nobody was at the Wiener Schnitzel.
For
a good reason. Yeah, we went in there, and what an embarrassment to anyone who's ever eaten, man. Absolutely disgusting.
You spent $27, don't lie, in there, didn't you?
No, I spent $13. I had to keep it under the breakfast.
I will say it's relatively cheap, but I think there's a reason for it. You're getting what you pay for. I mean, it was so bad.
It was a cafeteria, middle school cafeteria cheeseburger is what, unfortunately, I ate.
I didn't even finish what I had.
I didn't tempt fate with the chili dog. I mean, you think it's bad in here right now.
No,
if I would have chili dogged it like Walchuk did. Walchuk, how many times were you gritting your teeth last night?
It was some of the most disgusting stuff that I've ever had, and that says a lot.
Really, really bad situation.
It was grotesque.
Just schnitting himself all night.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I thought I wasn't going to make it today. Ruben, thank God, has provided baby wipes, but you guys know me. I'm not going in public, so I'm going to hold that thing and have bubble guts all damn day. But that's too much information. Let's move into the top 10.
You get decent privacy over there in that executive porta
I'd say
potty.
dump that, but you already did.
Yeah, I did. I can't do that. Number 10 is just being super messy. That's an annoying coworker habit.
Choppy.
Yes, and I'd like to do that. Like with all of these, who do we think kind of fits this scenario?
Oh, okay, cool.
So, Mr. Messy, you're going RJ?
Yeah, I have to clean up his broadcast position every day. There's like grease all over the thing. You know, just greasy fingerprints. Like he works like he's a short order cook at like Denny's.
It's brought us up at night just knowing that he shares a microphone with Chop.
I have that mic cover that I use. I'm not.
Oh, the old the Mike Kondo.
Yeah, Mike Kondo.
The hygiene comes in at number 9. Just a slob person.
At 9?
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. If you actually got a truly bad hygiene situation, we're putting that at 9. There's 8 other more egregious offenses.
Yeah, I'd probably go number 1 on that.
Hey, Jeff Kavanaugh, he used to wear flip-flops up to the station, put his feet on the desk, and pick his toes. And I'm looking right at it, bro.
That's some Ace Ventura stuff right there.
Does anybody just smell terrible that we work with?
I mean, listen, I'll put my hand up and understand that there are days where sometimes the deodorant gets away from me.
Do you just not put it on, right?
No, I do. But
You're
I
not
guess
admitting it.
I would say there are days where
You forget.
perhaps I forgot or something. You
like
know,
3 out of 5 days, maybe sometimes.
No, I would call it a blue moon. I really would.
Bobby,
try to be buttoned up with it. Yeah,
Bobby with the summer hoodie. That thing reeks.
the sweaty summer hoodie, man.
It's very musty.
He no hoodie today. It's perfect. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say like coworkers who are always talking bad about you to the customers. You know, let's not air the
I do
dirty
that all
laundry.
the time with
It's
you,
not
Dawson.
fair.
I'm
It's not
sorry.
very nice. Number 8 is the people that are just completely refusing to socialize with the team. Just,
the outcast coworker. Yeah, that could be tough. You know.
that could be Kevin.
You got to be worried about that. Sometimes they might have a reason.
Yeah,
my reason was I was not going to get trapped in the whole thing of having to pay, the whole.
Well, and I
check
tried to
last
look out for you on that.
Oh, I appreciate you doing that.
And I got
sir.
shamed for it.
Oh,
I was determined to get out
Who,
last
Sean?
night, so I feel like that's me.
It can be, but I think
yeah.
you've gotten better.
Thank you.
You definitely tried.
I do want to hang out. I'm kind of in this mode where I have so much stuff to do that I really don't take any time to recreate or socialize any day of the week. I'm not horsing around.
You're a workman.
Thank you.
You really are. Juggling a lot of crap. You're in your Brian Broaddus era.
Online poker game getting.
I haven't been playing. I don't think I played online poker in like 6 months.
No carpal tunnel. 7 is the cheapskate. Somebody that's just super cheap.
Sorry about that, fellas.
That would be Eric.
I can own that. I'm sorry.
I saw you spend $43 on dinner the other day.
I circled it back. When she told me 48, I was like, hold up, why is it 48? Yeah. And then she explained it to me, and I said, why don't you... I was trying to get too much cod on the quesadilla. I had to dial it down a little bit.
All right. Well, you saw us.
Red, my
we
God.
saw you last night. Red gave me the bird. He
my
said,
boy
"Where the
here
hell
keeps
were
hooking
ya?"
it up with the
Didn't
fireball
come out the
shots.
locker room.
No, absolutely.
We appreciate you, Red. Thank you.
MVP of the week so far. Thought it was going to be you, Red.
Hey, you know what?
It's my guy.
Suck up comes in at number 6.
What's that?
The suck up guy, the person that's just kissing ass to the boss all the time. Yeah.
Who is that? I don't know if we have a real suck up.
Do we have a suck up, Tim? We might need to get your thoughts on this one.
Who's the biggest suck up at the station?
Who's the biggest suck up?
Hey, suck up guy is question guy too. They're all in the same.
All right.
He asks the most questions to make it sound like he's been paying attention and he knows what's going on with you guys. Look at me. The more questions I ask, the more value I have with the company.
Yeah, we've got one, but I'm gonna withhold the name.
Can we guess it?
yeah. Let's play the game.
Hagee. The Goody Two Shoes comes in at number 5. That's definitely Hagee.
Yeah, it's Hagee.
He
Goody
thinks
Two
that,
Shoe.
He's just.
Oh, just like I'm better than everybody else.
Come on, dude.
My moral standards are higher than everyone else's.
4 is just the.
It might be Blake.
Oh well.
That's the
we
suck
know
up?
Blake's
No,
not
Blake is thinks he's better than everybody.
Blake could be the suck up too. That's possible.
I don't know.
Well, he's a kind of there's a versatility to his game.
It's got to be a part timer. The patronizing persona coming in at 4.
Okay. Oh yeah, who would be that? I don't even.
The hyper competitive bitch is number 3.
Is that really one?
Yeah, that's exactly what it says. Sean
for sure.
Gossip at number 2.
That's
morning
me.
show.
I like to tell
the
everybody
Mean Girls
what's
in the
going on.
morning. Yeah, and that's Brian. You do get into that. I think we all like that a little bit.
That's the scouting in me,
Then number 1 is the chatterbox, the person that just doesn't shut the hell up.
That'd be me too.
There he is, Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on the Fan. We're going 3 live. We'll take a look at Cowboys practice, give you the top takeaways coming up next here in the nation. I want to chat with you about the Frankels before we get there, though, because life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. And when it happens in our household or to us up here at 105.3 The Fan, we call the Frankels immediately. They can advise you roadside. They can basically help you make a full recovery. And here's the bottom line with the Frankels. They'll make sure you don't settle for less. The guilty party, after they try to blame you, then they get into overdrive here. They got their insurance adjusters and fancy lawyers working overtime, they're brainstorming, how can we get Guy and DFW to settle for less? That's where the Frankels come in. They say, oh, no. Now, once you have Scott and Mark Frankel working for you, you can kick back and you can rest and recover, get back to doing what you want to do, what you need to do. The Frankels will make sure all your losses are covered by the guilty party, right? The person responsible for the wreck's going to write that check when you call the Frankels ambulance ride, hospital day, lost weight.
DRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
The Rangers wrap up their 3-game series against the Angels tonight in Anaheim. Hello, everyone. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler and me. Our coverage of this evening's game begins at 8 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, we're going 3 live mics. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. It's been an exciting practice already. Looks like they've been in red zone quite a bit. Let's go down to Broadus, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo with their play-by-play analysis. Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Everything's going good here, Dawson. They are in a team period. Looks like they're moving the ball now. We're in period 6. So a little bit of some team stuff going on. The offense coming down the field. They'll be moving from their left to our right as we talk about this. So, here we go with the big heavy set formation. Wolchuk, that extra tackle in the game. Sadiq Charles playing the heavy formation with the wing.
They've been doing a lot of the inside runs, as you've been talking about here, Brian. We saw a pretty good run from Javonte Williams, Hunter Lipke, and they keep going, powering off that left side. I have not seen a single run since we've been out here that has not been over towards the left side of the line, and that was Jaden Blue.
Yeah, that was a nice job by Jaden Blue right there. They went the heavy formation. They set that thing to the right with the wing with John Stevens right behind Charles. So they went heavy personnel to the right and then cut this ball back. Nice job by Blue, cutting off BB's block right there at center.
And is Thomas out there with the help of a jumbo 6th offensive lineman?
Yeah, he's there right now. The number 2s are running. It's the second offense that's going right now. So we'll circle back, Dawson, and let you know when the ones are back out there with Thomas. I'm sure Wolchuk. I'm up in the stands.
Yeah,
Wolchuk's right there on the field. He'll probably have a good view of him too.
That's the catbird seat right there. I'm surprised more media has not migrated to those stands because you get an elevated look, which I think will come in handy for your angles, won't it, Brian? I mean,
absolutely. I can see that they're literally probably 30 yards away from me right now, and I can see the whole entire field with what's going on. Going to a little quick formation here, or a quick huddle up. They've run a play and then bring them back to the line. This is something Joe Milton's kind of struggled with a little bit. They've had to rehuddle at certain times in practice, but it looks like Joe's got it under control now.
We got multiple touchdowns to CeeDee Lamb on Cowboys Twitter, multiples to George Pickens. A big Kevontae Turpin return as well happened about 10 minutes or so ago, guys. What do you think they're working on right now, Brian?
Yeah, I think this is a straight team period, and we have yet to see a pass. Here's Milton on the straight drop back right now. Pressure a little bit. He just dumps it underneath, it looks like, to Sanders. But there was some good pressure. The second offensive line is in there right now. The number 1 offensive line is coming back. Milton dropped back, and he hit that 5th step and really didn't like what he saw on the outside. Quickly got the ball underneath there to, I thought it was Williams there, but it was actually Phil Maffa was the one that made the play there. So it was Maffa.
Jalen Brooks actually had a really nice out-breaking route, and he was calling for the football. He broke open, but the pressure there, as you said, Brian, had to force the ball to come out there for Milton.
Okay, here's the first offensive line back. Thomas is going to be, let's make sure that he's playing the left tackle, and in fact, he is. And the ball's coming on reverse to CeeDee Lamb. Oh, nice job. They got BB, they got Schoonmaker, they got everybody, they got Steele, they got everybody to the corner here coming off the right side. Cowboys defensively were struggling. They were coming right at Elam, and he was having to fight it. It was Sam Williams to this side. He got hooked, but really nice job. It was just a reverse coming left to right, and they got everybody out in front of that play. Really well designed. Again, Thomas is the left tackle here. He had a cutoff block in the backside, trying to help things out.
Yeah, Steele did a great job blocking down on that to really kind of set everything with everybody pulling over there to that far side.
Yeah, Hunter Lipke here is he's playing as the wing, kind of just next to the tight end spot. But here he is, ball going again to the outside. Nice block by right there with Awesome Richards was able to get the block there. He's playing. It looks
he
like
was that jumbo.
He was the jumbo player
next to
there.
Steele.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Good job.
Still first team going on out there?
Yep.
Still first team.
How much confidence do you have in the run game? I made a comment yesterday that this run defense is trash, or has been. How good of a gauge can you get from this against this group?
I'll tell you, there's been some times where the run defense has stepped up and done some decent things. They're just light inside. They're going to have to rehuddle. First offense have to rehuddle. But Dawson, to answer your question, I think that they've kind of found a little bit of some identity on the offense running the football with these big bodies. And, whether it's BB, Smith, Booker, and these tackles are a little bit lighter but more athletic. But they've really done a good job of, kind of getting those blocks and staying on them and giving these backs the ability to make cuts.
With between Winfrey and Thomas, is it starting to feel like with the lack of a great one tech, we're just going to play two guys that can beat their man and get up the field?
Yeah, I think it just happened here. Solomon Thomas might have got a little nicked up. He beat the block inside. Now they slanted the front. He's okay. He just kind of caught maybe an elbow, but he slanted inside and he beat Booker clean. And they ran a waggle coming back to the right side. And if they handed that ball off, that was going to be a tackle for loss. So I have a feeling this team is not going to want on defense play toe-to-toe. They're going to want to play a little bit of movement in front. Winfrey just now going in to replace Solomon Thomas.
We made it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to talk to you more about Winfrey and, maybe finally getting an opportunity here after a bumpy road to hit his potential in the NFL. I know there's a big opportunity here for the Cowboys. Injury report brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming. Does Solomon Thomas look okay?
Yeah, he looks fine. He just went over to the sidelines, and I think he caught an elbow, and that's just he was able to shake that off. Really nice job right there by Damone Clark. We talked about
good coverage.
Go ahead, Wolchuk, you got it? It looked like
he was
in
underneath.
The flat. Yeah,
well, Dak had to hold the football. Nobody was getting open. And again, we're talking about red zone offense. Kind of what are you doing to try and scheme somebody open for an easy route? And really good coverage, tight all the way around. Dak has to hold it, then forces the ball low and wide, and a good job by Damone Clark breaking on that.
There's less thinking to do in this defense, isn't there, for the linebackers? It's like react off the disruption and run instead of sit behind the two-gapping defensive tackle and try to predict what the team's trying to do. I think it's a significant change and an opportunity for Damone Clark.
Yeah, good job right there, though. That play, yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Dawson. The seconds are back in there, really some seconds mixed in with some thirds. They try to toss sweep, running this ball to the right side, but really nice job by the Cowboys defensively rallying to that side. Christian Matthew, who's newly added,
right? Signed yesterday,
and Christian Matthew playing the left corner comes flying forward and was able to turn the play back inside. Nice job by him, just coming right off the bus and there he was making plays.
Really are playing a lot of tempo here, and that was a little delayed run inside. Everything's been working for the most part. I think the success, and you've talked about this, Brian, it's working the middle.
Yeah.
Those three big bodies just pushing it. But I think when you talk about the Cowboys' run defense here, General, they've got to rely and focus on the team speed. And they've been a team that has really struggled.
We got you.
You okay?
Team speed.
Would you drop your mic or something like that? What'd you do?
I think we lost Wolchuk maybe a little bit.
No, I got you.
Oh, I'm just seeing this CD Lamb reverse right now, though. Yeah. This offensive play design 2 weeks into training camp, I don't know if I could see anything else that I love.
That was clean right there.
Oh, what a beautiful catch.
Yeah, but it's going to be a sack. They brought Darius Harris, the linebacker, came through. He pulled off. They rushed him. They rushed Harris through the left A gap, and everybody's celebrating right now. But when you see the clip, Harris just tagged off. Defense is feeling good about. They would have had a sack right there on Joe Milton. That ball would not have got off. Harris had him dead to rights, just pulled off before Milton threw the football.
So who caught it?
Trajan Holden, the Oregon wide receiver.
Okay. Was it a contested catch? I hear that's all he makes.
Yeah, it was a juggling one on the back side of the end zone, and he was able to kind of bounce it to himself and did get both feet in bounds. So it was a gorgeous play, but as Brian said, just in a real game, probably not able to get that pass off.
Ball on the 4-yard line here. They're going to straight hand this thing off to Blue. And Blue was trying to press. They were trying to press the ball to the left side.
He didn't get the handoff clean, Brian.
He did not.
He was bobbling that.
Milton, we talked about maybe some ball security stuff going on right there, but they just did not. That was not a good exchange there at the mesh point at all.
I'd love to see Phil Maffa get some more run. They're talking about him.
Yeah.
Any signs? I mean, I got to find out about his pass pro at that size.
Well, we saw him earlier. making a catch underneath. By the way, we're on break. We got 2:45 on the clock as this break is running through. But yeah, Maffa is one of these guys that the others have really kind of shown up more. I know in the practices. I think this is the 7th one I've watched. The other backs have just kind of shown up a little bit more. I mean, Deuce Vaughn was showing up when he was when he was out there. But Maffa, maybe it's going to be about the preseason for him and getting those opportunities and live looks.
This break gives us a little bit of an opportunity. We got to probably take a break and come back and give you more. But I wanted to ask you how Dak, CeeDee, and Pickens, your read on their red zone,
yeah, we were not out
chemistry.
there for that. Yeah, we were
because I'm seeing a lot of fades here to the back corner, and Dak is on the money to Pickens and Lamb in these.
This is something they worked on in OTAs. I know one thing when I was watching the practice, I always talk about this. That one time I had it. They had Lamb working on the inside and Pickens on the outside, and Pickens was doing all the stuff on the back line where Lamb was doing all the stuff inside. So, yeah, we were just walking out. They just finished that period. We didn't get a chance to see that as we're into this team period now. Minute 40 on the clock on this break still left.
3 Live Mics brought to you by the On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's take a quick break, like 3 minutes, and we can jump back into this next session here in hour number 2 on your home of the Cowboys.
Our goal is to be your Buckies of radio. Where you...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Oxnard, practice going on. The boys are down on the field giving you the play-by-play and analysis. Camp brought to you by the on-time experts Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. An eventful 5 minutes there at the break. Mozzie made a play. Elam had a pick. Well, Chuck, tell me more.
He sure did. A little miscommunication with Dak and CD as CD continued to run a deep route, and I think Dak thought he was going to curl back, and Kyrie Elam just jumped it as the ball was thrown very, very short. Dak immediately trotted over to CD to talk to him about it as they were not on the same page. But Kyrie Elam keeps stacking up good days.
Yeah, it was his third interception in 7 practices. We got a little scrimmage going on here.
Yeah, you could see this was brewing.
Yeah. I couldn't tell. I was watching.
It's gotten a bit chippy here the last couple plays, and I think this is the second team. Brock Hoffman, is in the middle of that one. Him and Mozzie are starting to shove each other back and forth, and Mozzie's getting called off.
Yeah. Well, that was a play, though. Milton throws the ball in the flat to Blue, and as Blue was running up the field, it's a third down run. It's he gets the first down on the catch, but then all of a sudden, and you talked about the chippiness of the play was happening all behind that.
Was the Dak pick from Elam like a miscommunication? The wide receiver just kept running?
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like CD went vertical on the route, and Dak was thinking he was going to probably get a deep comeback or a deep out. And Elam just read exactly, the ball was heading that direction. Elam just drove out of it. It's like, listen, I'm not covering you anymore. I'm just going to get this football. And was able to make the play. And then Dak walked over to CD afterwards, kind of put his arm around him like to say, hey, listen, maybe I was thinking you were going to do something differently there, and that was the miscommunication.
What can you tell me more about that, Mozzie? Was it a TFL?
Yeah, Mozzie was able to win. I mean, he was working against the twos. It was able to get up the field, actually get around the guard and make the play there. He was able to get Hoffman was playing the guard spot, and he was able to go around Hoffman to make that play.
Alrighty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 3 live mics brought to you by the On-Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to have Donovan Ezeraku coming up on the show here in about 40 minutes or so. Krusty's Corner going to unload the notebook here coming up at about 3:15, 3:20. What's going on now, guys? They changed to the next portion. What are they focused on now?
Yeah, it's still they're still kind of they've been pretty stationary with the ball. They're right outside the red zone, I believe. Zach, am I right about that? Is the ball
just outside?
It looks like it's on about the 22-yard line. So, good job there by the defense being able to rally the ball. It's the ones are back in. So this will be one defense versus one offense. Keep an eye on with Nate Thomas. He's been doing a pretty good job. When I was watching him against Marshawn Nealon during the break, a couple of pass sets where Nealon had a really hard time of working him backwards. And so that was something pretty encouraging to see.
Well, he's got Ezeraku and Sam Williams opposite him here.
Hey, good pickup there. Picked up Ezeraku on the play. He was able to kick to the outside. Good set, balance. Boy, he has to be happy about that rep. Ezeraku has been giving everybody fits the way he gets off the ball. And Nate Thomas was in a good football position right there to accept him and not let him get too far up the field.
So your first impressions, like of the developmental tackle stuff, the footwork, the not reaching, the staying inside yourself. How much of that is there with Nate?
Well, it looks like to me, like I've said, I've watched him 3 plays on pass rush, and every set has been pretty good. He hasn't been too far over his feet or anything like that, but yeah, just the balance. That's the main thing, especially against a guy like Ezeraku who can find a way to win the corner on you really quickly. And, he showed really, really good patience on that to be able to make the set and then absorb the rusher and sit down and not let him go any further. Good job.
Now, I guess Todd Archer tweeted this. Maybe you guys mentioned it as I was looking, but Shoddy did kick out the tackle of Johnny Cornelius for throwing that punch.
Okay, there you go.
So
he said if you throw punches, you're effing gone.
Yeah, Johnny Cornelius has just been escorted out. I got Christy over here who is making notes in the notebook right now. Christy, what are you thinking so far from practice?
Well, it looks good. Here's Dak, corner route.
Oh, there we go.
It's a touchdown to CD.
Another one.
We just had the little skirmish there, and Cornelius was taken up towards the locker room, and he was escorted by Cable Johnson, who's Cowboys security. So I wonder if it was a result from the little skirmish there, because if it were a medical issue, it'd be one of the trainers or doctors most likely.
Yeah.
No, Shotty's not messing around.
No, and I tell you what, hey, thank you, Christy, for that really nice throw by Dak. CD running a little bit of a kind of a corner route on that. They're just inside. They're on about the 12-yard line, and Lamb was able to go up. And Dak did a good job of reading because Hooker was the guy in coverage. So they were able to scheme that where they got Hooker in coverage on Lamb by alignment, and they got him enough space where he was able to work the corner, and Dak put the ball right where it needed to be.
I mean, if you could get confidence passing it in from inside the 10 or 15-yard line, this offense could go to the next level, and maybe we could finally say goodbye to settle in for field goals.
Yeah, that was a really nice design. They're playing these condensed formations down here, so everybody's pretty tight, and it makes the defense have to play pretty tight. But they did a good job of getting Hooker in coverage on that particular play.
Well, that's outstanding. Do you think they're going to be able to get? I mean, and wouldn't you just go if you got CD or Pickens in man in that red zone situation? Are you just throwing to him, or are you going to try to run it in?
Yeah, you just throw it to him if you have to. Right there, Ferguson with a touchdown. Zach, I saw a slot blitz coming from the backside. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was. A welcome back to Ron Bland. I think
nice.
he was up the slot. I mean, it had been to the left of Dak. Dak threw the ball to the right here. Ferguson with a nice catch right at the
really
pylon.
good route too.
Yeah, really good route. But man, I mean, Dak might have got blasted from the backside. Again, Bland pulled off before he got there. Oh, here's a reverse.
Yeah, it's Jalen Brooks who takes it from the right to the left side.
Yeah.
They're using some of this now where you got Brooks, you got CeeDee Lamb who's gotten a carry. Javonte Williams a couple plays ago was showing off his ability as a pass catcher out of the backfield. So, I mean, you really are seeing everybody, at least from the running back room, get a chance to touch the football here. Moffa, I think, might have had the best run that I've seen out here today.
Very nice. And Jaden Blue getting quite a bit of burn with the first team. Nick Harris is saying that the offensive lineman, Johnny Cornelius, might be hurt. So conflicting reports on that. We'll look for confirmation. What's going on next, boys?
Well, it's looked like they're still down in this. They're really just outside the 10-yard line. So they're working. The ball has been pretty consistently about the 12-yard line.
We're definitely working red zone.
Yeah, we're working some red zone stuff. But here we have motions, inside handoff, and
and the fake out. Yeah, it's a little play action.
Yeah.
They just popped it out. They had everything flowing to the left. They just have Neville, the fullback, come over to the right side in the flat. Dak just hit him for an easy pickup.
Seems like Dak's just freaking dialed today. Is this his best camp?
Well, I tell you,
practice.
The throw that he made outside to Lamb for the touchdown was beautiful. The throw he made on the interception, God knows what he was thinking on that one. So yeah, he's had some moments where it's been some the deep ball throw he made yesterday to Pickens. I thought was a beautiful, or 2 days ago was a beautiful play. For what we've seen so far, though, they've been trying to run the ball. Here's the sack right here. That's gonna be Wheat. And guys like that, Tyrus Wheat gets back there. Joe Milton really holding the football, and then he tries to escape, but Tyrus Wheat was all over him right there. So yeah, Dak has had some quality throws, and then some others where like I say, the interceptions are some of the guys he just hadn't seen, or he didn't see the defender, or like that one right there, they had a miscommunication between him and Lamb.
Well, I mean, it's going to be clearly his job. I despite what the TikTok content creators say, there's no threat from Joe Milton. But why aren't we hearing more about Will Greer in these reps?
Well, they have completely just given this. I don't think I've seen Will Greer take a rep yet.
No, we have not.
Yeah.
They're trying to get Joe Milton the best opportunity to know the
and
offense.
that's Holden again, the Oregon undrafted rookie free agent who was with Junior Adams, the new wide receivers coach, a year ago. And Milton did a good job, was able to keep that one low, just looped it right past, I think it was one of the linebackers.
It was Zion Childers was in coverage, and you could see that he was, and they kind of had a little bit of a problem between him and Bruce Harmon. I believe Bruce Harmon, the corner, and then the other corner, Zion had a problem. Childers had a problem. It was kind of they were both playing like in and out, but man, Milton did a great job of fitting the ball right in there between them. And
all right, now we're switching. Now we got 1v1 here.
Yeah, we're inside the 10 now. We're on about the 8-yard line is what we're looking at here with the 1-versus-1.
Mingo out wide. Now Terp's going to be in the slot here against Childress in a shotgun, and they're going to run a little play action. Boom, Fergie again. He's got it for another touchdown.
Yeah,
Just faked it right out to the flat.
Yeah, they did. They faked that ball coming coming to the right, and Ferguson was out in the flat to the left. Dak just pulled it and fired it out to Ferguson, and he was able to beat McQuamu to the corner right there for the touchdown.
I think that's 3 straight plays for Dak now, 3 straight touchdowns.
Yeah, would you say offense definitely getting the better of the defense today?
I would say from what we've seen so far, it's been, there's been a couple of times there where probably were some plays that were big plays would have been called sacks. I think there were 2 of them like that. But in so far, once we've got inside the 10-yard line, it seems like the offense has kind of found their footing a little bit.
All righty, it's the G-Back Nation here. We got 3 live mics going on out there on the field. Guys, if there's a play you need to describe or jump in, feel free to do so.
Yeah, right there, Dak tried to throw the ball to Mingo. Mingo's working on the outside against McQuamu playing the left corner, and Dak just threw the ball a little bit too wide. Mingo, he's got some reach to him. He just could not pull that one in.
Hoping for the best for Mingo. If he can be a threat in the passing game just to offer that the defense has to react to, and they don't know that, it's just him coming in to run block, that would be massive.
Yep.
Speaking of the run game, I think the most headline-worthy thing of the day so far is Schottenheimer saying that the thing that you got to do playing elite defensive lineman is pound the frickin' football.
Yeah.
Just try to shove it up there. Bleep.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. Speaking my language out there.
Well, there's Booker just got beat by Tolbert missed the ball there, misplayed. Booker was beaten badly by Osa Odigizua. That would have probably been a sack right there. So Dak was able to kind of run to his right. He tried to throw the ball to Tolbert on the back line, and Tolbert just couldn't pull it in.
But they ended up having Lamb and Pickens on the same side over there, and Tolbert did a good job. They kind of went into scramble drill. He's working on the baseline, and Dak just had to kind of throw one up to him to give him a shot at it. Just couldn't make the catch.
I don't know. This thing might be over. Let's see. But Shotty's bringing everybody to the middle of the field. I don't know if he wants to have a word with listen, hey, we need to stop all this BS with kind of being chippy here. I think that might be the talk we're getting into right now.
Oh, we're about to get red-ass Shoddy ripping the guys for not having better discipline. They have for the last week. There's been great intensity, but they haven't had any fighting until just about 20 minutes or so ago. Let me ask you this, unless you guys have something to evaluate from that. Players still available in free agency, guys, as we sit here on this Wednesday, week and a half into camp. Any need for Amari Cooper, Asante Samuel Jr., Stephon Gilmore, Zadarius Smith, obviously not. Plenty of, but you have Keenan Allen out there. You have Kaiser White, Jadeveon Clowney, Marcus Williams. How about Will Hernandez? Now, I saw he was finally cleared yesterday at the guard spot.
Yeah, I think to me right now, I think that usually the first couple of weeks of practice, you kind of get an idea about what you want to do, maybe what your team's going to look like. I think if they're going to hunt anything, I would hunt corners. I would try and hunt some corners here. I think, with Carson being out and Bland being back in the mix, though, McQuamu, I think they want to play McQuamu in the slot some. I think if there's a position I'm going to hunt right now, I'm going to hunt the cornerback spot. They might be, with the defensive tackle spot. That's something that, it looks like to me they're pretty comfortable, at least through this, playing with a little bit lighter guys inside. But I like I say that, Zach, I don't know if you have any feelings about that.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on corners 100%, but, kind of talking around.
Yeah.
They they don't agree with us. I think that they like what they've got right now, and I think they might believe that Diggs and Ravel could be ready to go possibly week 1. So, I mean, because I had the Gilmore conversation. I went back, kind of tried to do some homework on that, and I don't think Gilmore is in play, at least right now. Now, if an injury happens,
he is either. I don't think he is either.
But I think that they're kind of content with the room they've got. Now, things can change. They go into some of these preseason games. Maybe it doesn't look as good, but at least today, some of the chatter that I got is I think they're fine with the way the room is, and they feel good about getting some of these guys back healthy, which kind of counters some of the chippiness we've heard back and forth with Diggs. Like, is he behind or is he not behind?
Man, if you get Diggs and Ravel back, I think that changes a lot about how it would look at this team's chances of success.
Yeah.
Brian, have you seen Shoddy run these guys like this?
No, I have not. This is the first period of 7. They're doing like a version of kind of like gassers is really what they're doing.
I wonder if this is punishment.
Yeah, one of the family members who's heading through the VIP tent just stopped. I don't know if you heard her, but she goes, "They're running suicides?"
Yeah. he ripped them pretty good. Eric, what do you got?
Yeah.
So you think they're running as a
too physical, a little bit too fight happy? So he called the team up and mother bleeped him for about 30 seconds and said, "If you guys want to fight, then we're going to fight it out, running some gassers."
Okay.
Wow. So this is the first shoddy disciplinary action here on field. I love it.
This is Herb Brooks. This is like
again.
We play for the USA. That kind of thing.
Oh, you guys got so much extra energy. You want to fight? You got time after the play to get in a wrestling match when the team needs you for the next rep. Okay, well, cool. This is great. You know, let's just get you here totally winded. And there is nothing that will send a stronger message than, hey, if you don't do what I say, you're going to feel like this tomorrow late in practice as well.
Absolutely.
Well, great stuff, boys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That is fantastic coverage. The 3 live mics. Every day we have Cowboys practice here. We'll do it again tomorrow starting at about 3:30, 3:40. And 3 live mics brought to you by the On Time Experts, the official AC heating and plumbing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We'll come back, get you Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, and Donovan Ezeraku here next on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Corey, you paint your house, and 5 years later, you're paying to do it.
Cleaning up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is time now to speak with Cowboys cornerback Deron Bland live at training camp. He is on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, wildforkfoods.com, elite game day grilling favorites. And, man, welcome back to camp. Congratulations on your baby.
Thank you.
That was amazing. Wasn't it great the organization just gave you as much time as you needed there to go?
Definitely get that good feeling like you got your coaches that got behind your back and supporting you, so it was definitely good.
Yeah.
I was looking for a cigar. I was like, man, I go, my guy, I know he's got some high-end cigars probably somewhere in that kit somewhere. No, congratulations, man.
We're all dads on the show. I still remember when my first one came out, it just seemed like everything about the universe changed in that moment as soon as I got the first look. How was that moment for you?
It's definitely a life-changing experience. It's different. Now you're bringing somebody else into this world that you're kind of in control of, and they're trying to a little bit of their destiny. So it's the best, just another part of leading. I feel like I'm ready for that part.
Right on.
Did you make it back in time for the birth?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So tell us about what was going on today. Seemed like a chippy practice, and then there at the end, Shotty had enough and made him run gassers. Were you a part of that?
Oh, no, I wasn't part of it, but,
the team.
But no, it's just kind of like our motto this year, just being physical. And sometimes it gets like that. So, it's just us trying to tie it in together and just be able to practice with it.
Yeah, Coach, we're being physical, but you want us to go right to that line and stop.
Mm-hmm.
Is that tough sometimes for some players? I guess.
No, yeah, it's definitely tough because you got to tap into like a different mode at the same time, but you got to know your environment to control it.
Yeah, no doubt. So, what do you think of Shotty? Obviously, first year head coach. He seems like the nicest guy, and the vibes are immaculate. But when y'all go too far, like a switch flips inside of him. What's that like?
He definitely has both sides. The fun side and then that real discipline side where he's going to get on you. So it's good that he's able to do that and gel with us at the same time.
So how you feeling, man? You ready to rock? It's a big year for you. We had Stephen Jones on yesterday, and he maybe saying that you and the agent are talking and everything. You feel like something's going to get done, and you're going to be here a long time?
Hopefully something gets done. But, yeah, that's something we've seen him and my agent get done, hopefully.
Is that something, though, and you go out and you practice so hard when we watch you practice and all, and having to cover all these guys, and I just wondered, is that stuff in the kind of the back of your mind, or is it just – is it something you just able to kind of push away and practice and then go back to it when practice is over?
It's of course it's always there, but at the same time,
you're human, man. You're human. We're all, we all want to get paid.
But
right?
at the same time, I'm trying to just think about just bringing back that chemistry back with my teammates. Missing so many times last year, so just trying to get that chemistry back and getting that feel back with my team.
How hard was that for you, though, last year? You had these incredible year, and then you get injured and stuff like that with your foot and all. How tough was that? People don't realize that you make your living with your feet.
Yeah.
And is that something that you're like, hell, I don't want to go through that ever again?
Yeah, it's definitely tough for me because that was my first injury ever.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So and missing games, so it was definitely took like a toll on me a little bit, just missing 10 games and being hurt, but. I got a God and my family to help me get through it.
So we talked with you last year, and you had mentioned how rookie season was the first time you ever played in the slot.
Yeah.
Now and if you disagree with this, please let me know. I think that's actually super valuable. It might be the most challenging thing having to work inside now with the way offenses are moving their best receivers around to create matchups. So is that something that you playing outside? That's really only what you want to do, or are you open now with the loss of Jordan Lewis to play some nickel?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of tough. Like, I always want to be outside because that's what I've always been. So, but I'm not too opposed to it. But I do want to be outside. Right.
So for you, what are the differences that goes into that, playing outside versus having to play inside?
You got to worry about the run now a lot more. You got to pay attention to what the O-line is doing, and then pay attention to what kind of routes you're going to get off of that. So there's a lot of more movement parts in the inside.
Mm-hmm. Well, I respect your willingness, despite maybe that not being your favorite role, man. When you play that, you're a dog there, and like the physicality factor. I think that's something. How much has Eberflus talked about that? Like, hey, as a corner, you got to tackle, man. You got to play the run, and you do that. You do great at that, and I respect that a lot.
I appreciate that. Well, Flus always on us in his defense. The corner's going to tackle, so I'm always used to it. So there's nothing to me.
So what is different about the Eberflus defense compared to maybe last year's with Zim?
I'll probably say just like disguise a little bit more, using more zones and stuff. So it was like that.
Did you see on the slot blitz today?
Yeah.
I did. I told you. Yeah. He came for the backside. Evidently, it was the pass. I think it was going to be the pass to Ferguson. Was a touchdown. No, that's a sack. It's a sack and maybe a turnover.
I came free on that one.
Because my man is going to punish Dak in the back on the slot blitz.
That's the funnest time to play the nickel.
Yeah,
right.
When
you get to blitz in,
the ball.
hit a quarterback.
Hopefully I get a sack on my stats. So
it's Deron Bland here with you in the G-Bag Nation. You're obviously known by fans for the pick sixes. Mm-hmm. What goes into that from your perspective? Is that reaction? Is that study? How much of each?
I'll say it all ties in together. It's definitely film study. You got to know when the timing is going to be like that, and really just trusting your instincts right there, and trusting what you see and just going and not hesitating.
And then when you get the ball, I mean, you look like an offensive player. Where's that come from?
Well, growing up, I used to always play offense. Up until high school, I was doing both sides. Yeah. And then I thought in going to college I was going to do a little bit of receiver too, but no. I don't want to get hit, so I'm good.
We got a new teammate, Kyer Elam, making a lot of interceptions. Mm-hmm. Who else in this defensive back room do you think can take him? Is that a big point of emphasis?
There's definitely always emphasis of taking away the ball. It's definitely out of position. So, but yeah, I see a lot of guys. Booth, he's definitely making some plays. And then our rookie Zion, he's been making some plays, getting picked. So I feel like there's a lot of guys that they can get out there and do it, and just trusting the instincts. Last year there was a discussion, I think, around mid-season that maybe the players hadn't learned the new defense as good as they would have liked to. How would you say the adjustment period is going to a new defense this time around? It's definitely a lot right now. Still going to throw in there because it's just a whole different thing that a lot of us are learning. But I feel like it's doing good so far. The way our coaches are bringing it into us and introducing it to us.
We got to chat with GP3 the other day. Mm-hmm. How's it been going up against George Pickens and now him and CD?
Oh, it was fun. I missed the matchup when we played the Steelers last year, but now I got to really see what he's about and stuff. I can't wait for that duo to see real action. How much more difficult for a defense is it preparing for an offense that has two number ones like that? It's hard. It's like you don't know who's really going to get the ball at the same time. So it's a lot of times teams can mix it up. This third down, okay, we're going to go all him. And then our next time we're going to go to the other side. So you can't find who to double.
Well, in terms of like a skill set of a receiver, what's the more difficult, like a super speedy, shifty guy or the bigger body Pickens tight?
I'll say the speedy and shifty guys is always the guys that you can't get your hands on. That would be the hardest.
Who's the best receiver?
The best receiver?
Not on the team, but that you've gone up against.
I mean, I got against a lot. That'd be tough to say.
Yeah. We love a good list. I mean, you can rank it. Top three.
Yeah, I don't want to do the whole list out there.
Don't give too much love to the opposition.
Seriously, though, when it comes to the turnovers and the emphasis on it, is it more than any other defense and coaches? I mean, they were always talking turnovers, but it feels like with the Eberflus stuff, like they're drilling the heck out of it.
He's drilling everything. So he's big on being physical and turning the ball over. So any way we could get the ball, punching it, getting picks out the air, and just hard tackles, so it's anything.
I liked your little sneak attack early in camp on Pickens, forcing that down the field. That was nice.
Yeah, like I said, Eberflus is all about hustle on our defense.
What was your mindset like during rehab? Was that tough? Was that a grind?
Yeah, just really trying to get back on the field and be healthy. and trying to not. I'm one of those guys that's hard to take things slow at the same time. So that's the hardest part too. Trying to take it day at a time.
Did you learn anything about yourself, like mentally grinding, going through that, the patience of it, the tribulation?
Yeah, I learned the patience. One of the biggest things I kind of didn't have, it allowed me to sit back and just reflect on what I was doing.
Yeah. Now, those feet can be tricky. Everything feels 100% good to go.
Mm-hmm.
So,
they still have those aches and pains, but most part it's been good.
Are you looking to add anything to your game at this point in your career, or just refining what you do well already?
More so refining. A lot of people just think I'm just a pick guy, but I always felt myself that I could do both picks and tackles, so I was just to be able to show that.
What does being a Cowboy mean to you? How important is it that you continue your career in Dallas?
I mean, it's the first place I came to, so it's like I always felt like home since I came here. So it means a lot to be here.
How did so many teams in the Pac-12 miss you? I mean, nothing against the Bulldogs of the Valley, man. Tough football players. How many guys? It's amazing to me that you didn't play at UCLA or USC, and I know you played at Fresno. There's a reason, God's plan and all that stuff. But I'm amazed when you first came in the league. I said, if you're recruiting, how do you miss this guy? How do you miss a guy that plays at this kind of level? But the guys at Fresno did a nice job there. But just rail on the Pac-12 right now.
Well, it's kind of easy.
I'm going to rail on them. I'm going to rail on them because there's coaches there, and I'm sure they're good. You're a hell of a football player. Somebody didn't recruit you, and that's a mistake.
Yeah,
that's a mistake right
there.
Well,
coming out of high school, I only had one offer. That's why I went to go to Sac State.
Evaluators were
Sac
idiots.
State's producing a lot of talent, though.
Yeah, they do, actually.
Yeah, Sac State. So what's the roommate situation like for you?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't have no roommate now.
No, okay, so how does that work? Like, how do you graduate from? Do you start off with a roommate, and then now when you get into the league a few years, you get to live solo?
Yeah, that's what it is. Basically, the older you get, you don't get as much roommates and stuff. So. It's usually like first year, second year kind of.
Okay.
So,
once you lead the league in pick sixes, you pretty much.
You set a record.
Taking Jerry's room.
Jerry.
When it comes to, I'm curious because it looks like the offense, they're doing some different things right now, right? And they're implementing the motion and all the pre-snap stuff and heavier personnel groupings. How much more difficult is it to defend an offense like that as compared to just a stagnant offense that you've seen from, honestly, the Cowboys up until now?
I mean, it makes the team offense less predictable. You don't know how the sets they're going to often use sometimes and what time they're going to use those sets. Because, sometimes, like certain downs, they'll use this type of formation, this type of personnel. But our offense right now, we got so many motions, so many people coming in and out, so it's kind of hard to tell.
I love it. In and out. You getting cheeseburgers out here?
What about some brisket sandals?
No, I had enough in and out.
Enough in and out? Okay, what about the brisket sandos? That's a damn good question. I don't even know how you thought about that.
Brisket sando action?
I haven't yet.
No, but back home? I mean, the barbecue in Texas.
Oh, it's
outstanding.
All the time. I always try to find something else.
Okay.
What's a game day regimen like for you? Let's say it's the run-of-the-mill 315 AT&T Stadium.
I'll at least try to get some pasta in me for a game. Just try to be able to burn that carbs out usually.
Is it like a fettuccine, or are we going with a marinara meatball?
No, fettuccine.
Fettuccine. Walchuk had the fettuccine last night.
I went to chicken parm and I subbed the side for the fettuccine Alfredo. It was out. Yeah, it was out.
Well done.
How competitive you guys getting out here off the field? On the field, I know you guys are getting after it. You guys got stuff going on here. The camaraderie.
Nah, I kind of just chilling right now. We're in camp right now. Everybody want to compete every day.
At some point, we got to stop competing here. Catch our breath for a second.
Take a breather.
All the young guys are competing. I'm just kind of catching my breath over here. While everybody's fighting, I'm just kind of standing over here catching my breath.
I love hearing the welcome to the NFL moment stories. Do you have one that stands out to you?
Well, training camp. I thought I was doing good OTAs. Got the training camp. And you make some good plays, but after that, it's like this. Everything's going fast, and then that's where your mental start going away. You start getting tired, and they still coming at you. I know one practice, I had like 3 deep balls in a row. I was worked, tired.
Well, Deron, congrats, man, on making that adjustment. A great career. Congrats on the business you're about to get done here with the Cowboys, and congrats on the family, dude. That's so exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, real happy for you. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thank you.
There he goes. Cowboys corner Deron Bland here on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, live at training camp here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ, it is baseball trade deadline day. Brett Boone will join us at 9 o'clock, and the Cowboys.
tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
You know, it makes sense that On Time Experts is teaming up with us for our Cowboys camp coverage, because from Oxnard to the Star in Frisco, you can rely on our fan experts to be there for you every day. Thanks as well to Rhino Shield of DFW and Yardbirds Southern Table and Bar. For the latest from Cowboys camp, turn it on and leave it on. The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Lucius, we got to call an audible because CeeDee Lamb is heading for the podiums. We got Krusty's Corner here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And Brian has a ton of notes. If you want to come back later on in the show, I know especially at 5:20, we'll be breaking down everything that we just watched on the Cowboys practice facility. But can we patch that in now? Can we get CeeDee Lamb at the podium here in Oxnard? Yeah.
The vibes are amazing. The energy is up, and when we get to the touchdowns at the home games, they're a bit more louder.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. When was the last time you had been stopped at practice have to run from fighting as a team?
It's been a while. It's been a while, but I feel like that was really necessary. I honestly like what he's doing because we need discipline. We need to be able to go through that line. You know what I'm saying? We need to have that availability towards the team, and then that aggressiveness at the same time to be able to be as mad and fight between the whistles, and then as soon as the whistle's done, like, we're going to line it up again, so I'll see you next play type. We need to have that type of energy, not we're going to get it done right here, right now, like, no matter what. So shout out Shotty for that, but as for us, we just got to be the best group that we can.
You got like the scrappiness, and certainly you've been scrappy with some defensive backs, they've been scrappy with you.
Right. Yeah, that's not like, it's not never going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So, like, as for us, we just got to be able to, like, hone it in, like, okay, that's what we on. All right, I'll see you next play. So go in the huddle, get your play, and then line up again. We finna do this again. Like, so we had that type of energy. Once we get to that point where we had that type of energy, we're gonna be a scary team.
What was the PT version of what Shotty's message? It looked like he had a few curse words.
Do we want to be champions? Because, like, throughout the years of us being here, talent was never the problem for us. It was always discipline. How do we, like, get ahead and not behind? You know what I'm saying? Now, how do we not shoot ourselves in the foot? How do we not hurt ourselves? Obviously, when the momentum is going our way, like, we need to continue to keep our foot on the pedal and make the right play and always think about the team.
CeeDee, Todd Archer with ESPN. Is it weird not having one-on-ones and 7-on-7?
Is it weird not having? Nah, because I'm used to it. I'm used to not having one-on-ones. But I will say, it's been fun, and the defense is definitely keeping us on our toes. It's having me read my keys, like, if the backer's dropping here, where's this guy going? So doing all that while playing fast is it get a bit annoying, but then, I mean, it's sharpening my tools.
When you've not had those drills, like in the past, like, I think you guys, especially the one-on-ones in the red zone and stuff, I think you guys enjoyed that back and forth with the DBs.
Well, yeah, because I love getting on their tails. Let me say that. I love embarrassing DBs, but obviously we got to be realistic. Like, how often are we going to get one-on-ones in the red zone? Granted, unless we're going against the top DB who their defensive coordinator loved the most. We find interest in that. We love that. So for us, it's just about being available for Dak. That's the most important thing for one, and then understanding the zones, reading the zones, make sure that we're on the same page through it all. And then, when we get in the game, none of it is a surprise.
I'm sure with the Athletic, did you come out here with any part of your game that you maybe wanted to work on more than another?
Catch everything. That's my plan. Catch everything, and we'll see what happens after that.
When did you start thinking about that?
I've always been thinking it, but it's like moving with intent. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different than it just being a thought. You have it on paper. You see it every day. And then when you're going into the practice, you switch that mindset, you turn it on. So just remember. I've done pretty good. I had one drop, I want to say, a couple of days ago. Sucked. I hate it. Made me start all the way over, but it is what it is.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. How can you explain to anyone that's not running in this offense how George Pickens has really been able to help get you open? What have you seen now that the reps are really starting to stack?
It's pretty much night and day, because if I have two guys on me, I can guarantee you the ball is going to him, because we're on the same side. And if there's two guys on me, he's one-on-one. So do what you want with that info. But it's honestly fun. Just him understanding the process of taking what we do in meetings and then bringing it out on the field, and him immediately having it click to him on the walkthroughs is kind of impressive. And I like that because I'm that type of receiver too. I find it fun and learning a new offense and figuring out how they're going to integrate me with it. So as for him, I'm proud of him for it. But I need him to keep doing it too.
Have you learned anything about Jaden Blue since he's been here?
He's fast. All right, he actually got great eyes. And by that, I mean he's patient. He lets the hole open up before he does, pick where he's going to go. But, he has great eyes. I saw it in pads, and I see it again in shell, so.
Micah, an elite competitor, and from our standpoint, I think if an elite competitor is not practicing, that could be kind of difficult. Obviously, you weren't here last year. For an elite competitor, how difficult is it to not be practicing?
It sucks. It's terrible, to be honest. But as for Micah, his is to dominate one player that's in front of him. So I feel like for him, it's just like whenever you let them shackles loose on him, he's going to be literally an uncaged tiger, or lion, essentially. So for him, just keep his head on right, stay positive throughout this whole thing. We know it's going to get figured out. And when it does, we're going to act like none of this happened. I'm going to ask him for $100,000. And he can't tell me no because he has it.
Use that $100,000 for.
See, now you being nosy. That's my money.
Just in Dallas Cowboys TV, obviously Jalen Tolbert's taken steps each year, but where do you feel like he's grown the most through the first couple of weeks?
He's being more aggressive when the ball's in the air. You could tell that it's kind of been his mindset going up. Even on the ones that he don't come up with, just the thought of him fighting through the DB, like little things like that is where I feel like he's grown. Year 4 now? He's in year 4? I'm getting old. Nah, I'm kidding. But as for him, it's all mentality. He needs to stop thinking so much. He has, I would say, from his first couple of years to now, him thinking as much as slowed down, and I just needed him to play much faster. And you can tell that he's done that with his releases, his hand fight, and his ability to go and attack the ball. He's playing to his strong suits, and I feel like once you get that confidence instilled in him, it's going to be a hard one to cover.
Mike Leslie, WFA. Working with George, you've always been good at going up and attacking the ball, especially on a fade ball in the end zone, but that's obviously also one of his really strong skill sets. Are there things that you guys are kind of comparing notes on there, and is there something maybe you've picked up from him in the first couple months of working together?
Nah, the greatest thief of joy is comparisons. Trust me, it will kill you. So as for GP, we going to fight to our strengths. If he love them jump balls, go ahead and get it. If you feel like I need to go get him, I'll be over there. He knows that. So like for us, it's just playing off one another. Whoever's hot, whoever got the high hand, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Because we probably on fire. You dig what I'm saying? So like as for him, we're gonna just play to our strengths. Understand like who got the high hand, who's feeling what. If you feeling it, he can have it. If not, I'll take it. And that's just I feel like we're gonna be the best version of ourselves, and that's how we're gonna get the most out of it. Because once you instill that confidence within both of us, that we could be who we think we are, it's going to be a tough duo to stop.
A lot. You come out on the field together. I know some of that's baked into you guys aren't probably going to be part of the special teams, so you're off on the side during those special teams periods working together. But how has that relationship between you developed?
Yeah, as you said, just spending quality time together, man. Just understanding, just having those conversations, just like, man, this is mad exciting. So all we got to do is just keep our head down and grind. I mean, it's already destined. You know what I'm saying? With at birth. With the talent that we have, as soon as we break the huddle, it's already destined. So at the end of the day, it comes down to the work that we put in. How serious are we about it, and are we going to take this to the next level, or are we just going to be another duo that's just playing ball together?
ACD, Pat Doney, NBC Dallas. I was just curious how happy you were for Jake Ferguson, the deal getting done there, and just to see it, knowing that you guys are going to be teammates now for years to come.
You know, all these people that's getting paid just know I got an invoice coming to them. So, yeah, I did. So my invoice is doubling. I don't care how much money now, but I'm happy for Ferg, man. Watching him from a young pup to who he is now, you know, being a vet and stuff. So you get to see the kids grow up.
You're old man now.
And then Shadi the other day when we asked about the first padded practice, he said the thing that stood out was the wide receivers blocking and the effort in the run game.
Yeah.
Is the group really embracing that?
Yeah, this is a commitment, man. We want the run game to open us up, and we want them boys to enjoy having explosive plays just as well as we do. You know what I'm saying? We be seeing what they do on the play action passes, picking up the blitzes, picking up the A-gaps, like things of that. That stuff hurt. You know what I'm saying? But we don't see that because we too busy in the back end trying to get open, you know? But you get back, you look at it on film, and it's like, how can we repay these guys? So once they break to the next level, just understand that they got guys on the next level that's willing to put it on the line for them. And that's myself included. Like, I know I'm a hell of a blocker once I get my mind committed to it, and I feel like when our backers are nice enough with our O-line, our running backs are nice enough to get to that second level. So once they do, the excitement starts, and we'll see what happens after that.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas. CD, what are you seeing from Kair Elam, your DB out there?
Yeah, he's nice. He's fast. So getting behind him is not easy, but I will say he's real smart, he's real intelligent, and he's comfortable back there. It's not much that you can do to get him, you know, really rattled. I like that he's playing with confidence and he's in his own little world out there. Obviously, on an island, you're always in your own world, but he's comfortable there. He's having a really good camp, honestly, and for us, we still gonna go at him, obviously.
Mingo in the receiver room with you. What are you seeing from him, and how can he help this team this year?
From Mingo?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, he's strong. That man, he's real strong. And once he keeps that strength in his routes, he's gotten so much better at the top of the route. I've learned that from OTAs, like going throughout OTAs and then camp, he's gotten way better. He started in OTAs getting better, and then now you can see it in camp. Once we put pads on and things get serious, it's transferred over. So as for him, I'm happy for his growth, and I'm happy to continue to help him. And as I'm helping him, I'm getting better as well because I'm telling him things that I see from a different point of view and just letting him know where he could be better. And then I'll take the things that I tell him and I instill it in myself. So.
Last one. You talk so much about how when Dak's on the field, you're going to have a big year. Dak gets a lot of criticism from outside and don't appreciate the type of player he is. Can you just talk about Dak, how he handled that criticism, even though he's had a lot of success?
Yeah, man, that's what comes with it. It just happens. They're going to criticize him because of the playoff performance, and rightfully so. Like, I love Dak, and I'm with him. I've been with him. You know what I'm saying? So everybody knows how talented he is, arm talent. He has everything. He's real smart. He's a leader. The leadership is unquestioned. He have his team ready to run through a wall for him. And, man, like I said, we'll see. I'm light on my words because I don't really like to do the hoorah and rah-rah and then it don't come into fruition. But I know one thing for sure. I don't want to set no empty dreams, but I know we're going to have a good one this year, though. That's for sure.
He gets criticized. The average person doesn't really understand how hard it is.
They don't. First of all, they don't know how hard it is to be a quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. They don't know it. Secondly, they don't know how hard it is to play for the Dallas Cowboys. You know what I'm saying? And then the criticism that comes with it and how big the sport fans is with it. And as for Dak, man, he does a great job of, I will say, blocking it out. Because, man, he act like y'all don't even exist sometimes. And it's crazy. I'd be like, bro, do you not see this? Because I see it. And I'm literally right next to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? But he does a great job of turning the blind eye, being present, being where his feet is, and just continue to, push and become a better quarterback, become a better player, father, and friend for me. You know what I'm saying? So just understanding the whole situation of what he's going to, you can make light on him, but that makes us want to battle for him harder.
All right, we're done.
Thanks.
There he is, CeeDee Lamb at the podium here at Dallas Cowboys training camp. I love when he said the issue hasn't been for talent, it's been discipline. So we have to keep the team in mind with everything that we do. Team definitely has had a discipline issue over the years, haven't they, Brian?
Yeah, they have. And, for so many times, I remember Zach Wolchuk and I doing post-game shows and McCarthy talking about, the penalties, and then you get to the point where you're like, damn it, stop talking about him and do something about it. And I think this is one of the advantages that Brian Schottenheimer has of being on the staff here with that whole thing. He saw the issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so now he tries to do his best to correct those.
There was a fight earlier, then towards the end of practice, there was another skirmish, pushing and shoving, and Shotty just decided he had it. And for the first time in my 15 years covering Cowboys training camp, I saw gassers. Yeah, I was like, wow. So that was cool. He said on the success they had in the red zone today, let's be honest, we're not going to get a lot of one-on-ones in the red zone. And he said that he's going to ask Micah for $100,000 when he gets his new contract, and he can't say no because he has it. Then he was asked, what would that money be used for? And he said, see, now you're being nosy. That's my money, said CeeDee Lamb. So money is in the air. Jake Ferguson got done. Deron Bland, who we talked with back at 3:15, seems like he's getting close as well. Okay, I do believe it is time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian, what do you have in store for us?
Yeah, let's recap some of the things that we saw from practice. The left tackle was pretty interesting to me today. We'll do that next.
here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And our coverage brought to you by the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird Southern Table and Bar, a delicious place to eat. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement king. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dawson. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one as well. Hope everybody enjoyed 3 Live Mics today. It's always a lot of fun. I enjoy that. Enjoy watching practice that way and bringing it to our listeners. Wolchuk, did you have a chance to take a peek at Nate Thomas a little bit? Any thoughts on what you saw from that?
Yeah, I think overall he was solid today. I thought that him and Tyler Smith worked well to pass off some blocks together with Sam Williams and Donovan Ezeraku out there. I think some of the power was showcased. He was able to produce a couple of step-up lanes there for Dak. I do think there were a couple of times, the pressure from the starting offensive line, like Dak would have been sacked a few times.
Sure.
But overall, I didn't see Thomas today and say, he was a liability.
Right.
Credible left tackle while Guyton's out. Credible?
Yeah, to me,
not the worst in the NFL.
No, I made sure this is like the first time that you kind of try and look at everybody and get an idea where the ball's going to go, and then look at the point of attack blocks and see who's doing a good job with that. But I found myself just watching him, and I was worried about, was this going to be too much?
Mm-hmm.
Was there going to be too much pressure on him? And as a backup guy, you're kind of in that mode where you're just, you're kind of comfortable. Okay, I'm going against a certain style of guy. When he's going against the ones, it's ones versus ones. It's not the Jason Garrett when he used to go ones versus twos, and you saw a little bit of that kind of one group beating up on the other. But this is one versus ones, and I'll say this though: there was a couple of snaps where his pass set, and when you're a young guy, you can get overly anxious when you're pass set. And there was one, Ezeraku rushed him, and Ezeraku has caused a lot of problems. We've talked about this since camp's been on. He causes problems. He does. The way he rushes, his quickness, his explosiveness causes problems. And sometimes when you worry about that, you want to get to those guys so quick. You want to get your hands on them quick. And then Dawson was talking about how you get over the tops of your feet.
Start leaning.
And now when you lean, what does Donovan Ezeraku do? He grabs your pad and just swims around you and then gets up the field because he feels all your weight on the balls of your feet. And so he is there was a very patient set a couple of different times where I was watching him. And they ran the reverse. When we got out there, the reverse, you're talking about the run stuff. Everything was kind of going the other way. But, him, having the awareness to chase, be a blocker, get down there. Everybody else did a great job on the right side of kind of caving everything and getting the ball to the edge. His responsibility is to get, across the field, try and pick up a block. You don't know when that ball is going to cross. You got to do that. It was a really nice effort on his part. But I was impressed with his pass set because I was really worried about him being anxious and then overextending and that being a problem. Then you got guys running around him.
Did you notice them sending help his way?
No,
not really.
No,
just keeping him on an island.
No, he was. I don't think they game planned for him. Any of that? I don't.
No, I didn't. I think any time that they added the extra lineman, it was on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage.
They would
when they
trade.
went jumbo.
Yeah, they would trade, and when we mean trade, they would take the guys. They would set the formation to the left and trade it back to the right. And he was left on the back side. There was one time where they ran the ball where they traded it and the ball went back to the left, and so he's basically on the weak side of the formation. And then he was able to get his block, and they were able to make a cut or two.
So how many plays do you think you were watching Nate Thomas where he got destroyed, and you're like, well, there's a drive killer? Did it happen?
I didn't see.
Nice.
I didn't see anywhere. There was nothing. Now, okay, we just had Deron Bland on our show here a little bit ago. He got home on a slot blitz, and you wonder, was it a bad read by the quarterback? Did they not slide line? Who's responsible for the slot blitzer to his side. Is that something he's got to bump out to? He's got to see that.
Is it a back?
That's what I'm saying. The back to me went front side. The back went to the right. The blitzer came from the left, from Dak's left, and that would be to Thomas's side. So I wonder if there was it might be one of those things where the protection is. That's just a free rusher.
Yeah.
That's a free rusher, and Dak has got to get that thing out of there and get it home. But he told you he would have had a sack. He pulled up. I mean, Dak's holding the ball, and he goes by Dak. So that's going to be a hit, a sack. But I wonder if maybe that was a time where either Dak's responsibility. Usually, they teach you to let the furthest guy from the ball go. That's the quarterback's man, the furthest guy from the ball. Bland's the furthest guy from the ball right there. So I don't think it was probably a Thomas mistake at all right there. So, good for him. Like I said, I was worried about him being a little anxious, and I don't think he was at all.
That's going to be something that's good for the defense, though. I mean, those slot blitzes, man.
Yeah,
they're going to make some plays.
Well,
doing that.
We saw it under
Marinelli.
Well, Monty Kiffin.
Yeah, Monty was
remember you
Rondé Barber back in the day.
You could go all the way back to Monty Kiffin when he was here with Skandrick. Bringing the slot blitz, and we've seen it before, and so I think that's something that. And Bland said, Bland's like, I really don't want to play in that slot all that much, and that was a good question because
he's so good at it.
He's so good at it, so he really, really is. Well, Chuck, you said something interesting at the break.
Yeah.
And
as he often does.
Yeah, and I was interested. I'm going to allow you to, and I'm going to let everybody kind of talk about it if they can. You're not buying what you've seen in a few practices of this running back room.
Yeah, I've been underwhelmed with what we're seeing with the runners. Now, you don't have full pads on. So, like, tomorrow will be another day where we can get a better idea of, okay, what's really going on here. But today, I don't think anybody is separating themselves. I think you were able to see Javonte Williams with a nice catch out of the backfield. You definitely see the speed and some slipperiness from Jaden Blue. I thought Maffa had one good run. Hunter Lipke had a good run. But I didn't notice anything from Miles Sanders.
Me neither.
I didn't see him out there.
It was mostly Blue.
So to me, it's like, and maybe, hey, Sanders is the guy. And last week when you were out here, Brian, and we didn't get eyes on this, personally.
Right.
So I was kind of coming in thinking like, all right, I'm ready to see Miles Sanders separate himself, and maybe they feel like he has, and that's why he didn't get as much run today. And we'll be able to see that tomorrow. But I'm not exactly blown away by what I've seen since we've been out here in 2 practices from that running back room. I think you got a lot of guys that if the offensive line is good, can they be productive? Yes, but you don't have anybody, to me, that's a difference maker.
No, and I think a great running back might be more important than ever in today's NFL. Like, I don't know how high you draft one or how much you pay, but, I think when you're dealing with the modern linebacker and some of these corners who bring a combination of strength and speed, you need a difference maker. You need a great offensive line to open the holes and get yard before contact, but you've got to find guys that can make dudes miss, that can run through tackles and take it to the house. And I don't know if they got one of those guys. I guess the only chance right now would be Jaden Blue, as he develops and gets more comfortable in his role. But I anticipate this is going to be by committee and, hoping Lamb and Pickens can carry the day offensively. And then we're going to be right back in this spot going into the draft. Like, where are they going to get their RB1? Because even if Jaden Blue hits, he is more of a Warwick Dunn or Alvin Kamara type of hit, most likely, from what I've seen. I think he's an incredible offensive weapon, but an every down back that can punish the defense, I don't know if we're going to get that.
Yeah, I think that, to me, if you talk to, and I talked to a scout who went to the University of Texas, that Texas felt like that he was really a 15 carry a game guy.
Yeah. Okay.
That he wasn't a 25 carry a game guy. So maybe this thing is actually going to be by committee, is what it's going to be, and we'll see how that all plays out.
Nice complementary guys. You got a big dude, you got a quick dude, you got a pass protection guy. I wonder how much it's going to tip off the defense when they make a change.
Yeah, like I said, the practices I've been able to see, I've been impressed. I didn't think Sanders had anything left. Where I've been impressed is he's actually shown some
that he can still play.
That he's got some quickness too. To me, I think this thing is going to be completely flipped. I think it's going to be Sanders, Blue, and then Williams is going to be the third down back. That's how I see this thing playing out.
It makes the most sense.
I don't think that Williams is going to be the starter. I think it's going to be. I think they're going to find a way to they're going to have to get their most explosive guys there in the and work that way about it.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 usually, but we just had CD Lamb on the podium, so we went ahead and moved it around. You can also check back every day at 5:20 for an abbreviated Cowboys camp report if you missed the big one in Krusty's Corner. Okay, coming up next, Wolchuk, is this you?
How many Cowboys could fetch a first-round pick, and do the Eagles have their own Micah Parsons? That's next.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out a little bit.
1053 The Fan. Have more Cowboy stuff coming up here for you at 4:40. And then Sands is going to join you at 5 o'clock. We'll be 24 hours out of the MLB trade deadline and talking about all the angles. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Salute to our training camp sponsors, the on-time experts, Rhino Shield and Yardbird, Southern Table and Bar. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, so this was a very interesting Barnwell article on ESPN. He put together which players could net you first-round picks.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I think that this is always fun. We all love a good trade conversation. Now, he did try and do this with, okay, there's always one outlier team that might value a player that other people don't. So he tried to do where I'm looking at, okay, a handful of teams would at least have interest in giving up probably a one for said player. He also tried to look at historical trades where you don't have a lot of players after turning 30 get dealt. He says in 1994, you had the Vikings dealing a 33-year-old Chris Dolman to the Falcons. That was one of the outlier moves. The only 29-year-olds to get dealt for first-rounders, Richard Seymour, Devontae Adams. Otherwise, you're looking at players out that are quarterbacks, or they're probably young, in their prime right now. So for the Cowboys, who could get you 2 first-round picks and more? There was only one player. That would be Micah Parsons. And he's still waiting on the long-term contract. He had a whole write-up about it. He's a year younger than Khalil Mack was at the time of his deal.
Wow.
And Mack had a Defensive Player of the Year award under his belt, but Micah has more sacks than what Khalil Mack did by 12.
Jeez.
We're talking 12 more sacks and way more quarterback knockdowns over his first 4 seasons. The Mack deal came just shy of 2 first-round picks after accounting for some other stuff that they also threw into the deal. So if they did end up having an issue getting this thing done, you would be able to get a pretty nice treasure chest of goodies in terms of multiple first-rounders for one Micah Parsons if the Cowboys decided to go that route.
As impressed as I've been with the Cowboys pass rushers, I don't think they're at a place yet where you could feel like it's time to get crazy, right? Because right now I'm thinking I need Micah Parsons. If there's any chance in HE double hockey sticks we're going to win this division, win multiple playoff games. I think he's just so dominant, and I want nothing to do with trading him. But if this thing continues to stall out and Ezeraku blows up, like let's say it's franchise tag territory, and that's what you're heading for, and here he is playing on the $24 million salary, I would consider trading him at some point. If Nealon, Sam Williams, I don't know how many of these other guys can have a breakout, but could Ezeraku be one of the top 10 pass rushers in football this year? I think that's possible.
Well, that would go a long way into making you feel like, okay, maybe Micah is a little bit more expendable.
Yeah.
But if you got to the point of like tag or trade, I would rather trade him. I would. Even if Ezeraku isn't some just total like Pro Bowl type player in year one. I think we've seen enough from Ezeraku to know like this dude's got a super bright future. He's going to be good. So I would rather trade him and get a haul for him as opposed to tag him and pay him $40 million, $35 million of salary cap space in 1 year. That's going to just completely handcuff you in doing anything else with your roster.
Yeah, and let me add to that, like, what if GP and CD are working so beautifully? You're like, we got to lock this guy up, but we're pushing it if we do Pickens. We're going to violate our salary cap pie rules that we've instated on ourselves. So, I mean, if it's a decision like, is it Micah, is it GP that's sticking around? If Ezeraku's playing well and GP's there, then I think it's a realistic conversation for this team, because if you can get similar pass rush but take away a $40 million obligation that you have, and bring that down to somewhere, I guess GP wanted 25 for the Steelers. Is that what you told us?
Yeah, north of 25 million.
Yeah,
is kind of what he was looking.
And it's probably closer to 30 now, but still it's $10 million less. And if that provides an offensive dynamic that sort of fixes the league having you in checkmate with these cover 2 shells, then I would love that, to consider it. And that was kind of what I was talking about with Stephen Jones yesterday as well. You want to get your star players to the table early, you better have some sort of credibility in your position. And trading the guy, I think, would make players act in accordance with what you're looking for, a team-friendly deal for the next couple, 2-3 years.
Yeah, because, one of the things, and, you did a great job of pushing back on Steven, but it's not a comparison when you're talking about doing Jake Ferguson and Osa Odigizua and getting those done early, to the issue is the top-of-the-market players.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with guys that are looking for the highest paid or one of the top 2 to 3 highest paid at their position, which is what happened with Dak, which is what happened with Zeke, which is what happened with CeeDee Lamb, and it now is happening with one Micah Parsons. That's where these start to kind of drag out and linger. And with Dak, it sounded like it was just a matter of years. Was it 4 or 5? Maybe that's the issue with one Micah. I don't know. But this is something that if they end up not getting it done, then maybe you do look at that.
I think you're absolutely right, Wolchuk. This thing, I think that's why Stephen Jones is frustrated right now. I think it's over 4 or 5 years. I can't tell you I think they have an idea about the money. I think both sides are on board with the money. I think this is coming down to 1 year. I think it's the difference between the player wanting 4 years and the front office wanting 5 years. I think that's where this deal is.
Because that 5th year would allow them to make this next year really, really low.
Stretch it.
And we can send that thing into the future and hopefully get more deals done.
I think that's the level. I think that's why the more I went home last night and started talking to a bunch of people, and I think the more that I'm digging into this, it's not about the money, it's about the years. I think that's the problem.
The other spot yesterday with Steven that I wish I'd pushed back after listening back to that last night was, when he said, when you look to the outside, you have to decide which one of your guys are you moving on from. And obviously the comeback is contenders don't look at it like either or. Contenders look at it like we need all of our guys and we need to go add some other teams' guys and then we're ready to win the Super Bowl. And I don't know what I was doing. When he said that, I thought that was a big missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's obviously you go back in hindsight, you're like, damn it, I wish I could have done this and that. But that was one of the things that, listening back to it, I was like, well, Steve, you can bring those names up. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
But it is, the players want these 4 years. That's what happened with Dak, and he got what he wanted. So I wonder if, David Mulugheta and Micah end up getting what they want here if the Cowboys win out, if it's the 4 or the 5. The other players that could get a first rounder are more CD and Tyler Smith, and hopefully we get Tyler Smith done. And then they said 1 first-round pick for Dak Prescott and Tyler Booker. Those are all the players that would net you at least a first-rounder or more.
What did it say for CD? What are we getting for CD?
You could get
a 1 and a 2?
It's a 1 and more, yeah.
1 and more?
For CD and Tyler.
I would think like a team that needs CD is probably a playoff team. Those picks are going to happen in the late teens at the lowest. I wouldn't even dream of giving up CD for anything less than 2 1s. Like, how many drafts would it take before you were confident we're going to get a player as good as Micah Parsons or CeeDee Lamb? You could have 10 first-round picks and never get.
That's the tough one. You let players that are as talented as that walk out the door. You're not sure what you're going to be able to do.
Let me ask you this: when really the whole thing with Micah Parsons was an injury and a move, right? We didn't see this guy being this kind of pass rusher, right?
No. We did not see that at Penn State.
See, that's what I'm saying though. Maybe the guys like the way these receivers are, and I know nothing against CeeDee Lamb and nothing against George Pickens and nothing against any of these Jefferson or Chase or any of these guys. We're starting to see a lot of wide receivers that are playing at a super, super, super high level. That kid in Jacksonville, Brian Thomas.
Yep. Yeah.
We're all kind of like going, Brian, the LSU guy, well, hey, this, that, and the other. Next thing you know, we're all forgetting about him like, or we're talking about him like one of the best fantasy draft guys or whatever, however you want to talk about him. I'm not saying it's easy to do, but I think we're closer to being able to say, well, you're not going to find another player like that. I'm starting to feel like that's not true.
A wide receiver, we can.
I'm maybe on edge, too.
Okay.
Donovan Ezeraku out here. If you told Donovan Ezeraku right now looks like a better pass rusher than maybe Micah did starting out.
Come on.
See, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So to say that you might not, people go, well, there's no way you'll never get another guy like that. I don't know about that.
If you believe in your person in your department there to scout them out, yeah. I mean, there are talented players. I mean, we just had Deron Bland on.
Yeah.
Deron Bland.
Yeah. I blame the Pac-12 for not scouting.
I mean, how many pass rushers are this good, though? Is there 5 Raiders, Bengals, Browns, Steelers, Cowboys?
How about the guy from the Raiders, though?
Crosby.
I mean, we were all kind of like, watching him play small school, right? One of the directional Michigan schools.
Yeah, he might have been like a Western Michigan guy.
But that's what I'm saying.
Heritage.
We're watching these guys play, and you get a little lucky with some of these guys. I think they got lucky. I think they got lucky that they figured out that Micah Parsons can rush the passer.
I agree. I agree with that. It kind of fell into their lap.
And I mean that in a respectful way. Sometimes you have to be lucky to build your team. The fact that Dan Quinn said, "Well, hey, let's play him at edge and see what happens," and they play against the Chargers, and the next thing you know, he's ripping and roaring around the corner, and you're like, "Oh, whoa, wait a minute." I even asked the scout. Stuckey.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Stuckey.
Yeah, Justin
Stuckey. I asked him who scouted him at Penn State. I said, Stuckey, did you know? He goes, no.
Because you didn't see that from him. I mean, he had tremendous range, super athlete.
Could see him blitz or whatever.
You watch him the Cotton Bowl against Memphis. He's inside rushing, and
it wasn't like Abdul Carter.
But it's not like this guy that was this 16 sack type of a player.
No, not at all. And it's fascinating that you bring that up because here is the Eagles, and this is Jordan Mailata talking about a guy that we liked quite a bit, Jalix Hunt. Now, where did Jalix Hunt play?
He went to school at Sam Houston?
Houston Christian.
Houston Christian. Gosh, I knew it was one of those
And
places.
it was Eastern Michigan, by the way, on Max Ross. We just want to go ahead. But he began his college career as a safety at Cornell. Then he goes to Houston Christian. He was a third-round pick. He was one of the guys that I think on the draft show, he was a darling for us. We thought, oh, my gosh.
Where did we see him? He was one of those all-star games. I think that he played an all-star game. We kind of picked him up.
East-West.
He might have been a Shrine Bowl guy.
He might have been a Shrine Bowl guy.
Yeah. But here was Jordan Mailata talking about Jalix Hunt.
Jalix this year versus... Jalix? Yeah. Oh, man, he's going to be special. He's going to be special, man. Just his burst, he has tendencies like Micah, just to be able to cut on a dime like that. Man, I'm so proud of that guy, the way he works. How do I go from Josh Sweat to Jalix, man? It's crazy. I was just like, man, Howie, give me a break for 1 year. Jesus. Jalix is going to be a star, man. And I'm glad that I get to go up against him because I know that if he's giving me hell, he's going to give everyone else hell.
But that's drafting, right? We've got a guy that we have now brought in. He's going into year 2. Josh Sweat, awesome season. Go sign in free agency. We're going to need a comp pick back for that. Why do we feel good about it? We got this kid waiting in the wings. And I hope that Jalix Hunt is nowhere near what Micah Parsons is because that's going to be a real pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But just from us having watched him in college, he does have quite the burst. He does have a lot of bend. He is a super fast, athletic, twitchy guy.
I mean, he made an appearance in the Super Bowl. He got at least one sack on Mahomes in that Super Bowl.
It is glazing season, though.
It is glazing season.
Yeah.
This is glazing season.
I'm Jay
Glazer.
I'm Jay Glazer. That's who I am.
But maybe we shouldn't live in fear about moving on and the unknown.
Last 2 guests we had, I've glazed them up.
We can go find some
These guys are so happy to talk to us. They really are.
I thought you were going to do more glazing of Steven yesterday.
Well, after the way Dawson just freaking put him in a headlock and slammed him to the ground, I felt like, hey, boss, I'm trying to help you here.
Brian's good for a good glaze during every interview.
Oh, I am a glazed donut guy.
Dude, did you give John Schneider congratulations? You got a big extension.
Yeah, it's my $3.5 million intern.
Seattle. He should send you at least a fruit basket or something.
We got to run. G-Back Nation.
Got to go have beers with. By the way.
105.3 The Fan. When we come back, I want to ask Broadus about the guy who probably made the catch of the day today at camp. Is there something with this guy? And player to watch on the defensive line, I did a deep dive on it, and I wish I hadn't. But that's coming up next year, G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Training camp coverage continues. It got testy down there on the practice fields again today, and if you missed it on social or you just checking in with us, Shoddy actually broke him down, told him to stop fighting, and then there was more, and he made him run. He made him run suicides, basically, there at the end of practice, saying if they want to fight, go ahead and get after it. Let's see how you can fight in the wind sprint line. And I love it, because discipline is something that this team has needed. I think there is something to the fact of, what Ryan Clark was saying yesterday, that here with the Cowboys, the fans, the media, maybe they treat you like you already made it. And there's not that sort of element of fear that I think gets the absolute best habits out of players.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with Schottenheimer being, he comes across like a player's coach, or whatever. He's fun, the camaraderie, they're playing the ping pong and stuff, and we were talking about, like, you also have to have that element of putting the hammer down a little bit.
Yeah, accountability.
And Bland was, speaking on that with us a little bit earlier. That's a huge component of this. So I love it. I love it, and I love that he's talking about, hey, all the injuries that have happened, so be it. It's football. We got to practice hard. We got to be physical, that whole deal. So I loved seeing that today.
I bet Sharif loved, the practice today with how many fights there were. I bet he'd love to see that doubled. So we'll look forward to Sharif tomorrow, 6 to 10 with RJ and Bobby. They were just down the way chatting with CD Lamb. So there's a good tease for their show tomorrow. I wanted to ask you about the play of the day. Trayshawn Holden there, back of the end zone. He goes up and stabs it with his right. Then on the way down, he secures it with both hands on the numbers. Undrafted out of Oregon, the wide receiver coach they hired has history with him. Is this something we should be looking at, or just a depth piece? What else has happened for Trayshawn Holden besides today's play of the day?
Yeah,
he made a couple plays today.
This is where when you get Pickens in the building, now everybody gets pushed down a rung. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, Tolbert's battling Mingo for the third spot.
Tolbert might be battling old Holden.
Hold on, I think we have a fire alarm over there at the Staybridge Suite, which isn't a surprise considering the smell.
It happened last year.
Yeah, I think we got to open a window there, boys.
It's just a skunk happy environment out here. That's what it is.
I will say this though: there was a time when I used to watch tape when I was working with .com. Maybe late night, I'd be watching tape and
fire up a spliff.
It was kind of like you were at the concert, you know.
Yeah.
I'd be sitting there watching tape, and I'm like, well, somebody's enjoying life.
You need some post-practice relaxation.
Yeah, hey, nothing wrong with that.
No.
Nothing wrong with that. But
they don't waste any time, man.
I will say this though about with Holden and stuff. He does have a sponsor now, and maybe that doesn't bode well for guys like Flournoy and you know the others that are trying to battle for spot. Brooks is kind of in that mix. That Brooks is shown capable of making. See, the thing about Brooks is he was like a special teams player, and so how many of these guys are going to be special teams players? Can Holden be better than Brooks as a special teams player? If you think about how everything's bumped down too, and if they keep Tolbert and it's Mingo, then they got Turpin. Now you keep
you got
six?
5, yeah.
Yeah, you keep 6. I mean, I think
4 guys battling for one spot if they do.
Pretty much. Even mention him. I mean, to me,
yeah.
and they probably feel so differently. They're probably like, "You're an idiot. This guy's not even on the bubble." But I would have just Tolbert on the cut.
He has not had a great camp, has he?
To me, I'd rather give a guy a shot like Holt. If he goes out and plays well in the preseason, I mean, we still got a lot of this left to go.
Sure.
But to me, I know what Jalen Tolbert is. I'd rather give, and I don't think Tolbert's going to give you much in the way of special teams personally. Could be very wrong on that. But Mingo, I think, has eclipsed him. Obviously, you got Turpin. Brooks, I think, has actually done okay when he's been given reps in the regular season. And to Brian's point, special teams guy. Yeah. Holden's got the sponsor. He's got the wide receivers coach in Junior Adams. And maybe that's a guy you look to move on from. Maybe that's a trade asset for you. Maybe some other team looks at Jalen Tolbert and says, hey, we'll take him, and you can swap him for a DB or something you were talking about yesterday, Brian. I don't know.
Yeah.
But to me, if you're looking at a veteran guy that could be on the bubble, I would have Tolbert there.
Okay, one player to watch Brian's been telling us about in the last couple of practices, Perry and Winfrey, 6'4", 294.
Whose list is this, Dawson? Is this your own list, or is this you reading off someone's list?
No, I was looking at Perry and Winfrey last night because you guys have been talking about it.
I thought maybe somebody was putting this out. Okay.
No, I was just curious about Trayshawn Holden after the big play today.
And good for you. I thought maybe you were looking at someone's list that keep an eye on this guy practice. Well, that person's watching practice if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm probably actually working off your Twitter account if I'm being honest here.
I'm going off the broadest list.
4th round 2022, waived by the Browns after threatening and pulling a gun on a woman in Cleveland that was classified as a robbery incident. He took the women's phones and then left them on a platform in an alley. And then police came and found that, and they looked through the film and basically saw him, in some sort of a dispute that got ugly and whatever. Things happen late, and if it was just that, I'd be like, okay, please say the victim had a red abrasion on her neck. So who knows exactly what all happened there, but then in Houston he was dating a woman, and apparently she called the authorities after he grabbed her hand super hard. And in June he was robbed outside of a club at 3 a.m. Like he was hanging out with a guy who got robbed for his wheels in the parking lot.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's got a lot going on.
Yeah,
that's a lot more than I even thought.
That's a lot.
There's a lot. I mean, you'd have to have the quickness and the burst and all that he's showing in camp.
You got to be a stud
to be able to do well, wait a minute now. Did you watch practice film the other day? Well, man, this guy's taking women's phones. He's hiding out. The cops are talking to him. But wait a minute, did you watch him? He beat Booker. Did you see 2 times he beat Yeah.
So is he doing all this? Do you think he's looking like a starting defensive tackle? Put this in context.
I just feel like to me that there's a guy when we watched him. Did you see him in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
He was an undersized.
I think he blocked a kick against Texas, right?
They played that slant front.
He played like a zero nose. He was like a head up, undersized nose. And when you watch him out here, and you see him go up against Tyler Smith, it's a battle who can outpower the other one. This guy's got some and I always say this, got some snap. When guys come off the ball on him and he extends, they stop. I mean, they just kind of stop, and then and then there's a battle there. And when he's rushing the passer, he's really, he's got this kind of this ability to the quickness to be able to get around, like whether it was Booker one time. I mean, Booker tried to get his hands. Booker misses. He's around Booker. Now he's in the backfield on Dak. So I just, again, I didn't know the rap sheet, but I knew, like watching him play at Oklahoma, the guy had some power,
Playmaker.
had some quickness. And then out here in the practice field, he's not going to get stiffs. He's going against our guys who we think can actually play, and he's having some success. That's how he catches my eye.
Well, I was down the rabbit hole, and so it made me wonder. And then you mentioned like he is at a stalemate with Tyler Smith, one of the strongest guards in the league. So he is a guy who is very productive in college. 40% of his tackles went for losses.
Yeah.
Wow. So he's blowing up plays and getting the backfield. It just seems like a great fit for Eberflus. I wonder at 295.
I'm just going to tell you this: he's looked better than Osa.
Wow,
he's looked better than Osa.
There's a line.
I haven't noticed much of Osa.
And Osa, I think Osa had a tackle for loss today, but that was really the first time that and Osa is a battling dude, but Winfrey and guys like that have. I mean, I know Winfrey's shown up. There's been times when even with Peyton Turner moving inside, getting a rush on Booker, and I'm like, oh, Peyton Turner can't rush the passer. Maybe that's not good for Booker. I'm not saying that Booker's, but Winfrey, when you watch him come off the ball, he's making things happen where Osa's kind of making things happen late. Winfrey's making it happen a little earlier in the rush.
Right on. Well, that's.
I don't think I saw Winfrey running with the ones a ton. At least today, I think they were doing.
Mozzie,
Toyota was in there.
Mozzie was the 3. Mozzie was a 3. Jay Toya was a 3, and those guys were 3. Those guys were all. Those were all guys that were kind of getting some rotational
Because the
work.
base, Thomas and Osa. But Winfrey. I mean, Winfrey, I think, was also a guy at OU. The arms. He's got super long arms, so he's a guy that will bat down a lot of balls at the line of scrimmage. But he is a very upright player. Yeah. That was one of the things that I remember noting about him. He's not a guy that's going to get your pad level down a ton, but hey, they might have found another guy here that can get, and they want to rotate. I mean, Coach Wycott's talked about that. They're going to rotate.
If you're talking about it, Mozzie playing the 3, I wouldn't. I would.
No way.
I would play Osa and I would play Winfrey right now. 7 practices in. That's your better backup to Osa right now, if you ask me.
Man, thank you for that breakdown. Brian brought us on fire. He'll have more practice notes coming up at 5:20 when we hit the expressway. G-Bag today, 5:30, then LA Live, 5:40. We have Sands on next with the trade deadline 24 hours out here on your home Rangers 105.3 The Fan.
Shan and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. For the first time this offseason, I'm actually optimistic that the Bengals will get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson. And trust me, there's no reason to give the Bengals the benefit of the doubt here, but when I read from Adam Schefter that Hendrickson has ended his holdout and that the Bengals and Trey have agreed to a total salary and the years under a new contract, but the only remaining issue is guaranteed money, it makes me think the ball's on the 2-yard line. Can a turnover still happen? Absolutely. But right now my thought process is that Cincinnati will score a touchdown, find a way to compromise to get this deal done soon. I'm Zach Gelb.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
For over a decade, Men's T Clinic has been helping Texas men shed visceral fat and increase muscle mass. Corey Majors here, and I
I want you to join me on my new journey with Men's T Clinic. While knowing your numbers is where to start, weight loss doesn't always stop at optimizing your testosterone levels. Men's T Clinic has a solid lineup of therapies to help you jumpstart your weight loss goals, push through plateaus, and to help you achieve weight optimization. Experience weight loss the MTC way. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit menstclinic.com for more. That's menstclinic.com.
A lime is not always just a lime. You see, some limes are lucky. For when a lime joins the salted rim of a crisp, refreshing Tres Dos Equis, that lime is no longer a mere lime, but a wedge of renowned Mexican limón. Muchas gracias, limón. And also, de nada. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Connect, invest, grow. Taiwan Expo 2025 is where innovation meets opportunity. August 14th to the 16th at the K. Bailey Hutchison Convention Center. Free admission. Learn more at TaiwanExpoUSA.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Hey guys, it's Aphrodite, inviting you to Buck's Cabaret every Thursday to enjoy the steak and lobster special for only $10 from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. Everybody loves Bucks. Find out why at a location near you and at bucksclubs.com.
Attention Dallas. Get ready for unparalleled excitement at the world-renowned Spearmint Rhino, the leader in adult entertainment. Now serving free lunch at Spearmint Rhino North Dallas. That's right, free lunch. Join us at 10920 Pedal Street and enjoy the best in entertainment and hospitality. Want to know who's performing? Check out our live visual roll call at SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com. See the entertainers before you even arrive. Visit SpearmintRhinoNorthDallas.com now. Spearmint Rhino North Dallas, the sexiest place on earth.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Buddy, here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are now 1 day from the Major League Baseball trade deadline as we get set to chat with Jared Sandler. Rangers looking to salvage one in Anaheim tonight. Pregame coming up at 8:30, first pitch at 9 o'clock. Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, and a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Exciting countdown for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, isn't there? Let's just start with an open question to you on what's the latest buzz and what you think is going to happen.
Well, I think the latest buzz is that the Rangers, like a lot of teams, are, they're on the horn. And I don't know, I think Zach asked about Pete Fairbanks the other day. They're obviously, he's been tied to the Rangers. Ryan Helsley's been tied. Johan Duran. I mean, here's the deal. If there is a reliever on a team that is looking to sell, then chances are the Rangers have investigated or made a call about that individual, right? The relief market is a lot tougher to forecast compared to, hey, if you need a catcher, you kind of know that, these guys might be the ones available. Or if you need a right-handed hitting first baseman, well, hey, these two guys are the ones that make the most sense. So, when you're looking at role players to fill out a bench, you're looking at relievers. I don't want to say the options are endless because there's obviously only a finite amount of players, but it really could come from one of a number of teams and one of several players on the bench or in the bullpen or, who fits into a platoon. I don't know that I'm hearing a lot of names, but I'll be honest, we hear a lot of names every year, and I don't know how much credence to put in any one individual name, but what I can tell you that I do feel good about saying is that the Rangers are actively looking for a right-handed bat, and they're looking for a reliever or two, and they would love for one of those relievers to be someone they can stick into a high-leverage opportunity in the playoffs, right? We always talk about acquiring a starting pitcher. Is he a guy who will start a playoff game for you or not? I think there's a similar line with a reliever where it's like, do you trust this guy protecting a lead in one of the final 3 innings or not? And you can be a contributing reliever to a postseason team if the answer is no, but I think you're willing to pay a little bit of a higher price to someone for whom the answer to that question would be yes.
What do you think of the Suarez idea that Evan Grant wrote about? The most intriguing bat on the market is Suarez. Is that something Rangers fans can think about or dream about, and where would you see him slotting in?
Well, the Rangers, haven't gotten production from the DH spot, so that is absolutely, a possibility. If you feel like he's better off there and Josh Young continues to hit, then maybe that's the answer. The thing with Suarez, I don't know. Do the Rangers want to give up what it will take to give up for a rental? And a rental, by the way, who's, he's not super expensive this year by any means, but you're going to probably have to clear money to get him. The one thing that, I did see Evan write, which I think makes total sense. If the Rangers do, in fact, decide, you know what, screw it, we're going to go over the luxury tax, then you may as well just go ape crap, right? I mean, there's no reason why, you only need to go over by a few $1 million. But if you're going to get Eugenio Suarez, based on what we believe to be the Rangers' financial situation, then, they'd probably have to make a counter move to make money available. I do think that move would make sense. He's a right-handed hitter. He hits a lot of home runs. He's not a guy who you'd have to play against only lefties, He's a guy who'd be in there righties and lefties. And the one thing that, you get with Eugenio Suarez, he's going to strike out a lot. He's not going to walk a lot. So that is one thing you got to kind of balance here. Do you feel like you can, have a competitive lineup? If you add Eugenio Suarez, it's not like he's the problem. But I'd say this, guys, if you add Eugenio Suarez, I wonder if that maybe means that the Rangers decide to change, their outlook on Adolis Garcia, because, at some point we've talked about roster and lineup balance. And, again, it's not like there's not a room or not a place for Eugenio Suarez, but, maybe do you have to now add some patience and some plate discipline in another spot for one of the guys who maybe is currently in your lineup who doesn't necessarily bring that?
Jared, outside of Sebastian Walcott, do the Rangers have pretty desirable prospects that would be of interest to these teams?
More on the pitching side, I'd say. I don't know how teams view Malcolm Moore, who is probably the Rangers' second best position player prospect, depending on how you want to slot in Gavin Fein, their first-round pick, who won't get moved. My guess is Malcolm Moore is not a guy is a guy that could add value, but not a guy that a team would necessarily center a deal around for a player like Eugenio Suarez. On the pitching side, you do have some desirable pieces, right? Alejandro Rosario and Winston Santos and Cole Drake. You've got Jose Corniel, who's back. Even though Emiliano Teodo has not had the type of year the Rangers would have liked, because I think the expectation was by this point he'd maybe be helping out the big league bullpen. I don't think that there's a team that would look at him and say, yeah, I'm not interested in him right now. Again, he probably isn't going to be the headliner for a deal, but he's a guy who, could certainly be of appeal. So I think more so on the pitching side than the position player side. But, if the Rangers were going to move Sebastian Walcott, it would obviously be for a guy who's going to give them multiple years of control and be kind of that all-star type caliber player. As great as Eugenio Suarez has been this year, because he's a free agent to be, it probably would have made sense that Sebastian Walcott's the guy that, you use as the headliner in that deal.
So I haven't seen a lineup yet for today, so it's possible that Jock Peterson's back in it going up against a righty pitcher, but he did get the pinch hit at bat last night. But what's the thinking about Jock? They don't really have a lot of time and patience, I think, to allow him to get going. And if he's not hitting, what's the move moving forward for him?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Zach. They owe it to themselves. The best version of this team right now, right, separate of trades, is one in which Jock Peterson's hitting. But it's obviously not a guarantee, right? He's got to start hitting. But I think they owe it they owe it to their intuition this offseason to sign him, to give it more than just a few days post-IL to see if they can get him going. But the tricky part is that tomorrow is the last day you can really add a meaningful external player or a player externally. And so they've got to ask, do we need to add someone as protection, like someone who, let's say Jock doesn't get it going, like that can fill that role. I think in a perfect world, Jock would have come back 2 weeks earlier. And this is not on Jock at all, right? It's just the timing of this. Not to say Jock should have been back 2 weeks earlier, but maybe you would have had 2 weeks more data to make that determination. All right, yes, he is showing signs, or, man, we're not seeing it. We need to make a move. Because you're right. I think that Jock Peterson is someone they still believe can contribute, but yeah, he's got to. He's got to start doing it. We're I think now what, 2/3 of the way through the season, right? My personal statistician Matt Hicks is next to me. He gives me the thumbs up there. So yeah, they don't have a full runway. The way that they maybe felt like they did earlier in the season. So it's a great question. I don't know how they're going to handle that because of Jock's contract, they're not. I don't think they're going to DFA him. I don't think they're going to pay him nearly $20 million next year and whatever the prorated amount is this year to go play elsewhere. But they do need to figure out what to do with that spot because they need production desperately from their DH role. And unfortunately, Jock wasn't just supposed to give them production as a DH. He was supposed to give them like middle of the order type production, regardless of position, and they really do need that.
Hey, Jared, I asked my buddy in the league this question, and I'll ask you. And I asked him, I said, what positions are most teams looking for in return for these relievers? And, I was asking about the pitchers, position players, bats. And my guy said, depending on the team, but upside pitching is usually preferred. Is that something, are you getting a feeling, talking with the Rangers maybe, that they're giving you some ideas of, hey, if we're going to go do this, that maybe are they're not maybe in a mode of giving up pitching? It's got to be either the bats or the positional players, right?
Yeah, well, I guess, Brian, it depends. I don't see the Rangers giving up Winston Santos for a really good reliever who will only be with them for the next 2 months. Okay. Now, if you told me that, like in a world in which Emmanuel Clase was not under investigation for gambling, that would be the type of deal because he's got a pretty favorable team option for the next 2 seasons or next 3 seasons. Or sorry, he's under contract through next year, and then I think he's got 2 team options. So you could have him for 3.5 seasons. I don't know that Winston Santos would be in play for Emmanuel Clase. I don't know how the Rangers value him, but that's the type of return in which a guy like that could be available. Now, let's say the Rangers do what the Angels just did and what the Rangers did last year, and let's go and acquire Andrew Chafin. Andrew Chafin last year, the Rangers hoped was going to be a big part of their bullpen and providing an option from the left side. He didn't pitch well for the Rangers, but they got him for not a whole lot, and he was a guy who conceivably, had he pitched better, could have really, really helped out the bullpen, filling a need that they had with their construction. So you can get the interesting thing with relievers is you can get impact relievers without giving up a lot. I'll go back to a decade ago when the Rangers got Jake Diekman and Sam Dyson. Now, Jake Diekman was a part of the Cole Hamels deal, and maybe Jake Diekman's presence in that deal impacted the Rangers' give to the Phillies a little bit, but not a lot. Jake Diekman, he wasn't a throw-in. That would be unfair to say, but the deal was really about Cole Hamels, and the Rangers felt like they saw something in Jake Diekman where they could turn around what had been a shaky time with the Phillies coming up as a prospect. The Rangers got Sam Dyson, who would go on to be their closer the next year, but a huge part of their bullpen that year for basically nothing. Tomas Talis was what they gave the Marlins, if I recall, and he was like the third catcher on the team. He was like a 4A catcher for that ball club. So I guess it just depends. And sometimes teams see a reliever, they see maybe what that guy does, and feel like, hey, we can make this tweak, and this guy could become a stud for us in ways he wasn't for whatever team he is currently on. So If you're looking for an Emmanuel Clase type who's obviously not available anymore, but a Joan Duran or a Ryan Helsley, then yeah, maybe you're going to have to give up a desirable pitching prospect. But if you're looking for, a guy who's just a really good seventh inning guy, and those guys are important, I don't think you need to dig into your top 10 pitching prospects in order to get that guy. But, the one thing I'll say, Brian, is every year the market tells a totally different story. And so the minute you think you got it figured out, you don't. And so I say that the Rangers might be on the phone right now cooking up a deal for a guy that can pitch the seventh inning for them, and they're going to give up a top 10 pitching prospect. But typically that's not what you would see.
How do you think CY handles this dynamic that some of the insiders are reporting that there's more teams wanting high-quality relievers than there are available? I think it's 6-5 by Buster Olney's count. Does he say, well, this is a great opportunity to get to the front if we're willing to give what other teams aren't, or do you think he lets that market come to him?
Well, yeah, that's he's been aggressive, right? So we've had 2 years of Chris Young, being the guy to call the shots. And remember, in 2023, he was really aggressive in going and getting Aroldis Chapman. Was it on July 1st or June 30th, whatever? He didn't want to wait for the market. And the Rangers were in a period in that season where they really just needed some bullpen help. They were leaking. In some years, you roll the dice that way and it works out. Other years, not so much. This would have been a year maybe, and it's for any of the teams looking for relief help, maybe it would have been better for them to make a move a month ago with Felix Bautista going on the IL and with the Emmanuel Clase stuff. All of a sudden, there becomes a little higher price tag because the supply and demand has totally shifted in the last week. With those two big arms who a lot of people thought were going to be traded, now off the market. So, I think that, given the nature of, where we're at with the supply and demand, I guess you run the risk if you wait of another team screwing it up. Because if you're looking for a reliever and you're waiting, and the Angels, or just pick a team, and they go and get a guy and they set the market at a level higher than what you'd like, and maybe a level higher than what you want to play with. Now you might be going to that next tier, but sometimes being the first one to make that move for an upper level reliever, someone who's maybe a tick higher in regard than Sir Anthony Dominguez, who was traded yesterday. Maybe that would be advantageous. So Chris Young's always been aggressive. I'll say this, Gavin. I don't think he's afraid to be the first one in the pool, right? He wasn't 2 years ago, and I don't think he would be this year.
If you get swept, do you think that has any impact on their decision making right now?
I don't think it has an impact on Chris Young's decision making. I'd say this. From a financial standpoint, if I were to guess, if I'm an ownership group and I have certain feelings about, that side of things, they're human beings and they ride the emotional roller coaster too. Maybe that impacts, whether or not, they'd be willing to spend more or not spend more. I would say that, it shouldn't, right? 3 games out of 162 shouldn't impact your feeling that drastically, but we've seen it before. And the other thing we see too, Gavin, what if the Astros go and make a big trade in the next 5 minutes? What if the Mariners go and make another move? They already acquired Josh Naylor. That absolutely impacts teams. They can say it doesn't, but it absolutely does. And so I think there are a few factors that come into play. But I would say having a clean, nice win tonight certainly would only help matters if Chris Young and his team are trying to, convince themselves or convince ownership, hey, let's invest in this way or that way. It certainly doesn't hurt to win, but I don't know how much it moves the needle.
Everything all right with everybody? Like the pitching performances the last couple of nights, we spent so much time looking at the trade. We're here in California. Anything else on the top of your mind we need to know before we let you go?
Well, it was a sloppy game last night, and uncharacteristic of the Rangers because they've been so good defensively and they weren't. And I think last night was weird. It was the third time in franchise history the Rangers have out-hit a team by that much and lost, and it was the biggest margin of defeat in those games. So it was just kind of a wonky game. But Nathan Eovaldi this year is 6-2, the team is 6-2 when Evo starts after a team loss. In the 2 games they lost, the Rangers scored a combined 1 run. So it really wasn't on him. So if you want a guy to take the mound to try and prevent a sweep, I feel like Nathan Eovaldi is probably your best bet.
Great stuff, Sands. Have a great night, and we'll catch up with you on Friday.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
He's at Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Thank you, sir. Brian brought us a practice recap, brought to you by Tree Line by Hillwood. Coming up next, brother, what's in store?
Yeah, let's kind of get into some more of these players. I'm not going to talk about the stars. I'm going to talk about down-the-line guys. We'll do that next.
But first, let me tell you about my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. Tolo's the roofing business in the DFW. Could be like the wild, wild west at times. Storm chasers everywhere. It's unpredictable. It's chaotic, and it's very risky. That's why you need to know who's on your roof, and you do when you use my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit them right now at greystone-roofing.com. That's gray with an E, stone-roofing.com, and you'll see for yourself why homeowners across the area trust owners Josh and Alexis Vining. This is a family, local-owned business here, and Josh and Alexis are incredible, power couple, high school sweethearts. Been in business together for almost 30 years right here in the DFW, and they're certified in every possible way. They actually have licensed insurance adjusters on staff, which is pretty unique. They bring you the honesty, the integrity, and the highest level of quality in every project that they tackle. It is always quality over quantity when you're dealing with Greystone. No cutting corners, just pure dedication. You'll always have skilled experts treating your home like it's their own, paying attention to every detail. So whether you need repairs to fix a leak or perhaps you need a full-on home glow-up to transform that property of yours, they're your one-stop shop for all things roofing. Head to greystone-roofing.com today, schedule that inspection, and remember with Josh and Alexis at Greystone Roofing, you get exceptional service and peace of mind that stands the test of time. It's greystone-roofing.com.
Hey guys, it's Aphrodite inviting you to DFW's #1 BYOB establishment, Bucks Wild, with a location in North Dallas and another in North Fort Worth. It's easy to go wild. Bucks Wild is BYOB, so bring your favorite beer or spirit and relax while enjoying mouth-watering food specials like steak and lobster for only $10 every Thursday starting at 11 a.m. at Bucks Wild Dallas, 35 at Royal Lane, and Bucks Wild Fort Worth, North 820 at 35. Check us out at bucksclubs.com, and remember, everybody loves Bucks.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's time for Who's the Best in Windows? Who can install 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50?
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Who offers a lifetime warranty on their installs?
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Who can get you 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit?
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And for the bonus round, who donates to Dallas Animal Services with every sale?
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
You heard it here, folks. Who should you call for a free estimate on energy-saving windows today?
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Back
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
It starts with a simple order. A cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Confused by talk about tariffs? Market shifts create a unique opportunity right now. Lower new car prices combined with higher trade-in values mean potential big savings for you. With no money down and lower payments with the Easy Lease, calling now could save you thousands. 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit online at dmautoleasing.com. D&M, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at B&M.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. Let's go commercial free to the top. G-Bag today is coming up in about 5 minutes. LA Live, Lucius Alexander's coming up at 5:40 here on your home of the Cowboys. Our training camp coverage continues. And Brian Broaddus has a camp report here for you in just a second. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And Broaddus' camp update brought to you by Treeline by Hillwood, a stunning new master plan community in Justin, Texas. Here's Brian.
Hey, thank you very much. We had a couple of injuries that we needed to know about, right? Dawson, we got a sponsor for an injury report, right?
We sure do. The injury report's brought to you by Greystone Roofing. They've got you covered when the hits keep coming.
Okay, Andrew Booth, not practicing. We were asking about that one. That's a hamstring injury right there with Andrew Booth. And then also, though, our tackle, Akeem Adeniji. Adeniji. Did I say it right? And Adeniji?
I've heard both.
I've been saying Adeniji.
Well, let's go with Adeniji.
You want to go with that one?
Sure.
Dealing with the C word. The C word.
See you next Tuesday? Oh, concussion.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought it was cramps, but it's brain cramp.
The one you never want to talk about is the concussion. You don't want to talk about that one very much.
Yeah.
That's not, but that's what we're dealing with right now. So who knows? We'll be protocoling it, things like that. Here's a
get
guy,
him in a Guardian cap.
Here's a guy.
Hopefully it's all good, broski.
Here's a guy that's kind of been pretty good. And it's a shame. It's just a shame. I'm sure that we'll sit in these meetings with Jerry and Steven and Shoddy, and some of these guys that they brought in have done a solid job of practicing. Then all of a sudden, tell me when you're going to get this guy back. The symptoms, they go away, they put you in protocol. I mean, remember that whole deal? I mean, they're not going to put you on the field. This is a guy that he's a veteran guy, but I wanted to see him continue to play, get opportunities to tackle, see if he was going to be able to, is this a guy that's going to come in? I mean, the early indications with him are that he looked very serviceable playing the position. With Steele, I was expecting, there's probably going to be a drop-off. Here's a guy, they're going to run by him. It's not going to go good. All of a sudden, the offense is going to bog down because they don't have any blocking. It's a breakdown. But I'll tell you what, man, that guy did a great job.
Good depth, quality depth on this line. He's part of it.
Quality depth on this line.
It's crazy, all their quality depth additions. You're right. And the concussion, usually it's a week or a week and a half before you can clear protocol, but some are tricky, so hopefully he's got a quick bounce back.
Hey, Wolchuk, how much did you know about Zion Childers before you got here?
Not much.
And I'll tell you what, Zion Childers, the cornerback, has shown up a little bit. I know
Duran mentioned with him this earlier.
I've been really surprised. It's funny because he wears a really odd number for a cornerback.
Yeah,
he's
that
number
40.
48.
Yeah, dude.
And so it's kind of one of those things. But he's a rookie out of Kentucky. That's 5'11", 203 pounds, 23 years old. But he's shown up in some of these. He had an interception the other day, and then today he also had a pass where he got knocked it down. With the way that the cornerback situation is with the Cowboys, I would say, hey, listen, this guy is at least making an effort to try and put himself in the mix. We'll see what happens when we get to these preseason games, and is he making plays out here? But he's been put in some situations where he's had to play some coverage, and he's done a pretty nice job. He's come away with the ball a couple of different times. Well, at least one time had the interception, but
that was the one-hander, right?
Yeah.
The one-hander interception.
Yeah, he's had
last week. And
he's had some really nice plays.
The closing speed. I mean, you get those like boots and waggles going, and then he's like chasing down in the flat. Seems like he gets physical as well.
Yeah, he at 203 pounds though, he's a pretty thick-looking guy.
He's like shorter, stockier kind of.
I kind of felt like that he was one of those guys that was like, wait, it's number 4. Is this a linebacker? And then I'm like, no, it's like he's a cornerback. So just a couple of things, the injuries, and then also I wanted to point out this Zion Childress, the quarterback rookie from Kentucky, kind of making some plays in a group that, when guys like Booth and others, Booth has been making some plays, but now guys are starting to miss practice time. Does Zion Childress take advantage of that?
He'll be a prime candidate to get a much more aesthetically pleasing jersey number.
I would hope.
If he makes the
I
team.
think him and Ezraku both would.
I need Ezraku to get out of that 40.
It's crazy, man. I think I guess I'm the outlier on that. I think the 41 is kind of sharp on him.
Yeah.
But Childress was number 11 at Kentucky.
Yeah.
So obviously that's not going to be in play for him.
No.
But maybe
48's a terrible number for a cornerback.
48 could be the worst.
Screams practice squad.
41 is more of a corner number.
Yeah,
Maybe that's just Terrence Newman.
All righty, thank you. We'll have more Cowboys coming up here shortly. It's time to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Here it is, 5:30. We do G-Bag of the day at this time. If you need to see floating out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. LUCIOUS. Follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. The handles are in the bio right there. All right, this is day 2 for this champion audio. The great Charles Haley, great football player. He was singing happy birthday to Charlotte Jones.
It's Charlotte Jones' birthday, so we're going to sing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charlotte. Happy birthday to you. Yeah. Hey, she fine too, y'all. Let me tell you that.
She fine too, dog. Let me tell you that.
She looks like Jerry. She really does.
She's got the Jerry eyes.
She looks just like Jerry in the face. So if you're thinking about that, Charles, go for it.
Is that account looking like Jerry, though?
Wow. I'm just saying, she looks like her dad.
I think that's fair, that if a gal looks too much like dad and dad, I don't know if you could look lovingly across, a dining room table or, in any of those romantic situations.
Super nice lady and super smart. Gosh, she's smart.
I mean,
she was running this team. It might have won some.
I think she's got it going on, and I feel like I might have offended the Jones family enough for a 48-hour period, so I'm just gonna, back slowly away from this. But I think Charles is spitting facts.
As long as that account is looking like daddy's.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. KMC, man. I'll go to this one. It's causing a lot of controversy here on the fan. Mac Hicks and Jared Sandler.
Okay.
They got into a Dez caught that conversation during a little whack he played during the Rangers game versus the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world just happened to Gustavo Campero? He had that ball, tripped and fell and dropped it, and first base umpire Marvin Hudson said no catch. It's a tie ball game.
Holy smokes.
Marvin Hudson saying this is going to be reviewed, but there's no way they can say that he had the ball because as soon as it hit him the heel of his glove, he didn't even take a step. The ball came out, hit him in the chest, and he fell forward because the ball fell out.
If Dez didn't catch it, then Gustavo Campero didn't catch it.
Well, first of all, Dez definitely caught it. Campero did not catch it.
Thank you, Dez didn't. Way to go, Hicksy.
So Dez did catch it.
No, he didn't.
No, he
Jared.
did.
No, I watched that game. They said he didn't catch it.
I watched it too. I think this is
the rule might suck, but Dez did not catch it.
Whatever. This game is tied.
There you go.
They reversed this in New York. There are a variety of objects on our table that are going to get thrown.
By you?
By me.
Man.
By the way, that's a Packer fan right there getting after it.
Letting his yellow and gold show a little bit too
Jared.
much. I don't know how anybody grows up in the great state of Texas, ends up as a Packers fan, but he managed to pull it off. Doesn't surprise me. But I do think that was the best whatever in Rangers history. That was great, man.
I like Hicksy.
Me too.
I have a combo situation right here. Let's go to Gavin Dawson. Pressing Stephen Jones. I like how Stephen Jones got out of this, though. I'm going to use this to how to end every argument from now on, bro. I mean,
right? And I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, I mean, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay. How so?
I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation.
Yeah. That's a good strategy, Lucius. I got to remember that one, too.
I'm not going to get into the details.
I'm not going to get into it, but...
Right, and I'm like...
but
you're 90% wrong. Yeah.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
That is crazy, bro.
What a drop.
That is crazy. Corey from the K&C Masterpiece was a fan of it, though. This is why this is a combo situation.
Here's my example of Steven. You know, where do you stop to get gas, Steven? And he's like, gasoline is all over the country, and you never know exactly when you're going to need to stop, because what is stopping? And who knows how many different places you can pass before you actually... A lot of people out there need gas. And so do I want gas when they're getting gas, or do I want gas whenever they're not? And so you have to ask yourself that question, and you got to be prepared. 24 hours, 365.
No, but I asked you the question, where did you get the gas?
To get gasoline. Well, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's not fair to the gasoline industry.
Wow. That was for Majors. That's got some elements to it there.
Look at Corey Majors. What a beast. He's been in his bag all week long.
Going to get Cowboys, man. That's awesome.
What kind of bag is that?
G-bag, maybe?
The grits bag.
Grits bag.
Grits? Are you embarrassed bag?
Hagee's this satchel briefcase bag guy, right? I don't know exactly what type of bag Corey's hauling around every day.
The hobo bag.
Goodie bag.
The hobo.
Bag of tricks?
Yeah.
What's the answer here, Lucius? I feel like we're all in jeopardy and we just lost a grand.
I was asking. Hey, you were telling us. I was just trying to get some clarification. You're telling
I'll have
us.
to hit ChatGPT. See if I can figure this out.
All right, last one, too, here. Cowboys head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. He sure does like to cuss a lot, man.
He does a lot.
Does he not know where these microphones are going?
He does.
No. Well, even when he said... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
He sat down with us last year and was cussing into the mic here.
I just don't get it, Coach. What's going on, bro? Where do you think these mics are going, Coach?
Double inside to get to an inside piece, and I mean Kropp went flying in there and just struck the guy and did an unbelievable job. Like, to be a great football team, it's got to be selfless, and receivers have to block, and that jumped out at me yesterday. But you don't get that, to your point, you don't get that 9-on-7. They're over there running their routes and putting their wristbands on and fixing their gloves, checking their headbands and all that. It's like, hey, let's go get some dirty work done.
Let it fly.
One press conference a day, he will drop an S on you, I think.
Yeah.
It's every time.
Today he said you got to be able to run it up their ass.
I think
which is kind of vulgar. Shove it up their ass.
I don't
Yeah.
know if we should say that.
Well,
we did.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah,
I don't think it's an FCC violation. It's just like, is it in poor taste?
Yeah.
Hold on, one more.
Game changer, man. Game changer. And I know one thing. When the defensive coordinators see him standing over there by me, they're like, okay, Let's take a deep breath real quick. Oh, here he comes.
Talk about Turpin.
Turpin.
Man, everybody's cussing. It's definitely the McAfee effect across sports. It's probably a little bit more entertaining. I just wish we could get the green light. Like, when are we going to be able to start saying S? You know? Anytime soon?
Change the shoot, yeah, boy.
Yeah, I mean that would definitely be a game changer. Is it Charles Haley, our one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? Is it Matt Hicks giving a legendary whatever to Jared Sandler? Noted Packers fan, by the way. You might find that disappointing. I know I did, but a big fan of the guy. Stephen Jones on G-Bag with the Corey Majors reaction to it. Or Shoddy cussing on the microphone. I don't know, guys. I don't know who to vote for here. But let me go with my guy, Matt Hicks. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with my guy, Corey Majors.
Oh, it was classic. Lucius?
Hicks.
2-1, Wolchuk.
You know, Charles.
2-1, Brian.
Majors
by a score of 2-2. We have a tie. Jump over to @GBagNation's Twitter account right now. We're going to create an Insta poll. And while you listen to LA Live, you're invited to jump in there and vote. I would also encourage you to look for the bio at GBagNation. You can find all of our handles and follow all of us, and maybe we'll follow you right back. So Insta poll coming up at GBagNation. Vote it up. Determine the champ. In the meantime, here's Lucius with LA Live.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Eddie Sefko, Dallas News. Avery, what was your impression of that Wade's drive to the basket there on the guy and got the free throws?
You tell me. What was your impression?
Unfortunately, nobody cares about my impression.
No, but you tell everybody here. You tell us. What was your impression?
My impression was he got 2 free throws out of it.
No, that's all right. That's a political answer. So, let me ask you the question again. What was your impression on that play? We're waiting.
Did he get fouled?
Come on, bro.
I'm asking you the question. What was your impression?
I'm done. I don't know what to say. What do you want me to say?
No, I want you to give everybody an honest answer. We got people from Israel and Minnesota, Chicago, all over, Dallas,
Minnesota,
Germany.
I'll follow up with another question if that's all right.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
All right.
He just wanted Eddie to.
Hey, it's LA Live for Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. That was Coach Avery right there, getting it shaky with my man Eddie Sefko.
His wife can eat some crawfish now. Good lady.
Can she?
Yeah, I cooked some crawfish for both of them. They loved some crawfish, man. She had on about a $15,000 outfit.
As she should.
Rolled up her sleeves and got right in the middle of all them crawfish.
As she should.
I was proud of her.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. Peace to the gods. Peace to Miss Erica Badu. Hold on, Miss Badu. Where you at real quick?
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yeah, you tell them.
Wednesdays.
You tell them. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I had a little quick setup for you guys here, but I'm not going to get into it because it hasn't been exposed on the show yet. But when it does, I have a question here, all right?
All right.
I hate to tease you like that. I hate to tease you like that, bro.
Mystery tease, yeah.
It's mystery
Can't
tease.
wait.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, fam. Hold on.
Got to stay tuned all 5 hours.
Get the vibe right real quick, bro. Wow. Hey. Hey.
And just a gigolo, and everywhere I go, people know the part I'm playing. Paid for every dance, selling its romance. Oh, the ceiling. There will come a day.
Now I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yes.
I'm gonna do it anyway. You see your man Travis Hunter gave himself a nickname?
Unicorn. I saw that.
The Unicorn, bro. Now, shout out to all the unicorns out there. Me and my old lady used to chase those unicorns up and down these Dallas-Fort Worth streets in our late 20s and 30s. Not so much in the 40s. Not so much. We done calm that down. But, boy, we should try to chase you unicorns around. Yeah, Travis Hunt calls himself the unicorn. That's kind of crazy. We're going to play a quick game here, folks. Who is your daddy and what does he do? No, I'm just joking. What is your nickname and where did you get it? What is your nickname right here in the G-Bag Nation and where did you get it? What's your nickname? Let's go, fellas.
Well, my original nickname was Boo, which was short for Gaboo, which was from my dad, but that one expired at about 16 years old. So I've been the general since like 2010, I think, when somebody suggested it on the fan text. Decided to run with it.
I like that. Yeah, I think for the most part growing up, it was just E. Graduated to E Hammer when I was cracking skulls.
E Hammer, who gave you that pause? Who gave you that name? You didn't give yourself that name, did you?
I did not.
Okay.
No, I did
It's
not.
the first girlfriend, actually.
No, it was unfortunately it was an on the field E Hammer situation in the Pee Wee. You know, Pee Wee was really my prime.
Tell me about it.
The E Hammer stuff dissipated a little bit after 5th grade.
Okay,
really hasn't come back, which is unfortunate.
You still look the part.
Yeah. Oh well, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's just false advertising.
Yeah, I got retired from football. I think it was my senior year. I was doing really, really good, bro. And just I had a realization. This kid named Aaron Tay, who had all these D1 offers, he gave me a hit.
Yeah.
And as I was looking up at the, at the sky, I was laying on the ground on my back, looking up at the sky, and I was like, so the next level is just full of guys like this.
This is not for me.
I think we're done here.
I think we're done, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I felt in the wrestling, Matt, when Dallas Wittenborn picked me up, scoop slammed me pretty good. I was so done for that day. I never went back to practice.
Yeah, 7th grade Jackson Jeff Cope. I'm out. I'm good.
We got to get the game tape of that.
No,
man.
we don't. We do not need to bring that up. I guess Dawson dubbed me the Woolly Bully. I went on a rant, I think, when we were nosebleed seats, G-Bag of the Day style, against some Eagles haters. And it stuck.
Yeah.
So you didn't have a nickname before that all through school or nothing? It was just...
I mean, just like Dumb A and Fat Leap and...
Okay.
You know, no, not really. Like Z-Dub, maybe.
Z-Dub.
What was Z-Dub known for?
Z-Dub.
Got to go see Z-Dub, bro.
Z-Dub, bro. Oh, you're going to have to see Z-Dub about that.
Z-Dub is hilarious. Broadus.
Yeah, I was known as BQ by all my friends and still to this day, my friends I've had for over 40 years call me BQ. My family owned a barbecue place. So that was my nickname.
Short for BBQ.
BQ. And then
I thought it's what they liked about Texas there for a second.
But then my friends at LSU would come home visit, and my friends would call me BQ. And so they picked it up and took it to Louisiana. So I was known in 2 states as BQ.
BQ.
Yep. And Krusty.
Yeah, Krusty.
Krusty, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I embrace that one.
Good for you, bro. Yeah, Krusty's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. And unless you get away